prepared in the open commercial and defense sectors. Today, CSL has 125,000 deadweight tonnage capacity repair dock and 100,000 1.2 kilometers and a slave dock. A footing vessels, tugs, barges and specialized vessels to Europe, USA and the Middle East, which is a testimony of our stringent quality standards and timely delivery. With the first indigenous aircraft carrier project for Indian Navy being executed at CSL.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm and hearty welcome to you all to the second day of the Dostas International Maritime Seminar 2022. After an eventful and memorable first day, the only thing left to do is to emulate those standards. We have with us some of the most learned and knowledgeable speakers and dignitaries in this field, and being the least qualified individual in this room, I feel privileged to be here. So let me just quickly brush you through the events for today. We'll have 3 sessions in total. The first will be a panel discussion on logistics and supply chain optimization, a luxury or need of the hour. The second will be a technical session on digitalization and automation in shipping industry. The third and the final session will be a design and optimization of marine structures. So we will begin the day with a panel discussion on logistics and supply chain optimization, a luxury or need of the hour, which will be chaired by Mr. Cyril Varghese, Global Logistics Director, Fluor Corporation. Mr. Cyril Varghese is a project logistics management specialist, having made his mark in strategic business development, business planning, and seamless execution of critical jobs. He has been behind some of the most groundbreaking initiatives in project logistics planning and performance improvement that has earned him the trust and respect from most of the engineering industry majors during his service. I would like to request to invite Sir onto the dais to carry on with the proceedings.
Thank you very much for the introduction. It's a pleasure to be back here in Cochin, from where my professional life started. I was also, like many of you know, a naval architect, homegrown from here. I did my naval architecture from 96 to 2001 in the Cochin University. So it was homecoming for me to be with many of my classmates and seniors and juniors and industry experts who've made their marks in multiple industries related to shipping and shipbuilding and allied industries over the last so many years. Let me take this opportunity to give a little bit of an introduction on what we want to achieve today. I'm sure a lot of you have heard of logistics coming to the main stage over the last couple of years, primarily triggered by COVID, where we've seen freight rates increase, we've seen capacity shortages, we've seen a lot of volatility, which we've never seen in the last so many years. So at least people are now talking about logistics. And I think as an industry, we all acknowledge that there is a lot of optimization and planning which brings logistics to the front seat and not as a taxi service anymore. And I'm happy and I appreciate the DIMS organizers for planning and conceptualizing a panel to talk about logistics and what we need to do as a collective group to improve on what we do today. Now, I've been fortunate to have been able to pick up a very illustrious group of experts. They're all way senior to me in terms of their experience and expertise. The way we've picked up the panelists, we have representation from the port sector, we have representation from the academia, we have representation from the heavy lift transportation, and we also have representation from the heavy lift shipping side. So what we would hope we would achieve is to give you a little bit of a glimpse of what has been happening in the global scenario, what do we need to do from an Indian context to become more competitive and to make the dream of Make in India and other initiatives a success. We've come a long way from where we were 20, 30 years ago, but there are still a lot of opportunities that we would want to explore and discuss a little bit for your consideration today. Let me request my fellow panelists to come to the stage. First of all, let me request Mr. Cyril George to come to the stage, and I'll request all the panelists to introduce themselves later. Mr. Praveen, if you can please come to the stage. Samir. And Roxana, please. So may I request all the panelists to introduce themselves. Praveen, if you can go first with a brief introduction about your background and who you represent.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. As Cyril mentioned, and I was also wondering what we are doing here in a ship technology conference. Maybe it's an icebreaker for all of you, but I think it's really appreciated that we are here, and I think the way our business, the logistics business, progresses has an impact on your business as well. So just a quick intro about myself. I basically a Keralite, currently work for this global ship, port and logistics organization called DP World, earlier known as Dubai Ports. So we are a multinational organization based in Dubai, present in about 78 countries worldwide. Close to 100,000 people work for the company in different parts of the world. And I head the facility here in Cochin, otherwise known as Vallarpadam. Happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Praveen. Mr. Cyril, if you can introduce yourself.
Very good morning to all of you. I am Dr. Cyril George. I am from port sector. I worked in 4 major ports, starting from Kandla Port. Thereafter, I worked in Cochin Port as secretary for 11 years. Then joined Goa Port as chairman and deputy chairman. Then I served Chennai Port as deputy chairman and chairman in charge. Came back to Cochin as deputy chairman and retired. Now I am a practicing maritime lawyer. This is my background. I have got a close association with shipping fraternity across the world, across the country. I am very happy to meet you all. One more word, I compliment the organizers of this seminar. Rightly chosen the subject, and many could come from different parts of the world to attend it. I congratulate each one of you. I compliment you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cyril. Roxana, you have a mic there.
Vanakkam, good morning. Thank you, Cyril, for inviting me to be part of this panel discussion. My roots also are in Kerala. My mother hails from Alleppey, and I'm very happy to be here. So I never wanted to join shipping, actually. It was a family business, but the conversation around the dinner table was always about shipping, so you could say it was in my blood. And I was offered a summer job, while studying in college. And that was many, many years ago, and I'm still there. So I worked my way through all the departments as an intern, and I found my specialization in project and heavy lift shipping, which is really exciting. We represent one of the world's biggest heavy lift carriers, and it's a really exciting job. I'm so happy to see many more ladies here in the logistics and shipping industry. And Also, a little bit about myself. I am a part-time yoga teacher. I love baking, and I have 4 cats at home. So lots to keep me busy besides shipping, and happy to be here. Thank you.
Samir, may I?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me, Cyril. Basically, I have been, I started this transport learning from 1990 when I finished my education, came into the transport sector, which was run by a family business. We have recently now been acquired by JM Bakshi, so I represent JM Bakshi Heavy, which is now a consolidated company wherein we have a complete door-to-door solution for anyone and everyone. So as transports into heavy lifts, which is one of our biggest strengths, we can transport structures, the offshore structures that you see world over. So the biggest lift that we have done is a 4,500 ton equipment. We also have been supporting the shipping industry by helping in joining of assembly of vessels across, be it the Indian Navy or be it for various other activities across the world. The Laurel Dock ships were made in India, which was handled and transported by us for the fabrication and completion of the equipment. Thank you.
Right, and just to add, Samir has also been very deeply involved with some of our own naval architects during his career in terms of engineering support, and also thank you for the engagement association. So the way we would want to plan the session today is a little bit informative. It's not going to be technical. There are not going to be algorithms or thetas or sine cos discussions in our panel. So for the uninitiated, I want to give a little bit of a layman's perspective in terms of what happened and why are people talking about shipping and what do we need to do about it. So the shipping industry has been let's say to a certain extent, extremely supply-demand driven industry. What happened around COVID was suddenly there was a drop in the export volumes and the shipping line said, it doesn't make sense for us to do so many voyages, so let's scale back some of our tonnage and let's try and match the supply to the demand. And at some point of time when demand started picking up, they've seen that people were willing to pay more freight for the above the freight levels they were used to. And after that, it has been a very interesting journey for the shipping lines, especially in terms of making sure that they were able to keep the supply in the market lower than the demand, and the freight rates kept climbing to unheard of levels. So just to give a little bit of a perspective, we track the container freight movements across multiple indices, and let's say the Drewry index, the World Container Index moved up to, let's say, $10,000 plus minus levels, which is, let's say, an average blended cost of moving a 40-foot container. As a spillover, what happened is when container shipping started becoming extremely and exorbitantly expensive, the multi-purpose vessels, which were primarily focused on transporting heavy cargo and non-containerizable cargo, they said, why do I need to struggle to do a voyage where I get paid $1 million when I can just take containers, nothing fancy, but I just take containers and I make $3 million, $5 million on a voyage. So a lot of the heavy lift multi-purpose vessel tonnage started moving into the container segment because of the price imbalance there. And that started a spiral where the multi-purpose vessels also started becoming more expensive because people were willing to go into long-term charters to secure the container traffic. Because of that, what also happened was that the multi-purpose vessels, as a spillover, like I explained, also started getting extremely difficult to source. And one of the index which we track would be the Top First Multi-Purpose Index, and went from a very, very steady $6,000 per day charter rate to around $22,000 level where it stands right now. And Roxana would probably be able to touch upon a little bit on that. Now, this is what is happening. We've seen spillovers into the air freight segment. We've seen a lot of things. Now, the market has started stabilizing in terms of the container freight rates dropping, the availability is becoming a little bit more. We've not completely gotten out of the shipping issues because we still have a lot of reverse logistics issues, containers piling up in ports, and Praveen probably sees this more on a regular basis. So when the cycle gets disrupted, it adds a lot of undesired effects into this. From a capital-intensive industry, we have a lot of people in shipbuilding here. You need to move freight. A lot of things have changed over the last few years. Number one would be your sourcing requirements, your sourcing decisions would now need to absolutely factor in the cost of logistics from where you're sourcing. So in the past, if a lot of companies had a base case where they would source from a particular country because it was cheaper to source from there, now, when you add the freight, in many cases, the landed cost in the country where you need to do the investment becomes significantly more expensive, right? So there's a lot of near-shoring efforts which is coming up, which leads into a lot of capacity building. These are all opportunities for the entrepreneurs who are here and the companies who you represent. Now, we've also seen a lot of delays in terms of projects. We've seen a lot of cost overruns, obviously, in terms of multiple projects, which brings us to the theme of what we want to discuss today, which is what do we need to do to optimize the logistics cost. So as a shipper, and I represent Fluor Corporation, we are an EPC company based in the United States, more than 100 years old. We build refineries and petrochemical plants. We do a lot of mining projects. We have verticals which do US government-related business. We do a lot of infrastructure work in North America and Europe. So we do move a lot of cargo, right? So what we've been very actively engaging with multiple stakeholders, from engineering to fabrication to construction to project management, is that we now need more than ever to start bringing logistics to the forefront in terms of making the decisions. So there is a need to optimize between the engineering, fabrication, construction, and logistics to find out what is it that makes sense in terms of the total landed cost. So that's a large opportunity that we see in terms of what can you do to optimize the stowage, what can you do to make early bookings so that you have the tonnage available, what can you do to plan with all the stakeholders to make sure that we have the opportunities available. And then as an industry, I think there is also a lot more education required and adoption required for technology, which we will speak about later. We also have products which can bring cost certainty and schedule certainty into many of our capital investments. For example, for bunker, let's say if you're talking about a shipment which needs to happen 3 years down the line, nobody would fix bunker rates today, but you can always do a bunker hedge once you know the quantities and the approximate time of shipment and where you're going to bunker from and so on. And so we do that on a regular basis to help our, let's say, cost certainty. On container freight, where the freight levels have been extremely volatile, making it very difficult for people to plan on where to source from when the shipping is going to happen 3 years, 4 years down the line. You can buy container. There are FFAs or freight futures that you can buy. So if anybody would like to know something more about this, happy to give context and to connect you with the right people. Now, coming into the India context, like I mentioned in my initial address, we've come a long way in terms of improving logistics. Right now at around $215 billion. It is a significantly large portion of the GDP. We do a lot of, we have a significantly large growth in terms of the logistics sector. Also improved and suddenly engaged by the e-commerce sector, which has seen a boom over the last 2-3 years. So there's a lot of investment going on the last mile delivery on the e-commerce logistics side. I represent mostly on the project side, project forwarding side. Having said that, there is still a little bit of a gap between, let's say, a global average of how much shipping and logistics costs in countries like the US, Europe, China, and other places in the world versus where India stands. So we have a gap where in India, most of the reports suggest that we may be around 13-14% in terms of the cost of logistics, compared to around a global average of 8-9% in terms of cost of logistics. So there is a gap which I would see as an opportunity. The central government has taken cognizance that something needs to be done in terms of reducing this gap to a level where we would be able to make the exports and our activities more competent in the global arena. Now, the basic opportunities today we want to touch upon a little bit in terms of where we need support from is obviously on the regulatory side. There is always an area of improvement in terms of reducing the ambiguity of interpretation of the rules and schedules to make sure that shipping as an activity, as an industry, is easy to coordinate. We have unfortunately, a significantly large reliance on road transportation when it comes to the last mile deliveries in India, wherein there would be a lot of opportunities for rail and inland navigation to take over. We have a significantly large unorganized sector in terms of logistics, which is also an opportunity. Infrastructure, there are a lot of improvements, but we also need more improvements on the road and general shipping infrastructure that we need to see. Digitalization, and Dr. George will talk about this. There would also be a lot of opportunities where, from a digitalization perspective, we can link multiple stakeholders together to be able to take data-driven decisions. The shipping world needs transparency for planning. It is a very easy, low-hanging fruit to reduce the cost overruns, which are coming primarily from the inefficiencies in how we plan and execute our shipments. And in terms of the skill improvement and transparency, there would be a lot of opportunities to work in. Now, as an introduction, that is what we want to try and achieve. Let me first request Rukhsana to give a little. Shipyards represented here. You would need to move your heavy equipments from different parts of the world to build your ship together, because the components are not there. And over the last couple of years at least, there's been a constant struggle in terms of finding capacity at the right price to make sure that you stay within budget. Now, Rukhsana has been in the heavy lift shipping side for many years. She doesn't have as much gray hair as I have, but then that has nothing to do with that. If you can give us a little bit of a perspective in terms of what you see as the major challenge in the heavy lift from a global perspective, and also come down to an Indian perspective, we would appreciate your insights, Rukhsana, on that.
Thank you, Cyril. So we've come into the limelight, actually. The logistics and shipping companies have actually come into the limelight only very recently, I would say, since a decade. And more so during the last 2 years, when our Christmas decorations didn't arrive on time from where we ordered it because of the container ships being delayed in all the ports. And that's how people started noticing that, yes, this is a very important industry. It's a very important aspect for every company. So the effect of logistics costs on CAPEX is very high in India because of the amount of challenges that we are facing in roads, infrastructure, inland waterways, ports, congestion. And this is normally, I would say it has improved immensely thanks to the government initiatives, but there's a lot more work to be done. For heavy lift and projects, which we are moving on a day-to-day basis, it could be a transformer, a reactor, ship engines, which we've got for Cochin Shipyard. It's all time-bound, heavy penalties for projects. And if the ship is delayed at a port waiting for a berth, that has a domino effect on all the stakeholders in the project. Samir's trailers are waiting to transport it to the site. The site is waiting for the erection to happen. The ship is waiting for the engine or the parts to come in. So it's a very important aspect that has been ignored, but we need to have more emphasis, and more needs to be done to ensure that we have the priority in ports to berth on arrival. Our ships are self-geared. We can lift up to 3,000 tons lifting capacity, and they are expensive. They cost $40,000 to $50,000 a day. This cost is being borne by shippers like Cyril is representing. Where do they the detention? And it has got a boost right now. Unfortunately, it's always been one-sided. So what we as ship owners and project and heavy lift carriers, we need to give an optimum service to our client and also to the vessel that needs to perform at the level that is expected, to have a fast service, to have a fast turnaround in the ports. So we are looking forward to improvising, at the same time keeping an even keel on the freight rates, which has been a little bit over the top in the last 2 years. And we can see it stabilizing right now because things are returning to normal. Manufacturing is back to what it used to be. And space tonnage is opening up. So we are hoping that, you don't have to fight for space, but it will take some time to normalize. I would say it used to be a taxi service, but now we need to book way much in advance. Even if you have an engine coming in, a ship's engine, you know that it's needed in, say, September. You need to book a heavy lift vessel at least 3 to 4 months in advance to ensure that you get your goods on time. So it is going to stabilize, but it will take some time. And we are looking forward to a lot of support from the government. We have had a lot of good initiatives, especially with digitalization. For example, the Director General of Shipping is now online, PCS, or you can take a rotation number online. The customs is now also online. So there's a lot of good things happening, but we have a long way to go. And we are seeing a change, we are seeing positivity, and we all need to work together as a team to ensure that our voices are heard.
Thank you, Rukhsana. Before I request Sameer for some insights, can I also request you to give some perspective in terms of specific to heavy transportation, the inland or coastal voyages, the challenges you see there, and your suggestions in terms of potential improvements there?
Yes. So because the project cargoes are getting much heavier, they're getting wider, they're getting taller, and our roads and highways cannot support that road transport, which usually J.M. Bakshi would do with a hydraulic axle. So you need a heavy lift vessel to transport it from one port to the other so that it then moves into the hinterland. We are facing, as a foreign flag carrier, we are facing the challenge of customs regulations which insist on an empty vessel to carry a coastal cargo, which is not for containers. A container vessel, a foreign flag container vessel, can also carry domestic cargo at the same time, but we as break bulk carriers are not allowed to do that. And that has put a real spoke in the wheel, because right now there's, as it is, shortage of vessels, and then to find an empty vessel to carry a coastal cargo is impossible. So this has really, delayed many projects. And there is a lot of project cargo, in fact, that's waiting for an empty vessel to come in because they cannot transport by road or barge during the monsoons. So this is one thing that we really have been fighting for as carriers with the customs to change these rules, which will really facilitate a lot more coastal shipping, because as you know, we have a beautiful coastline, and there's so much of development that can be done. Even port cranes, which have to be moved from one terminal to the other, which we have done for DP World, also needs a heavy lift vessel. So the shortage is there of tonnage, the demand is a lot, but we need certain things to change.
Understand. Appreciate it, Rukhsana. Sameer, Rukhsana mentioned about the coastal trade and the challenges that she sees from the context and the need for, let's say, more robust regulatory support. I would like you to first start your conversations on what you see from the coastal side, from the heavy transportation side, and then probably also touch upon what you guys see on the port sector, if that's something you're comfortable with.
So what we have been doing over the years, we've been associating with all our clients. We give them an entire plan as to what and how it has to be done. So this is something which we have been pushing across, wherein we get our clients to start planning in advance as to what needs to be done for a particular transport. Because each cargo, as in the 90s, the heaviest piece that ever moved was about 150 tons on the road. Today we are moving 400 tons, 500 tons on the road. We are moving equipments with 100 meters length for the refineries. We are moving equipments with 20-meter dia. So all these equipments have started enlarging to a level where sometimes even the ships don't work. So that's where the coastal services, that's where we introduced barges into India. We have the coastal services that run between the west coast and the east coast. During COVID, we moved a 2,300-ton equipment reactor from L&T Hazira all the way to HPCL Vizag on our barge, and then we developed about 3 kilometers of road to see that the equipment reaches the site. So those are the kind of plannings and things that we need to do in advance for the heavy lifts. Fortunately, over the last few years with the Sagarmala project, we've seen that even coastal services into Ganga or even for the KRL project, if you are aware, because it's Cochin, we have to reach KRL, we have to go under almost about 21 bridges before we reach KRL site. So the heaviest equipment that came in, I think about 670-ton reactor, a hatch-type barge was specially designed so that we could go under the bridge. Thereafter, the barge was cut, the equipment was rolled off, and then transported to site over about 7 kilometers. So each project has its own challenges, and that's what we've been trying to plan along with our partners, along with our vendors. How do we get a solution and a safe and cheap solution? It's not necessarily always cheap, because if cutting off a barge, redesigning them is going to be a costly affair. So we try to work out the most compromised solution wherein it's good for everyone to get a solution and deliver the equipment without breaking it down, because a lot of times the equipments have to be broken up to reach the site because it's not possible to be transported. Right now we have a project in Barmer where all the equipments are being made, fabricated, and then cut for the transport. So this is something which is there. The roads are not equipped, but again, the equipment dimensions are going up. Fortunately, over the last 7 years, the government has introduced an online system wherein the permissions for transporting equipments on the road have now come in. Earlier, it used to take us almost 3 months to 4 months to get a permission for moving equipments across. Today, it happens within 15 to 30 days, you get permissions to move the Sagarmala project also moving into the Ganges has become now a very big advantage. Earlier, you had to have smaller barges. Now, government is maintaining 2 meters of drafts so that vessels can move throughout the period and thereby reach the hinterland like Barauni, where the fertilizer plant is coming up, Gorakhpur, where the fertilizer plant is coming up. All these equipments have been delivered during the COVID period, and fortunately, because of the drafts available, we've been able to reach site. So a lot of spend and a lot of direction from the government for getting coastal movements across India working also.
Like Samir mentioned, the cargo, when it comes to at least capital projects, which most of us represent, it is getting bigger and heavier, right? I think one takeaway from what Samir said is it is important to have an early planning and early engagement with logistics so that you don't design something and fabricate it in a way that it cannot be shipped or transported, right? So there is always this optimization which can be done.
Thanks, Cyril. So, taking a step back, I think the theme of this whole session is about optimizing logistics costs. So maybe I can talk a little bit about, of course, the ports, but about maritime transport and related industries and its contribution to the logistics cost, and what are the challenges and what can be done about it. So, from a maritime or shipping transport point of view, and its contribution to the logistics cost, from our point of view, there are many factors contributing to it, but I would maybe pick 2 or 3. One is the skewed modal mix which we have in the country. That's number one. Number 2, the distances we have to cover in the country to reach a port from a factory. And number 3 is the ports itself, and when I say ports, it's about the capacity, the costs, the productivity and things like that. So, coming to the skewed modal mix which we have, we started talking about coastal shipping in the country recently, maybe in the last 5 to 6 years. But it's actually a travesty that we are speaking about coastal shipping or water transport as a means of fixing the problems which we have in the existing modes of transport, which is basically road and rail. Okay, we have a problem with road and rail, so what can we do in coastal? Actually, for a country with about, as my fellow speaker said, 7,000 kilometers of coastline and about 15,000 kilometers of inland waterways, our modal mix, it's about 60% road, 30 to 35% rail, and maybe 5 or 6% by water. So that is the opportunity. And this is the opportunity for us as logistics practitioners, and this is the opportunity for all of you. We consider, all of us on stage here, I think we are your marketing team. Yeah? We sell what you produce. So that's the opportunity staring us. So it's quite natural, therefore, the government is trying to increase the share of water transport in the country from 6% to at least 12% by 2025, and then eventually move up to about 20%, which is the best in the world in countries like China, Japan, Italy, etc. So Cyril also spoke about India's logistics cost being high. Our logistics cost is 14% of GDP. We have to bring it down to the best global standards of 8%. And this is an area where water transport or coastal shipping plays an important role, because the advantages of water transport, I think, are very clear. One is it's cost efficient, which means it incurs the least cost per ton transported or kilometer transported. It is energy efficient, it uses the least energy, and it is eco-friendly. It emits the least carbon for a kilometer or ton transported. So that's about the modal mix. Talking about the distances which we have to travel in the country. So unlike some of the other countries in the world, most countries in India are not located near the port or a waterway. So as we know, shipping is not an end-to-end product. It's very rarely that you can pick up a cargo from a customer's warehouse and put it on a ship at his doorstep, and it takes the cargo to the buyer's doorstep, and the buyer's factory is also by the waterside. It rarely happens in India. Very few cases like that. So there is some transportation involved in between, but in general, most of our industries are located away from the port. So that's the other one. And the third one is maybe where I'm coming from, which is the ports, which was your main question, coming back to your main question. So maybe I'll talk a bit about the ports. So when we talk about ports, what's relevant for logistics cost is the costs at the port and how fast a port turns around cargo or turns around ships. That's what's relevant. So if you talk about the port capacity in India, at least from a container shipping point of view, we seem to have adequate port capacity. In the last 2 years, there's been absolute chaos around the world, where ports in the United States having 2 or 3 weeks of waiting time of ships. Indian ports, at least as far as container shipping is concerned, we haven't heard about any congestion at all. No ships are waiting here. Ships are, Colombo is congested, Singapore is congested, but Indian ports are not congested. Of course, it might be slightly different for the bulk and project cargo. So there's enough capacity. There's a capacity close to 2,000 million metric tons in Indian ports, which is adequate, and then there are more ports built. However, the way forward is that the world leaders in ports are building mega ports. So if you look at Rotterdam, the capacity of the port of Rotterdam is 670 million tons. The capacity of the port of Singapore is 955 million tons. So why are big ports important? Because it lowers operational cost, it enables handling of larger vessels, and it overall helps economic development. So if you look at the Indian scenario, the largest Indian ports are still in the sub-300 category. So we have Kandla, Mundra, Paradip, all in the region of 200. Parties are invited to run the facilities, build, operate, and run the facilities in the ports. So as of now, at least in the major ports in India, 51% of the capacity in Indian ports are run by private operators. We are a private operator as well. So the advantage is that private operators bring in the latest equipment, the latest technology, the latest processes, thereby bringing port operational standards on par with the highest in the world. Productivity of the port. If you look at productivity of India's container terminals, then I think are quite evident. Our vessel turnaround time, around 25 hours. or our container crane productivity, which is in excess of 30 moves an hour, is almost on par with the best in the world. One aspect where we still have to move, still have some development left is the draft in Indian ports. So the depth in Indian ports. So the latest trend in container ships, with the building of ultra-large container vessels, is that you need drafts of 16 to 18 meters in order for our ports to be able to accept the largest vessels in the world. Very few of our ports have that, so there's a need for Indian ports to have deeper draft, especially the ports which can act as hubs, which can act as transshipment hubs. The charges in the port. So the port charges and things like lighthouse dues, etc. in India are traditionally known to be high. However, many ports, Cochin as an example, have made great strides towards making it more competitive, and that is work in progress. Another aspect which increases cost in India is because in container shipping again, because we don't have many big vessels, as they call mother vessels or mainline vessels calling India, a lot of Indian cargo is transshipped at neighboring ports. It goes to Colombo, it goes to Singapore, it goes to Jebel Ali, and that's where the mainline vessel calls. So we need to get all that cargo which is transshipped in foreign ports back to India. As of now, only 25% of this volume is handled in Indian ports, and I think the Maritime Vision 2030 aims at making it 75%. So transshipment is a cost, and the more we bring transshipment back to the country, it reduces cost for the trade. And last but not the least is automation. So most of the container terminals in India are, I would say, automated to the extent the ecosystem allows, and there is more work going on in automation and digitalization. Going forward, you can see technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, Internet of Things, and blockchain being more and more introduced into port handling in India. What this would result in, it would result in advances like automated monitoring of assets like cranes and other handling equipment. Predictive maintenance. We have already automated key cranes. GPS container tracking, along with predicted arrivals of cargo, and of course, as well as autonomous cranes. In DP World, in Dubai, we have tested a prototype of a container yard, an automated container yard. It's called box bay. Traditionally, in a port, containers are stacked only 5 high. But this is an automated system which allows you to stack containers 11 high. It could be revolutionary in the way ports are handled and in the cost per unit in ports. So that's my take on the port part, and maybe as the discussion progresses, we can expand on it.
Very interesting insights, Praveen. Let me get to Dr. George. So Dr. George has been a portman pretty much all his life, right? And I think what is also obvious is that there is a lot that is being done and a lot more that can be done in the port sector in terms of improvising our end-to-end logistics or total landed cost, for the lack of a better word. What I would like you to enlighten the audience would be on few aspects, A, from the port side, B, I would like you to throw some light on the government initiatives because you've been closely involved with many of those. I would also like you to talk about the efforts in terms of engaging, upskilling the people we have so that we can have a significantly larger population working in, larger qualified population working in logistics, which is also equally important in terms of making the entire process more streamlined. So I would request for your insights, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Before coming to the manpower aspect, I would like to touch upon very important points. regarding port and port sector, which we are all concerned with. See, basically, we know that with the advent of globalization process, the global trade has become very important and very critical for the development of every section of the economy of a country. So in that context, major ports or port sector and shipping have a great role to play. So in the global scenario, the port and shipping sector has become very important. And from the Indian perspective, unfortunately, the port and shipping sector did not get the deserving attention and importance in the early part of our free India period. I should say, I think I should make a mention of our very dashing former shipping minister, Mr. Nitin Gadkari. During his tenure, shipping sector got the real attention, importance, and he has given the impetus to the port sector. If you remember, many of you might have participated in the India Maritime Summit, which was organized in Mumbai in the year 2016. That was the first occasion we showcased the maritime strength before the world. I remember about 45 countries participated. First time we showcased our strength, maritime strength to the world. We know shipping and port sector has got international ramification and we have to be competitive, like Mr. Praveen said and Mr. Cyril also, that cost aspect, logistics cost aspect is very vital for the efficiency of the logistics sector. Now, when the developed world is recording around 9% logistics cost, we are around 15%. So from Indian perspective, recently, lot of initiatives have been taken with a view to improve efficiency of the sector and to bring down cost and time of EXIM cargo. So many initiatives have been taken recently thereafter. One is the Sagarmala program. Sagarmala program has been announced as a unique program of shipping ministry in order to provide connectivity projects, promote coastal shipping as he mentioned, and backup facilities infrastructure, coastal district development, port-led development. This is a policy framework given with an impetus to develop port sector of the country. So under Sagarmala, various initiatives have been taken. This is, I think, one of the first initiatives taken by Indian government to promote port and shipping. Having said so, automation he mentioned. I would like to touch upon that. See, we always compare the best practices across the world. Many developed countries have got fully automated IT-enabled systems are there. Recently, Government of India has announced a policy commitment. India will also bring an IT platform, integrating all other IT platforms being used by different departments. We know Customs is using IceGate, Port is using Port Operating System. Now, under the initiative of Commerce Ministry, I remember one Additional Secretary, Commerce Ministry, Mr. Shivashailam, he was the driver of that project. And cabinet approval, he got it and decided that a national logistics portal will be started. And all these IT-enabled systems of the port and the statutory and regulatory authorities will be integrated with this system so that all operations, all approvals, all processing will be online. And fortunately, one company of JM Bhikshi is implementing in this project, Portal, company's name. So this is a great leap forward port and shipping sector is witnessing a transition now. It is up to us, each one of us, to take advantage of it. To be specific to the major ports, you may be aware recently all major ports' legal structure has been changed. Now there is no more port trust. All major ports have been declared, notified, gazetted as major port authorities in order to run major ports in a corporate culture. Boards of the port authorities have been delegated with more powers, quick decision making. Tariff is an area of concern for everybody. You know, earlier Government of India was approving tariff, scale of rates, thereafter TAMP. Even that was a time-consuming process. So even that critical decision is delegated to the local authorities board. And India is gradually moving to a landlord port culture, like in other parts of the world, developed world. As Mr. Praveen said, see, this is to bring in involvement of private sector in all aspects of port administration and management. As a landlord port, gradually all the port operations will be privatized. Private involvement will be invited, and efficient private players will be allotted with the activities. Then, recently, many of you will be aware, in the last budget, there are certain wonderful policy announcements for the port, shipping and logistics sector. One national master plan for providing better infrastructure for logistics sector has been announced in the last budget. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announced Gati Shakti program under the guidance of Prime Minister. Gati Shakti is a program announced in October 2021 with a capital outlay of 100 lakhs crores. You can imagine the dimension of the amount going to be involved, spent for infrastructure development in the port and shipping sector. 100 lakh crores. 16 critical ministries are brought under one umbrella, because we know in order to get permission from different ministries, different government departments, it is a difficult process. Now, under the initiative of Government of India, this Gati Shakti program, time-bound targets are set. All connected ministries are brought under one umbrella, 16 ministries, including railways, finance, shipping, commerce ministry, all 16 ministries under Gati Shakti program. Different sectors are given very specific targets. Road sector the target is to have 2 lakhs kilometers of additional highways. Port sector, capacity enhancement. Railways, every sector has been, every critical infrastructure ministry has been given the specific target to improve the infrastructure sector connected with the logistics. So these are the various initiatives taken by Government of India in the recent past in the public sector. The port and shipping sector, as I mentioned, it is up to us to take advantage of this transition period, these policy initiatives. One aspect Cyril Varghese mentioned is the manpower aspect. Of course, even though there are many initiatives to upgrade the skills of manpower related to the port and shipping in the country, especially under Indian Maritime University, there are a lot of things we can do in this field. A lot of infrastructure have been provided under IMU and other maritime universities and institutes, but it needs a lot of upgradation of facilities, training facilities. A lot of infrastructure has been provided, but it needs improvement. Basic infrastructure already available. We hope a lot of new initiatives will be taken from the ministry side and university side in this regard, because I still feel that a lot of things are lagging in the training or the quality of training being imparted to the manpower in the shipping and port sector. So these are the various initiatives as far as public sector or government sector, government is concerned, taken in the field of port and shipping in the recent past. So there is a ray of hope, and we should try our level best to take advantage of these changes, these policy initiatives, and be part of this transition.
And that's a very good roundup in terms of understanding where we stand from a governmental initiative in terms of the improvement. I would probably capture this as a beam of hope instead of a ray of hope, right? Because there is a lot of things which are happening concurrently. And I completely agree with you. And it's up to us to make sure that we utilize and we are part of the development. Because for the vision of doing more from out of India, there is a lot of work which needs to be done. And the low-hanging fruit, like I mentioned earlier, is just the removal of inefficiencies that we have in the system by improving the connectivity, by utilizing more inland rail transportation, by reducing the carbon footprint, by focusing on sustainability. These all have a positive cost impact and a schedule impact that we can all look into. I'm a bit cognizant of the time, Ashik. We seem to have maybe 2 minutes left. So if there is one question, we can probably take and bump it to the audience. If not, Hasib. Yeah. Can we take 2 questions? That's okay, right? All right. Yeah.
Good morning, all. Myself, Hasib, from American Bureau of Shipping, ABS. First of all, thank you very much for the very enlightening and informative panel discussion on this topic, logistics and supply chain optimization. My question is, I'm making a reference to session 2 of yesterday, Trends in Green Water Shipping and Decarbonization. Basically, I'm just trying to connect yesterday's session, and from the perspective of that yesterday's session, we have had a depth discussion on the future fuels, associated retrofits, and involvements of innovative technology. So in view of that, obviously, when we have retrofits and innovative technologies being involved in the ships and vessels, the associated charter rates are also most likely to get amplified. Yeah. As a maritime logistics partner, how do you foresee the manner in which the market is going to react to this increased logistics rates? And also, as a sub-part this question, was there any thought process initiated to cope up with this catch-22 situation?
Yeah, so if you don't mind, let me quickly brief that question. Back in 2019, a significant amount of the conversations were centered around the IMO 2020 regulations that were going to come up. There was no clarity about the fuel grade, the quantities in which they would be commercially available, the pricing structure they would have, and we all predicted that there would be a significant increase in terms of, let's say, the shipping cost. Nothing happened, purely dedicated to IMO 2020. Various reasons, COVID happened and all these things, right? IMO 2023 is going to happen, so there would be an impact in terms of compliance and cost of compliance and so on and so forth. In terms of cleaner fuels, we certainly see more ships which are being fabricated, are being looked at in terms of utilizing LNG and other alternate fuels in their mix. Would it have an impact on the operating cost? Yes, there would be an impact. But the overall shipping cost is not just related to bunker. Interestingly, recently within our organization, we were trying to see correlations between the bunker price movement and the freight rate movements. I can assure you there is zero correlation, right? Generally, the operating cost goes up, but if there is lesser demand for the vessel charter, the overall price doesn't move too much. So what I would see in the future is, yes, there would be more adoption of cleaner fuels, which we would see in the market. When it comes to the freight rate, we can sit here and predict all day long, but then it would be linked to the demand and supply that would be there in the market.
Yeah, I think it's a very valuable information. As a subtopic, I mean, as a second part of this question is in the sense, obviously the freight rate may not be directly correlated to the bunker rate, but having said that, when we have all these retrofits coming in, we are also compromising the dead weight and the usable deck area.
Correct.
So altogether, if you have less deck area and the owners can demand higher charter rates.
Can demand.
Can
but
demand.
the market decides whether that demand is justifiable, whether there is capacity available. So that's what I'm saying. It's a little more complex than a direct correlation only with the bunker rate or the usable deck space or the operating cost or the crewing cost and all these things. It's a mixture of all these things. So it would be very difficult to make any prediction in terms of what direct impact the cost of compliance for alternate fuels are going to have. Now, you spoke about retrofits, right? Around IMO 2020 implementation, one of the largest conversation was for ship owners was, do I go for a scrubber technology or do I use a fuel grade, which I don't know how it will be priced. Now, we've been tracking the difference between IFO 380 and VLSFO pricing over the last few years. I mean, at some point of time, early 2020, you were talking about a spread of $50, which was hardly anything for the people who made the investments in scrubbers to recover the amount. We are now at $250 spread between IFO 380 and VLSFO, right? So, these are forces which nobody can control, nobody can predict in terms of how the spread moves and what influences the spread and so on and so forth. So I would, again, I'm not allowed to make predictions, but I would refrain from making predictions and focus more on trying to see what can be done to optimize how you do your business rather than try and get worried about what happens to the freight 2 years from now.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the response.
We'll take one last question. Simon, you had a question.
Good morning and thank you. My question is regarding, most of the people touched upon the port facilities and handling of containers in the port and all these things. And very happy to note that throughout when the world was facing a congestion at the container terminals, we didn't have that problem in India. But I would like to recall a few years back, we had a major blockade at JNPT where containers are unloaded but could not be moved out into the destination. And then we had the dedicated freight corridor coming in, highway developments and all those things. Now could somebody throw some light? I'm sorry, you are working in the logistics, how these things have improved. The ports are good, but from ports to the internal terminals and mainly what we have from Mumbai to Delhi is one of the Mumbai and even Mundra and Kandla.
Mundra, Kandla.
Yeah. Somebody could throw some light on that.
Samir, maybe.
In terms of the congestion was more to reach the port also because the roads were quite bad in that sense. We had quite a lot of rains that in 2017-18 caused a lot of congestion outside the port, which was one of the major reasons where there was a traffic jam. But I think the capacity and the efficiency has increased across the ports. The roads have also become wider, bigger, and the parking space. Plus, the port introduced DPD to reduce the congestion inside the port. So the import containers which were getting stuck inside inside JNPT started moving at a faster rate, and that's where they were able to cut down the waiting time for the trailers to go in and speed up the port efficiency also.
So I guess this would be a little bit of a moving situation where, yes, you would have situations where there would be congestions, but I guess from a port sector, there is a lot of attention to try and troubleshoot those bottlenecks. We still see a lot of congestion when it comes to the bulk and break bulk transportation, where we have vessels waiting 10, 15, 20 days in the ports which we need to access. So hopefully these are all things which we can address with more visibility, transparency, and so on. Anish, we'll take the last question. Yes, sir. Can we have the mic there? Ashik, we are okay with one more question?
Hello, my name is Anish. I'm a naval architect. So while in the container side, we are seeing that there is a bit of standardization. We have 20 feet and 40 feet. That's helping the process a lot. But do you think that there will be some kind of an underutilization sometimes? And I also seen that there are certain times there are requirement for containers of smaller size. So do we have an option for standardizing a different set of like 6 feet or 10 feet? Is that customization available? That's my question to panelists. And I'll also leave an auxiliary question to Cyril Joseph, who is a naval architect. I mean, what is, if such a standardization is happening, what is going to be impact on ship design with respect to your, the kind of structural changes that is happening? Thank you.
Okay, Anish, since I'm not a practicing naval architect, I'll probably be a little diplomatic in terms of answering. Now, yes, is there an opportunity to standardize or bring in more containers? The short answer would be yes, and the short answer is it is also being done. For example, Amazon recently announced that they're doing 53 feet containers, and a lot of optimization. The problem also happens when it comes to the ships, when it comes to the port handling, because standardization in the entire value chain needs to be looked into to be able to cater to any structural change that is being done to the unitized cargo which is being moved. So I guess it would be interesting for specific trade lanes to consider when you have requirements, and you're right, from the Indian context, when you talk about unitized cargo, there is a lot of stowage loss into containers because we are not able to optimize the containers. But when you look at the overall supply chain perspective, I guess it would potentially present more operational nightmares than cost efficiencies if we change the mode for a specific purpose, unless it is done on a significantly large scale. Do you have any additional insights to?
Yeah, I would agree to that, and I think standardization in the container business has led to a lot of benefits. So a container which is loaded from here, let's say in Cochin, let's say it goes to Colombo on a ship, it gets loaded on a mothership, and let's say it goes to Shanghai in China, and then it gets transported onto a small river vessel, and it goes all the way through the Yangtze River, and then it gets delivered to the factory. So all along the containers, as a unit, it's able to be moved across the whole journey because all the ships are designed to take it. So I think definite advantages there. You mentioned something about underutilization. So we don't see an issue in underutilization of ships because of standardization. But what we've seen is that these non-standard containers, like let's say a 10-foot container or a 50-foot container, is there even now, but in specific trades where there is a specific requirement for a particular type of commodity, and this is a specialized trade. But in the larger container industry, I think this 20-foot, 40-foot standardization has kind of helped us over the last so many 70, 80 years. Yeah.
All right. Roxana.
May I just say something? Just going back again to logistics optimization, it actually starts with the naval architects or the naval engineers here that we have, and I can see a lot of budding naval architects at the back of the room, is when the project cargo is planned at your desk, that's when the logistics optimization starts, because it's PPPP, proper planning prevents poor performance. So if you give us good drawings which shows the center of gravity, the lifting lugs, the lashing lugs, it all has a seamless effect on road transport, shipping, and then on carriage. So it all starts at your desk when the drawing is made, and where all the essentials are covered, so that every vendor that is involved in that logistics is clear with good information, and there are no delays due to lack of information. That's my
All right.
take.
Thank you for the closing thoughts, Roxana. Let me take the opportunity to thank all the panelists for coming from different places and offering valuable insights. If we've been able to inspire at least a few of you today to consider a career in logistics or to do your bit to look at the vast opportunities of enhancing the efficiencies in the logistics sector. I think the last 1 hour has been a success. And if there are any offline conversations you would like to do with any of us, please do let me know. You will be able to reach me, and then I'll be able to connect with other people who will be able to help. Thank you so much for inviting all of us for this discussion today, and thank you for being a wonderful audience.
Thank you, speakers, for giving us an insight into logistics and supply chain management. Obviously, logistics and supply chain management will forever remain the invisible force behind the success of our industries. So now, may I now request Mr. Chris Boyd, Chief Executive, Royal Institution of Naval Architects, to come up onto the stage and distribute the mementos. I'd like to request, sir, to hand over the mementos to Dr. Cyril C. George. Mr. Praveen Thomas Joseph. Mr. Sameer Parekh. Ms. Rukhsana Vora Mithani. And to our panel chair, Mr. Cyril Varghese. I would request all the speakers to come together for a group photograph.
Thank you so much.
So ladies and gentlemen, with this we come to the end of the first session of today. I would now like to request everyone to disperse for tea. We will gather back after the refreshments at 11:20 p.m. Thank you.
Platinum sponsor Cochin Shipyard Limited. Gold and cocktail sponsor ABB Private Limited. Silver sponsor Indian Register of Shipping, Sea Delta Marine and Offshore, Mazagon Dock Shipbuilders, Kedmatic Software Solutions. Delegate kit sponsor SON Maritime Services, Shaft Shipyard. Delegate badge sponsor Cochin Shipyard Limited. Memento sponsor Elcom International. Registration area sponsor Aries Marine and Engineering Services. Event management team BIS Events Management. Associate sponsor Albawadi Daman, Garden Reach Shipbuilders, Class NK, SSI Ship Constructor, Watsila, APT Global Marine, Smart Engineering and Design Solutions, Goa Shipyard Limited, Ship Technology Industrial Consultancy, Conceptia Software Technologies, Technology Ventures, Vector Marine and Offshore Technology, Admarine Tech Private Limited, Vedam Design and Technical Consultancy.
Kerala has a rich maritime tradition dating back to the days of the Silk Route and even before. The ancient traditional vessels made in Kerala's Malabar coast, Urus, were the most sought-after vessels across the Middle East. Renowned as the Queen of Arabian Sea right from the ancient times, Kochi is today a cosmopolitan port city with excellent centers of education and healthcare. The city with an overall high quality of life is logistically well connected with the world. Located close to the international trade route, it has been identified as a strategic port for the development and ancillarization under the Sagarmala program initiated by the Government of India. Cochin Shipyard Limited, known as CSL, today is a mini Ratna company, was conceived as the first greenfield shipyard in India. It was set up in collaboration with the Mitsubishi Heavy Industries Japan in 1969. The shipyard has advanced system of shipbuilding and today is the greenest, largest and most modern shipyard in the public sector. CSL is reputed for its unique blend of portfolio, a combination of shipbuilding and ship repair in both the commercial and defense sectors. Today, CSL has 125,000 deadweight tonnage capacity repair dock and 100,000 deadweight tonnage capacity building dock in its sprawling 700,000 square meter campus, besides 3 quays totaling about 1.2 kilometers and a slave dock. A foray made into the international market led the yard to export of 45 vessels, including bulk carriers, offshore supply vessels, tugs, barges. also signed a technical service agreement with Samsung Heavy Industries Korea towards construction of LNG carriers in India. CSL is the first shipyard in India to have a robust, integrated, quality, safety, health, environment management system in place and is certified by DNVGL. A motivated workforce of nearly 2,000 permanent employees, led by a team of around 500 professionals and supervisors with a supporting team of 2,500 contract workmen, is a real strength of the company. The team
association with Wies AG from Germany, who provide superior solution for digital imaging and visualization market worldwide. VAM is a browser-based database application that allows
Ladies and gentlemen, please may I have your attention. I would like to request everyone to kindly be seated in the audience as we will be beginning with our next session very soon. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all back to the next session. As we all know, human beings are the laziest creature on this planet, aren't we? So we look to make things easier and time saving as much as we can. Necessity is the mother of invention, I know, but laziness is the mother of automation as well. So on a serious note, automation also leads to reduction of human risk, increased output and increased efficiency. So we come to the next session, which is digitalization and automation in shipbuilding, which will be chaired by Srimati Anjana KR, General Manager Design, Cochin Shipyard Limited. I would like to request ma'am onto the dais to carry on with the proceedings. Srimati Anjana KR holds a degree of Bachelor of Technology, Naval Architecture and Shipbuilding from Cochin University of Science and Technology. She has more than 26 years of work experience across areas such as ship design, shipbuilding, hull production engineering and shipbuilding materials procurement. She is currently working as General Manager Design at Cochin Shipyard Limited. Over to you.
Good morning and a warm welcome to all of you for the fourth session of the DIMS seminar on digitalization and automation in the shipping industry. As you all know, today we are living in a highly volatile, uncertain, complex and an ambiguous world when compared with our predecessors. That means we are always in a scenario of high risk driven by accelerating change. So in this scenario, we've all gone through this, especially in the past 2 years when the pandemic hit us in an unprecedented fashion. We tided over this, I believe, to a large extent through the use of digitalization. We learned to work from home. We learned to conduct meetings across digital platforms. Classification societies turned to online surveys. We even witnessed FATs sitting in our offices, offering comments, and we moved on. So digitalization driven by artificial intelligence, automation, machine learning, Bitcoin, everything, the blockchain industry, everything is there and it is there. So the marine industry, starting from the designers, design houses, the shipbuilders, the ship owners, shipping companies, the insurance and the finance people all have to learn with this and to move on if we have to optimize our business growth and for sustainability. We have 4 sessions with 4 eminent speakers doing us the honors. Let us look forward to what they have to offer us today morning. The first session is on trends and opportunities in digitalization autonomous ships. It is, the speakers are, it's done jointly by Dr. Abdul Rahim and Mr. Sumitran Sampath. Dr. Rahim is one of our most distinguished alumni of Department of Ship Technology, and he is currently the corporate officer of Class NKK in 2020. He's currently the Managing Director, Europe and Africa of Class NK and is based in London now. He's also the Chairman of the Napa Group of Finland. Mr. Sumitran Sampath, a naval architect from IIT Kharagpur, after working in various Indian shipyards, joined Class NKK in 1998. With his wide range of expertise, he now oversees all operations in India, Sri Lanka and Maldives related to plan approval, classification services, and latest maritime technology. I invite Dr. Abdul Rahim, followed by Mr. Sumitran Sampath, to do the honors.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, I am Rahim from Class NK. My colleague, Mr. Sumitran Sampath, is in the dais, so the first part I'll be doing it, and the second part, Mr. Sumitran will be doing it. and today's topic is digitalization and autonomous ships. So I will do the digitalization part and he will do the autonomous ships part. Now, lots of smart technologies are being applied in the maritime industry. So a couple of them are shown here. One is the drones, which are used for, say, ship inspection, mainly from the classification perspective. Then we have remote survey technology. With remote equipments, we can connect the surveyor to the expert who is sitting somewhere onshore in some offices. Then we have the digital twins, which run simulations using real-time data and AI, which in turn leads to optimum cost-effective solutions. Then we have the autonomous ships, which does all normal operation tasks with high level of autonomy. So the last two one highlighted in yellow are the topics that we are going to discuss today. Digitalization has lots of challenges. Some of them are, say, it's a fragmented approach because data capturing and transmission by software solution providers are fragmented. And then coming to data format, there is no standard data format available for transmitting data from ship to shore. It comes in all different kinds of formats. Then there's a lack of framework, that is lack of rules and regulations for the data ownership and data distribution among stakeholders. So if you look at the current scenario on board a ship, there are different systems. Say, for example, the engine control system, the cargo control system, or the bridge systems, all are operating separately, individually, and all are linked to their own softwares, and they all send data to service providers outside the ship. So that means the same set of common data is transferred several times, over and over again. So here, what we have brought in is a simplified shipboard system, which is a server which collects all the data within the ship from different systems, processes it, and then sends out only the relevant data to a shore-based ship data center. And the data center processes it and then provides the data to the solution users. So data such as EGDIS, VDR, data logger, the engines, the cargo systems, all these data are done here. So now let me briefly talk about the ship data center. ClassNK established the world's first maritime data center in 2015, and that is the backbone of this development. What it does is it centralizes the data from ships to a shore-based data center, and it standardizes the data, and it facilitates to co-create new solutions using the data you have. So this is the schematics of the ship data center. As you can see, the data comes from different digital twins or other systems in different formats, and it goes into the data converter, which converts all the data into a standardized ISO data format, and it puts it into a database. Then the weather data that we currently contracted with the Japan Weather Association, that data comes in. Then we process the data and sends it out to shipping companies, ship owners, whoever the stakeholders are, using we call it the interface, the application protocol interfaces, APIs. Then digital twin is one of the successful implementation of digitalization, because we are doing digital twins to do whatever we need. And some of the components of this digital twin, one is of course the model, then the sensors and actuators data, that is data coming from all the sensors, then data related to the design, building, and operation, that is the entire life cycle data is also goes in, and then of course the analytics itself. That means how we are analyzing the data and predicting and using it for various applications. That means intelligence is built on top of the data using analysis, physics, and algorithms or machine learning. So these are a couple of examples of digital twins. It can be a component twin, say for example, just the rotor of a motor. Then the asset twin, the motor itself, or a turbine or another asset. Then we have the system or unit twin. It can be the ship or another crewed unit. or of course the process twin, that is the which digitalizes the manufacturing process. Now, let me give you a couple of examples of what we have done with respect to, say, for example, component chain. Of course, you can forget about the small readings, and this is the main engine. So when it is running, over a period of time, there can be wear and tear, and after some time, because by the time you know that there is wear and tear, damage is already done, which leads to machinery breakdown. So using the digital twin, what we are doing is, we are running simulations by varying the parameters, pressure, temperature, whatever the sensor data, thousands and thousands of times in a very limited time. So the system gives you a prediction, because say for example, a main bearing of the main engine, because of the temperature or whatever parameters, it says, okay, there is going to be some problem within 24 hours or 48 hours or whatever it is. So once you get that one, that pre-warning, then the ship crew can do the corrective action. They can analyze the root cause, they can change the component, or they can do, how to resolve it. So at the end, the ship runs normally, there is no downtime. So the example of this kind of digital twin that we have developed is called the Class K SIMAXS. We have developed is in collaboration with Mitsui, it's mainly for the main engine. That is, this system exactly does what I have just told you. Based on the sensor data on real-time basis, it predicts the problem with the ship so that you can take corrective action. The second one is a kind of a system twin. This is the real space in the ship bridge. We have various equipments, radars, voice recorders, cameras, IGDs, VDR. So everything can be digitally replicated in the digital space using this particular digital twin. Of course, we are doing everything through the big data open platform, which is facilitated by the ship data center we have. And from the analysis, from the simulations, it is feeding back into the real space to actually counter the problems. So that means the real-time ship's bridge information is available in the virtual space. Simulations in virtual space will allow the user, that is the ship staff, to look into the most optimum solution under prevailing conditions. So one example of this digital twin is a joint development by NAPA and Danelec. NAPA is the global maritime software service and data analytics company, and Danelec is the manufacturer of voyage data recorders, IGDs, and others. So it's a combination of digitally replicating the real ship's bridge in the digital space. So now I'll explain to you the digital twin concept, how as a class society we are benefiting from it. So in the real space we have the design data, the construction data, the survey data, everything is put into the big data open platform, that is the ship data center. Then using digital twins we simulate hundreds and thousands of combinations in a very short span. So these are the couple of digital twins that I just explained, the SIMAXS and Class K NAPA crane. And these real-time simulation results are fed back into the real space so that the voyage operation, maintenance, survey, everything can be based on condition that is the actual condition of the ship at that specific time, which saves the cost, improves the efficiency, and reducing the off time, whatever is there. So with this I will conclude the first part. Second part is on autonomous ships. I invite my colleague Sumitran to take over. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rahim, and good morning to all of you. I think Dr. Rahim has explained very clearly about the use of the digital twin and a lot of data that we are harnessing in the ship data center. So the obvious next step is to develop artificial intelligence for automating certain processes on the ships. With so much data available, we can run many simulations and develop certain artificial intelligence. And what is the primary objective for these autonomous operations? It's primarily two reasons. The first reason is that we can eliminate certain part of the human error if certain processes are automated. Second is some developed countries such as Japan have a shortage of seafarers for coastal shipping, and such a shortage of manpower can be overcome in such countries. And for autonomous ships, we target two paths for the autonomy. One is the tech department and another is the engine department. And most of our focus today is on tech department, primarily because engine department, we already have most processes, many processes are automated already. For example, if you take ocean navigation, there is unmanned engine room already existing on the engine side. We have the condition-based monitoring, even with predictive analysis or without predictive analysis also already existing in many ships. But on the deck side, we still are yet to go ahead with automation. So we are primarily focused on the deck side as of today. And these, we are looking at process of navigation, port entry, that's maneuvering operations, cargo operations, and also maintenance related to the hull. Now, Class NK has done a safety evaluation. It's based on a risk assessment for autonomous operations of the ships, and it is based on three factors. One is situation awareness, second is decision making, and third is action. What is situation awareness? We get a lot of data, as Dr. Rahim just explained. You can replicate a ship's bridge as a digital twin, and such data is available to the seafarer or to a remote operator also, or on the shore also. But we have to make coherence of the data by integrating the external data such as weather, traffic density, and maybe other factors whichever is applicable. So that part is called as the coherence, situation awareness. And then if based on this, that coherent data, we have to make a decision whether the ship can continue in the same manner. That means, or we have to make some changes in the operation. That is the decision making. Maybe changes maybe in the way of, in case of navigation, it may be changing the course of the ship. Maybe it may be reducing the speed. And if such action is required, making the action. So we divided the levels of autonomy into 3 levels based on these 3 factors. And in the first case, it was the computer systems, which make the situation awareness, but decision making and action is done by the humans. And in the second case, you have computer systems and humans doing the situation awareness. Decision making and actions are by human. And in the final third case is fully autonomous. Everything is done by the computer system. Here, human beings, we have not considered the difference between seafarer on board and a remote operator. So both are considered as human beings because both involve certain amount of a human error aspect. And we also, when we say autonomous ships, we have to consider 2 aspects of safety: intrinsic safety and functional safety. Intrinsic safety is safety of the ship when it is not doing any operations, that is just floating in water. So ship floating in water still will present certain amount of risk because it can be environmental hazard, it can be hazard to other vessels. And functional safety is safety during operations such as navigation, cargo, management, and so on. So obviously in ships, we have to consider both these aspects of safety. The reason why we also consider inherent safety is that in a normal operations, the artificial intelligence will take care of these normal operations which we are automating. But what happens in an emergency? In an emergency, we have to consider the intrinsic safety. If I shut down the engine, I anchor the vessel, still it may not be the safest condition in case of a ship. That is why we look at inherent safety of the vessel also. So in emergency conditions, is little unpredictable as far as shipping is concerned. And therefore, we need to look at very flexible solutions. So in this case, we borrow 2 concepts from the automobile industry, self-driving automobiles, minimum risk maneuver and minimum risk condition. In case of an automobile, if there is a problem on the road, on a self-driven car, the automobile does a minimum risk maneuver, that is, it goes to the side of the road, and it goes into a minimum risk condition, which is a stop condition. But in case of shipping, we cannot do the same thing, because minimum risk maneuver is not, you cannot predict it. It will depend on emergency to emergency. So what do we do in a case of an autonomous ship? First of all, to explain this concept, we have to have what is known as an operational design domain. We define an operational design domain for the autonomous ship, which may be, will be having parameters such as the navigation area, the traffic density, then it may have weather state and so on, and on which the autonomous operation can be normally conducted. But in case you have situations which go outside the ODD, then we require what is known as a fallback. So fallback is very much necessary. You cannot run an autonomous ship without any fallback. The fallback can be either a human remote operator, it can be even a seafarer, having a seafarer on board who takes over, or it can be a second artificial intelligence program for emergency situations. Emergency situations are a problem, are a challenge, not a problem I would say, is a challenge for autonomous shipping, because certain times emergency situations are unpredictable and the artificial intelligence may have to be developed to deal with these situations. Class NK has carried out, as I said, a risk assessment based on these 8 factors. Some of the factors also including human-machine interface, cybersecurity, and so on, and reliability of the communication and the computer systems. And we have issued the guidelines for autonomous ships in 2020. At present, we are validating these guidelines by running simulations and also by participating in actual trials of autonomous ships. And so I will explain, and we are also trying to make a quantitative index for each of the artificial intelligence for each processes, so that we can have a benchmarking for these artificial intelligence. So let me just introduce you to some of the trials which have been used, actual trials which have been used to validate some of these algorithms or artificial intelligence programs. All the autonomous ship projects are driven under the umbrella of Meguri 2040 in Japan, which is driven by a Nippon Foundation, which is a non-governmental organization. The primary objective being that Japan wants to achieve 50% of the coastal shipping with autonomous shipping. So the first project was way back in 2019 when the IMO brought out its guidelines for the trials of autonomous ships. This was by a car carrier by NYK, and it was between a Chinese port and a Japanese port, and another leg between 2 Japanese ports. This was navigation in daytime as well as nighttime, and this data was used for various simulations. Then in Jan 2022, we had a passenger ferry, which was included high-speed navigation system. And main highlight of this was that it used a high-precision sensor imaging system. And also, it tested cyber security. Then in February 22, we had another trial of a passenger ferry. In this case, the highlight, in addition to the normal autonomous navigation, the highlight was that the berthing, unberthing was totally autonomous. In fact, even from the shore side, it was autonomous, that the mooring ropes were transferred from from the ship to the dock using drones. And finally, in March 2022, we had a container ferry, which was totally remote operated. Totally from the shore it was operated, and we did an autonomous navigation. And recently, Class NK has granted an approval in principle for a fully autonomous ship framework being developed by NYK, which is a shipping company, MTI, a technology company, and Japan Marine Science Research Organization. With that, I come to the conclusion of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rahim and Mr. Sampath, for that very, very simple explanation of the digital twin concept and the concept of autonomous ships and the process that we have to go through to achieve that level of autonomy. The next topic that we have for today is on digital data capture, maritime applications in asset integrity services and asset management. The speaker of the day for this is Lieutenant Commander Naveen Nair, who started his career as a short service commissioned officer in the Indian Navy, where he has been associated with warship retrofits, warship design and training domains. Currently, he is working with Ares Marine. He is involved in the basic and detailed design of new builds, conversions and retrofit projects. I invite Lieutenant Commander Naveen Nair to the stage.
Thank you for that introduction, madam. Namaste to the audience. Over the next 20 minutes, I intend to cover some commonly used techniques for digital data capture, which will be used for remote asset integrity inspections. And after that, I will explain how this captured data can be used to visually manage the asset. Ares Marine has been involved in asset integrity inspections ever since its formation in 1998. In fact, it was one of the first services we started offering. And over the past 25 years, we have observed certain trends in asset integrity inspections. And what we have seen is, in the recent past, say the past 4 to 5 years, there is a lot of acceptance and openness to remote asset integrity inspections. So I will try to explain what may be the reason for this openness and acceptance, and also do a comparison of the advantages and disadvantages of remote asset integrity inspections, digital asset integrity inspections over the conventional method. Yeah. So conventional asset integrity inspections involved personnel physically accessing the area of interest. And to do that, you always needed some assistance, especially when you're working at heights or working in hazardous areas. The essential requirement was always that you needed to have a staging or a scaffolding, or if you were inspecting tanks which could be flooded, then you would do it by rafting or rope access and things like that. When you talk about remote asset integrity inspections, remote inspections is just another way of accessing your area of interest. And you do this by employing specialized vehicles called remote inspection vehicles. And the primary reason why we feel this has gained acceptance is it considerably reduces the risk to operators who do the inspection, the inspectors, and also the regulators or surveyors who do this inspection. The second, of course, is the commercial advantage. When you have to erect a lot of scaffoldings and do preparatory work before an inspection, it is a very intrusive process because your asset operations are affected. A lot of times you have to shut down operations when you are having to erect scaffoldings, and which has a direct commercial implication. So this is considerably reduced when you are able to do it in a do the inspections using remote means. The remote inspection vehicles commonly used in inspection, which my company has been using, are unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, and remotely operated underwater vehicles, and robotic crawlers. What you can see on screen are some typical UAVs which are used for unmanned aerial inspections. We started off with the Phantom 4 Pro, which is a very basic model of UAV, and then subsequently we graduated to more complicated UAVs. You can see the Helios 2 and the Metris 300 RTK. These have much better capabilities in terms of payload, in terms of flight time, and in terms of data capture capabilities. You can see that the Metris 300, in comparison with the Phantom, can mount cameras both above and below the UAV, which gives additional flexibility in collecting data. And the Helios 2 is specifically used for specialized inspections. So the selection of the UAV for an inspection primarily depends on the task in hand and the area that is to be inspected. Essentially, a UAV is an aircraft without a pilot. You can either remotely control it, that is, an operator is continuously controlling it, or you can set a predetermined flight path. Typically, what we observe is once you have done, if the same asset has already been inspected once, based on the results of the previous inspection, you can predict what is likely to be the results of the next set of inspections, and you can program a flight path accordingly. So UAVs typically can capture visual data in the form of photographs, or live stream the data, or capture videographic data which can be subsequently viewed. So these can be used for tanks, pipelines. We have also used that for inspecting rig legs. I have a case study which I'll be presenting wherein we used this for rig leg inspections. So this was one of the inspections, remote inspections we did. This was not a regulatory requirement. In fact, this was a requirement from a client. So he wanted to have a first-hand appreciation of the condition of the legs of his rig, and on completion of the rectification action or blasting and painting, he wanted to know how well the job had been done. So primarily it was a visual data capture that was the scope of work here. So I'm just quickly flashing some of the photographs which was captured by the UAV, and you can see the level of detail which is captured because of the quality of cameras which are available now. So it is nearly as good as a person viewing it himself from the side. This was a UAV that was used for this inspection. It's a quadcopter with a 4K camera with a transmission range of nearly 8 kilometers and a service ceiling of 5 kilometers. These were some of the data that we captured to assess the material state before the rectification action. As you can see, you can actually capture very, very detailed information from these inspections remotely. And this is the area after the completion of blasting and painting. And we could easily identify that there were areas which were left out. I suspect this was the area where the wooden plank would have been placed for them to do the blasting, and probably that was missed out after painting. So these kinds of data capture can be done very efficiently using remote inspection techniques. This is another type of drone which is used exclusively for specialized inspection in internal spaces where you have a lot of confined space entry or where there is less space. The drones tend to have their own sensors which prohibits it from approaching your structure. That is primarily given to prevent it from getting damaged by its rotors fouling with the structural members. So now this Helios drone doesn't have that problem because it is covered by a lattice structure around it, and it's ideal for digital capture for confined spaces. This is a small video of it operating inside a tank, and it has a very powerful light to work in low light areas. And also it has GPS-free stabilization. Drones tend to rely on GPS signals for a stabilized flight, but this can do without that. You can see that even though it is physically in contact with the asset, it can continue to fly without getting damaged. Now we come to remote inspection vehicles used for underwater inspections. Underwater inspections, typically remote inspections are used for U-well surveys or in-water surveys, and these also can be used to either have a pre-programmed path based, which is made based on the experience of previous inspections, or it could be continuously controlled by the operator. So it also can collect visual data in terms of stills or video or live stream. I have a case study wherein we did the visual inspection of the spud cans of Jacob, and I have some photographs where you can see and be convinced that this is nearly as good as using a diver for the job. So this was the ROV we used, and it had the advantage is that it has a very powerful light which helps, especially when you're using it in inspection in the coastal areas or in harbor or near to jetties where the water tends to be a bit muddy. These are some of the photos that were captured, and as you can see, you can do a very good assessment of the material state from this. Now, primary applications of remote inspection techniques in using digital means. One is it can be used as a screening tool to quickly collect visual data at specified locations. What we have observed is in the early phases of the life cycle of an asset, say within the first 5 to 6 years, even the regulatory authorities only require a general visual inspection, GVIs. And this is ideally suited for that kind of inspection because you can access each and every nook and corner, even inaccessible areas of the asset to visually get an appreciation of how it is done. And which would have been much more difficult if you were to erect scaffoldings or other means. The second is known condition assessment monitoring, wherein you already know that there is some area of the asset which is critical and you want to repeatedly monitor it on a more frequent basis, for which this is an ideal method to be used. The third is damage assessment for rapid response, wherein you know that there is some damage has been sustained in part of the asset, and before actually sending a personnel to an area which is risky, you could do a first round of assessment using remote means by a UAV or a ROV. But then this is not the silver bullet. It doesn't answer all the problems in hand. There are limitations in the sense that when your inspection reveals that there is a damage or deterioration, beyond that there is not much rectification action or a manipulation action which can be done by these ROVs. Although there are ROVs which are able to do, but it's in the industry it's not common practice to use that because they are prohibitively expensive, and still it may be much more cost effective to do the rectification actions manually. So when there is if the inspection reveals a scenario where manual intervention is needed, then that's of course one of the limitations of this, because then you anyway have to erect scaffoldings and do all those and do the rectification action. Then when historical records indicate abnormal levels of deterioration or damage to the area of interest, then one might as well go for a physical inspection, because before you actually do the rectification action, you always want to reconfirm the results of remote inspection visually, manually, before you start taking action. And third is when there can be scenarios where remote inspection is not able to give you the data which you can interpret satisfactorily. This is when the surface to be inspected is not clean and you are not able to decipher the results. You can compare, if it were a manual inspection, he would be able to locally clean the area and identify how the surface is, which can't be done if it is a remote inspection. What are the future prospects? Where is this leading to in future? So what we foresee is the increased use of artificial intelligence for processing and interpretation of the images captured during inspection using remote means. As you would imagine, there are gigabytes of data that is coming out of each inspection and several hours of video footage. And if manually you have to go through that and interpret, it takes a long time and effort. We foresee generation of a lot of smart algorithms which can identify and detect coating breakdown or cracks or paint peel off, things like that. The second, of course, is survey optimization using digital twins. Professor Rahim talked about it. You can predict how the vessel is going to behave by strategically placed sensors at various points in this. And this can finally drive inspections to specific areas of interest rather than go berserk and just go all around looking for all the areas of the asset. So that is an area where we feel in future there will be much more localized and focused inspections after predicting based on digital twins information from sensors as which is the probable areas where there could be deterioration. The next is I mentioned about how we use the digital information for visually managing the data. I see that I have just about 3 to 4 minutes to complete. So I have a very good video about that. So I'll directly jump to the video. If I could please request to play the video now, please.
Detailed engineering, as-built and 3D scanning works introduce Visual Asset Management Application, VAM, in association with Wies AG from Germany, who provide superior solution for digital imaging and visualization market worldwide. VAM is a browser-based database application that allows you to visualize and manage all existing digital file formats via drag and drop in a visual way. Application for users worldwide. Oil and gas, industry, forensic, cultural heritage, construction. Oil and gas. Our unique background in engineering and oil and gas gives us insight into the life cycle of visual assets and the importance of creating and maintaining a system that allows for maximum accessibility, adaptability, security, and communication. VAM enables the asset owner to monitor and maintain the asset right from its commission stage to regular inspection, repair, maintenance over years, and finally, decommissioning. It helps create a virtual walkthrough of your asset with interlinked high-definition 360-degree photographic captures with links that lead you to documentations. From any remote location, you are able to navigate around assets and call upon any documentation related to any specific part of the asset. It helps you to access your asset without needing to be physically present. Inbuilt photogrammetry enables a user to measure the size of objects, spaces, clash checks, and clearance heights within each image. The integrated search engine inbuilt within VAM enables search of any specific content. How VAM helps in efficient asset management. The detailed 3D visual imagery helps site teams to familiarize themselves with working environment before reaching the asset. The well platform is generally located in the middle of the ocean, so the round trip to the platform requires a lot of manpower and material resources and time. Through the flat VAM platform, Companies can remotely train new employees and regularly carry out remote safety training. The three-dimensional display function makes the performance of remote training clearer and the training effect is more obvious. The interiors of equipments and tanks can be visualized before the space becomes accessible. Repair or maintenance activities can be planned between projects and operational teams. Original imagery of the subsea equipment and infrastructure can be incorporated before installation and helps monitoring over time. VAM can be used to distribute information to make the tendering process more efficient and quicker and more accurate and reduce the cost associates. If a technical issue or a breakdown occurs, VAM provides rapid access to operational data, engineering drawings, and visual reference material. On-site personnel can quickly and easily update VAM page contents and provide supplementary information to other personnel. At the end of an asset's operational life, use VAM to explore decommissioning methodologies. Desktop access to remote asset visuals, documentations, communication and media provides a powerful means of planning activity, operating facilities, and maintaining integrity across the entire life of an asset. Through the synergies of the VAM, all visual imagery can be shared, greatly facilitating the exchange and discussion of the same problem among the staff and experts in different regions and developing solutions efficiently. If any incident takes place in the field and the onshore response team requires the visual capture of the areas affected, the software presents a speedy visual solution and thus acts as emergency response intelligence. Providing onshore personnel with a detailed view of offshore facilities, visual context, and measuring capabilities, VAM creates a virtual environment that is more realistic, much faster, less costly, and more engaging than any other option.
Yeah, thank you.
Detail.
So that brings to the end of my presentation, and I'll be open to questions at the end of the session. Thanks.
Thank you, Lieutenant Commander Navneet Nair, for an insightful talk on how automation and digitalization can be leveraged in a totally new area of asset management using remote inspection vehicles. The next topic is knowledge management in engineering design centers. The speaker of the day is Mrs. Geeta Das. She's an accomplished senior IT executive with over 30 years of practical experience in delivering business solutions to clients. Currently working in an advisory capacity for information technology and business transformation in Conceptia Software Technologies. Geeta Das has pursued an MTech degree in communication engineering from IIT Delhi after graduating from College of Engineering, Trivandrum. I invite you, Madam, for your presentation.
Thank you, Chair, for the introduction, and good afternoon to everyone. As you can see, my background is IT, and I'm married to a naval architect for the last more than 3 decades. So naval architecture, but still I cannot say I know anything about naval architecture. It's ironic that I'm talking about knowledge management in a naval architects forum. Still, let me try and do my best. Okay, as you heard from the chair, I have an IT background, and in the IT world, knowledge management is a key organizational process. You may wonder why so. It is obvious, you all would have heard about the churn that happens in the IT industry specific to talent pool. You also know that there's a rapid change in technologies. So you have people, very few people, for instance, with a COBOL knowledge, but COBOL programs still exist. So who will maintain those programs? There are also globally separated teams. It is all spread across and they all work together. That is another reason. Then crowdsourcing is an important aspect in the IT world. You would have heard a lot of innovations happening. So that is considered as an important source of information for idea generation and innovations. I do agree that, conferences like these, water cooler chats, or even, cocktail dinners, there is a lot of knowledge shared, but it gets retained only with specific set of people who attend those sessions. And the share is limited, and it is not at the organization level. So that is where we are trying to see if at the engineering design centers, is there a way that we can improve the knowledge level for improved decision making and better designs which help the downstream processes, right? So let me start by asking some questions here. You may set your own context. I have kept anonymous names here, but so some questions here, like, you can put your own name for the XXX that I've mentioned there. And this is for a specific class of vessel or ship that I've mentioned. So you have, some questions. I'm very sure that these questions you all would be able to answer when you are in an engineering design office. There's not going to be any problem there. But let me pose few more questions. Here comes, where there's a comparison between ships, or there's an additional information that you need from more than one system. What is the trend in design, or in trend in the capacities, trend in cost, trend in defects that are happening. What are the differences in specifications between vessels? How many cleared noise vibration test and in the first go? What are the competing vendors? If you need all this information at the engineering design center to make the right decision, it is going to be a little challenging and difficult. I'm assuming you all will agree with me on this. And let me just come to why we are faced with this problem and why we are not able to answer some of those questions. It is obvious that there are multiple players. Even within an organization, you have people who design, there are people who build, there are people who operate, there are people who inspect, there are different teams who are actually maintaining or repairing the ships. So the information is in silos, it is in different parts of the organization. And even within the team, even within a design center, there will be one set of team which is working on a certain class of ships versus another which is on a different class. There's very little knowledge exchange between the teams. And apart from that, the data is stored in different systems. You will have, your PLMs, the PDMs, the design software, your project management software, your issue tracking software. They are all disparate, heterogeneous systems where you can't get the data together to make decisions. And I think my earlier speakers in the panel also spoke about how large the data is. It is big data, everybody agrees. It is a system of systems, and within the system itself, there is a huge data set that has to be captured. Considering that, it is very difficult to assimilate and bring out insights from that data by the current set of systems. So obviously we have to get into big data, as was mentioned earlier. And here I'm going to speak specifically on ORDER, which we coined it as an organizational data repository. where we are saying we will help organizations develop or define the model, what needs to be captured, and pull data from different sources, mine the data and build insights and provide intuitive interface for querying and getting information so that we help you make better decisions. Let me just dwell upon a little bit on what kind of data models exist. I'm very sure, there are multiple, not just one. I'm just taking one example of a data model, which is a ship fit information. It ranges right from, ship general information, hull, and all the way to all the subsystems. And within the subsystems also, data gets captured in terms of, the multiple tests done, the cost incurred, including insurance costs. So the data is captured at that level. Whether we need all of the data at a design office or not is a decision that obviously the customer will make. But what we intend to do is preparing a common minimum data set, which we think because of our experience in the industry, we know that this is the common minimum data that everybody would need. We'll provide it. In addition, help the customer extend or customize it based on their requirement. So it could include materials, dimensions. It could include all the project management data that you have. It could include repair information, inspection information, vendor details, skills required to develop, because these days skill is at a premium. You have documents, images, CAD drawings, all of them. All of this can be captured. So it can be a 360-degree view for the design office to get all data regarding the design job that you have at hand. What this would lead into is insights on technical performance that the team can get, cost and schedule performance, operational performance. Of course, we can extend this to environmental performance and health and safety performance. So just to take a small example of what kind of decisions can be made, if you were to design a ship, typical consideration would be the power of the engine, yes. But what if you were to combine it with, the maintainability of the engine, the green gases that are produced by the engine, or the competitive items that are in the market, that are available in the market today, where you may want to replace something with the current engine that you're proposing. So these are kind of insights that can come from the analysis that we can provide. So, of course, the tool will be also providing gateways and interfaces to multitude of data sources. So you have your standard set of PDMs, PLMs that I mentioned earlier, ERP software for your cost, purchase, or vendor information or inventory information, issue tracking tools from your repair refit organizations, Excels, flat files, drawings, whatever documents you have, planning tools, all of this we can integrate, pull in the data. It is, as mentioned earlier, it is definitely big data. And there is going to be an exercise on cleaning the data, obviously, ensuring that the single source of truth is maintained, converting the data, and doing some text mining after OCR, optical capturing of character recognition, some keyword indexing, and so on, which then would lead on to giving dashboards which give a lot of insights into your data and help you make the decisions. So let me just take you through a few things. We haven't fully developed the product, but we have done a proof of concept with some data set that we have. And let me also add that, we are fully aware that there is a confidentiality attached to a lot of the data or information that you're capturing. So the data shared can be controlled in a very better manner by introducing proper access mechanisms using, whatever the NDAs that you would have signed with your customers, especially in the defense space. We are fully aware of it. So there will be the data security and confidentiality will definitely be protected, and it will be only on a need-to-know basis the information will be available. So some access mechanisms, simple searches, yes, keyword searches will be possible, and as soon as you get in, you can get the full data about the vessel that you are specifically accessing. But yes, beyond the searches are English-like queries. What is the maximum Bullard capacity that I have built in this organization, or which is the, give me details of all the ships which have Bullard capacity more than a particular 60 tons maybe. So something like that, are English-like queries. So there is some amount of intelligence that we are building into the search mechanism that will help you query the data set, because we are fully cognizant of the fact that the data that you have is not going to be only structural, structured data. It will have unstructured data, a lot of documents that you're capturing also. So it is with that respect that we are giving these capabilities. You can compare vessel information. So for a particular class of vessels, how are ship 1, 2, 3, 4 comparing, where are the differences? It will be easy for you to compare to make your decisions. And of course, dashboards, multiple dashboards. We have few here, which I'm just expanding, zooming in on. So comparing dimensions, definitely. Comparing tank capacities and different tanks, filter by tanks, and see what are the tank capacities at each level. You could do, inspection defects, which are the defects by category, drill down by the vessel, where are the defects, what kind of mean time between failures have happened for those vessels. That helps you make your decisions. Vendors, cost per duration that they have, they spend by against the kind of vendor performance rating that they have. And also, if you see here, I've also included the class of ships also. So if it is like a simple vessel, what is the kind of effort that they use and what is the kind of performance rating they have got versus a higher class. So you could make your decisions easily on whom to outsource it to. Even the kind of scrap that will be generated based on historical data, the kind of material sizes that you need based on the dimensions that you have and the historical data, it can come out with an estimate, and you will know whether your design is, around that. I've shown an example of switch gears. So you would be choosing switch gears, and typically switch gears by age, by their health index. These are the kind of defects that happen, and these kind of graphs would help you during maybe conversion projects or retrofit projects where you want to decide whether you want to continue with the switch gear or not. You want to replace it completely or not. What is the age of the equipment or machine? The probability of failures can be calculated at different temperatures or the rotational speed at which the machines are running, things like that. So different parameters, we could give you the probability, so you could decide what is the kind of machine or equipment that you're going to use in your design. So these are some of the features that we are proposing, and the idea was, this is just an approach paper. We wanted to definitely get more insights from you all into what more we can get in to make it a powerful product. So that was the idea here. Thank you very much. I think I'm done with my presentation quite early also. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for that time management and also for enlightening us on the effective applications of a central data repository for knowledge management for application in future projects. The next speaker of the day is Mr. Prashant Gopalakrishnan on standardization of test protocol for onboard equipment. An electronic and electrical professional with over 25 years of maritime industry experience in sales and service functions, with passion to create engineering solutions technology, especially green technology solutions for maritime mobility. He is based in Dubai and associated with Elcom as General Manager. Prashant heads the commercial sales and development of solutions.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Anjana ma'am. I would like to take you through Elcom a little bit before I start my main subject. Elcom is primarily based in Dubai for its global operations, and we have office in Mumbai specifically for Indian operations. So we are also based in all major port cities in India. In fact, our core business is providing services on various equipments, which is navigation, communication, automation, electrical, and we also touch by safety equipments. In fact, our core business addresses almost all markets, which is touching marine, which is merchant shipping, defense, energy, critical infrastructure, power boats, and mega yachts. We cover almost, the global business requirement for service through our direct offices, which is stretching from Spain to Singapore. We also have various service partners around the globe. We use our service force of about 120 service engineers placed in this all 25 offices. We also represent about 140 OEMs to achieve this global service. On an average, we attend about 900 ships every month to fulfill this service requirement. This is the vast experience what we have on the service industry. So since we do all this wide range of equipments, our engineers bring a lot of experience, and that converted into a kind of data for us. So we do various services. We not only just go on board and do the service, we do repairs at workshop, we do remote support, which became quite popular during COVID time. We also use tele-support. We also do port-to-port coverages, sailing with the vessel, and also we are quite active in most of the anchorages around the world. We achieve reducing the downtime of equipments through this task force, and we have about 96% of first-time fixed ratio, which is assessed by DNV, and using our highly skilled technicians around the globe. And we also have a conceptual repair kits, which is quite working very well. In fact, this was not an easy task to manage this force using the conventional methods. So we joined hands with Microsoft to develop a specific service ERP system, which is eventually scaled to develop a app which is used by our engineers, which is communicating to shore. Later then we started using that for the remote support as well. Now I will come to my topic for the day. During this experience what we have on board, the common challenges we faced was that when you have about 280 equipments to deal by using 120 engineers, virtually each engineers are carrying on an average about 10 tools with him to diagnose on board. So that means each manufacturers have got different equipments, and each of them are running different diagnostic tools, and as well as the process to connect to them is different. Only common factor we have seen yet in the maritime equipment is NMA 0183, which just dumps the data to a device. So the hardware cost is getting increased day by day, and its availability is a challenge. And also we have seen that software is dominating in almost all equipments. So to test a software process on board is very challenging for any technician or any commissioning engineers. As a result of this, we have just compared with the matured markets like aerospace and the automotive industry. So there you can see that this is already implemented. If you take the automotive industry, there is a standardization of diagnostic ports is been already done, and it is eventually started from 1990, and the latest version is available in 2022 with ODB2. This is nothing but, you can see a handheld device on the right side. This is a handheld device which selects the equipment. I am sure that automobile industry is much more easy to handle because it has got bare minimum navigation tools, but it has got some complex algorithm running these days, especially on the autonomous vehicles. But this makes it very easy and makes a common platform for diagnosis and to remote monitor the vehicles. And in the aerospace industry, already an airplane diagnostic and maintenance system is in place, which is a common platform generated for making the diagnosis. And diagnosis is not only just for troubleshooting, this is also gives a tremendous amount of data to evaluate and to redesign or to improve the systems which are on board. So I would like to say that the maritime possibilities to achieve this is through a hardware in loop, a testing process, which is already started by many manufacturers in the segment of dynamic positioning system. So I will just take DP and then try to scale this for other equipments. So eventually, in simple terms, what it does is whenever an HMI interacts with the control system on board, you generate the commands which is required using a software, and the control system just responds to that, and it gives back feedback to the system, and you make the necessary correction for the optimizing the performance. The same concept, you adapt it to a simulator which generates the signals and send it to the system, the real system, and then you take the results back. So eventually, for that, you need to have a communicating port which is dedicated. So my point here is that even though there are NMA 0183 ports available, this is not a bidirectional handshaking of data is happening over there. It is just a result of a processed data is what you are getting through VDRs and other devices, which is eventually used for remote access. When you create a port which is with bidirectional data, the simulators can be used for each and every devices which are on board. So such a test is being done in various vessels, and DNV recognized that this is one of the efficient way of testing the systems on board. This is not only for just troubleshooting the equipments, but also to understand the functionalities, the improvisation, what is required on board the equipments. These all comes under this. It eventually runs through a detailed process which starts from the basic documentation. So if I just take one small equipment which is a GPS which is on board, you evaluate there is operational manual which is defining each and every functions of a GPS, as well as there is a troubleshooting manual is available, and you have your vessel's requirements documentation. So this documentation is a start point for Hill. So once you convert that, you will evaluate, you will analyze what are the requirements, and you generate a simulator for the same. I'm not talking about a big simulator what you use for the training schools, but it is more or less accurate simulator design used on the specific equipment. And once the design is ready, and then you run the simulator to to simulate that signal and take it as a test case. And from there, you can do the test analysis. And there are several tests done on this, and it is well useful to do the functional testing, failure mode testing, as well as on performance testing. So, this same process can be scaled to almost all equipments on board. As NK representative rightly said, right now data is available in the fragmented form. IPS sends a sets of data, GMDSS works its own way with its different set of data, onboard power plants and PMS systems sends a different sets of data. So we can consolidate a common platform and bring it through a common bidirectional data port to send this data to shore or to a device which can make use of this data. So especially we have done some tests actually on radio surveys recently with one of the classification society, and it was quite effective. What was lagging is still the process of manual intervention is going on. So when a system itself can do a simulation test and generate a preliminary report, it saves a lot of time on board as well as when you do the support remotely. So it's a great opportunity actually for the market. Those who develop simulators, they have more opportunities coming on the way when you think about other than training simulators. And manufacturers and support companies can reduce a lot of cost what they spend on services. This is an endless opportunity for partners. Every simulated system, they need to talk to the manufacturers and see the operational detailing which can be adopted into their simulators. And remote access, this is a big data which is available through the system, which is not only just the functional readings of it, but also the software loop process data as well is available through this system. And unmanned ship, I am sure that the future is moving towards that. We also heard today about the possibilities of unmanned ships. So this data can be used in a bigger way. So data analytics, I think we use Power BI to analyze and see the best service points, how to optimize our engineers, how you can save on the transportation cost to send our spare parts. These are all using analytics. So if we get much more in-depth data about the equipments, we can do miracles on the system. I would like this industry to think more about it, and especially in my hometown of Cochin, if Cochin University can take some initiatives to develop some good systems, we will provide all the support to sharing this gain data over a period of 50 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Highly informative talk on simulators and sensors in the service industry. Now I would like to invite all the panelists to come on stage to take the questions. I have been informed to restrict the questions to 2 or 3 on account of paucity of time. So can we have the questions, please?
Thank you. I'm Commodore Sali, retired from L&T Defense. It's not a question really, more of a comment or observation regarding Geeta's presentation. I really appreciated that this subject has been included, knowledge management, especially in centers of excellence or design center per se, because this has been a subject close to my heart. Last 30, 40 years of my professional career, I have tried to implement some form of knowledge management, especially in the design centers where I served. But it's not always a very satisfying experience, a lot of challenges. So I just want to share that sometimes frustrating experience. You mentioned about, you have presented a model. It's fine, it is the basic framework which is required. But when you talk about knowledge management, I see a little, gradation of this. One is data, process data is information, and let's say actionable information is knowledge. So when it comes to data, we talk about big data analytics. There has to be, first of all, big data, and those kind of data comes from transactions or measurements. When large number of transactions happens, those data can be automatically captured. There's no need for somebody to sit down and keep logging it. Whether it's sensor data like Rahim presented, onboard sensors on the health of an engine, whether it's bearing temperature or lube oil temperature, can be continuously, frequently can be fed, and you can build up the data, and you can do analysis. You can do machine learning or artificial intelligence built on that. But when you go higher, information is less structured. Like you need to know some article published on some subject. As you said, you can have an index search, but that is inefficient search. You put in some word and it throws up, like in a Google search, so many thousands or tens of thousands of results, but how to go to that particular one which you need. So I see, then comes to knowledge. And as you go to more and more complex systems, I've spent a lot of my time in submarine design, and submarine is considered to be one of the most complex things ever built, like space shuttle and other things. So there, it is even less structured. Knowledge is more, tacit, residing in human mind or brains out of experience, and not codified or explicit knowledge. So how to capture that knowledge? Basic two things we have to look for. One is never to reinvent the wheel. If somebody has done something in the past, you should be able to use that learning so that you don't duplicate the effort. Second thing is not make the same mistake or learn from others' mistakes. That is the smartest way. So you have to have these lessons learned captured. And when you are doing something that in that context, the necessary thing should come to you. So this is the biggest challenge. And first, of course, this tacit knowledge has to be put down on some medium. That requires effort. It's a very laborious thing. People don't have that motivation to do that many times because you want to move on. You have done some design and calculation, and that is a very thrilling experience. After that, sit down and make a report on that. Nobody gives particular credit to that, and it takes time and effort. This is the biggest challenge I have found. Maybe you can comment. It's not really a question.
So this is a challenge in the IT world also. That is where, we have done certain, in fact, I was with Infosys, so we have entered the Hall of Fame for knowledge management quite a number of times. So one of the methodologies that we had implemented at that time was, incentivizing knowledge share, definitely. So that is more a human element there where HR has a play in it. But beyond that, it is also about integrating it with your process. So that was one of the first steps when we were making the proof of concept. I actually looked at the PLM softwares available. So since we have a tie-up with Dassault Systems, I checked out the PLM software also. It has a mechanism where you can capture, these kind of decisions, and you can capture it. Having said that, one of the ideas that we have is also to include an expert forum. Anybody can post, so that is why I mentioned crowdsourcing. Anybody can pose a question and others can respond. So that itself becomes a repository. So when you're mentioning this in a larger forum and you're noticing, there is always a willingness to share knowledge. That we have seen it quite often in my previous organization, that at that time, because there's a recognition amongst your peers, people share. I agree with you that at the end of the project, sitting and documenting becomes a tedious task and people don't do it. But these kind of incentives definitely help.
Thank you for the chair and the fellow panelists. Thank you very much for the very informative session. My question, rather sort of a clarification, is actually mainly intended to the panel chair, Srimati Ms. Anjana, and to Dr. Abdul Rahim. We have discussed in detail on the current techniques and future prospects of the digitization and automation in the shipping industry. It is well received, and thank you for that. My question is mainly from a cyber security perspective, in the sense that given the fact that gigabytes and terabytes of data is being uploaded to the cloud platforms, there exists, the flip side of this particular technique. It's always susceptible to and vulnerable to threats and online hackings. How the forum or how the panel look forward to see and to light up the audience, like to give a brief summary of the current techniques which are applied and the future prospects which is being looked at to ensure, or rather to provide a fair level of confidence to the vessel owners and the asset integrity managers, to ensure that whatever details which has been uploaded to the cloud platforms are safe. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. It's an excellent question, because whenever you are dealing with data, there is problems of data theft. But cybersecurity is one of the hot topics these days, and there are several systems in place to protect cybersecurity. And Klassen K is collaborating with some of the top companies like IBM in developing cybersecurity systems so that the data is well protected. And of course, still there can be hackers, but then there are other ways of dealing with data, that is not sending all the data in one packet, in different packets, so that even if some data is lost, so that is of not much use. Plus, in the Maritime Big Data Center, what we are doing is the access to each provider. So for example, a shipping company is sending in data, and then they want to have that particular data processed back. Then it is controlled by security systems like passwords and other means, so that only they can access their particular data. And similar, for example, if a shipyard wants to buy data of one particular equipment and how it is analyzed, so that is again is protected by cybersecurity systems. So because banks are operating based on cybersecurity systems, and they're transacting billions and billions of dollars every day worldwide. So compared to that, our liability is much limited, but still we are using the kind of technology that they are using so that the data is protected as much as possible. Because one important aspect So for example, one big shipyard, they have developed a lines plan. Lines plan is worth millions. And suppose it is sent out or accessed by some other yard or some other designers. So that's a huge loss. So this kind of systems, this kind of barriers are also in place within the data center, and that's how we protect the systems. And going forward, of course, new cybersecurity measures will be coming up, and that will be developed, and IMO is also into cybersecurity, some of the instruments, and we will be implementing that.
Can you just hand the mic over?
On the visibility of this asset integrity, for example, Class NK offers any notations? For example, one particular vessel is enrolled into any cybersecurity assurance from the class side. For example, an owner having a tanker, and then rather than the traditional class notation, how do we distinguish one particular vessel is being secured and screened from a cybersecurity perspective? If you could just brief on that.
Yes, the allocation of notations or the development of notations varies from class to class. Some classes have notations for each and everything, and some classes incorporate in their rules already. So there is no specific, once they apply that particular rule, that is notation is inbuilt. So it all depends on a kind of what you call marketing gimmick, giving say hundreds of notations or maybe 50 notations. But the real owners or real people who have the asset, so they have confidence in whichever class society they have, then that is good enough. And of course for cyber security also, I think most of the class societies, including Class NK, have notations. And of course the level of notations can vary depending on the type of systems that is built in within the ship. So I hope.
Yes, clear. It's clear. Just want to confirm that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mohammad Abrar Saifuddin, and I'm from the 44th batch of Department of Ship Technology. So actually I have a couple of questions here, and I'm going to short it and ask. So the first question is that in the first few slides we have seen that the system, the data flow is centralized, right? So what are the opportunities of decentralized solution? And does actually before we have a question on cybersecurity, does this actually prevent in a few ways that, decentralized solution does provide the interpretation of hackers, right? And second question is on the user experience on autonomous ship. I know it's relatively new in the industry, but can you please enlighten me on, is there any guidelines on the user experience part? Because I think that it's just my humble opinion. If any product, let there be any product, if users want to use it continuously, there should be a good user experience plan. And the next is about the data capture. And we have mentioned that in the data capture, we use AI model, right? So from where do we get the data? You have to train the AI models. So how is this being done, and what steps are being done? And I don't know if the question is being long. It
would be better if you could split the question.
Okay.
Your first question, and then we'll get somebody to answer that.
Okay.
And then.
Okay, thank you. The first question is about the user experience on autonomous shipping, and also the decentralized solution aspect on the shipping.
Mr. Sam.
You mean user experience?
Yeah, the data is huge in the shipping industry, right? So I think that when the data or the security of the data is given priorities, the user experience usually goes down. The best example would be like IRTC, because I think the user experience can be much more improved, but as the importance is given to the cybersecurity, all the resources are given allocated to that. So will be some kind of trend here in shipping industry. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, normally the data that is taken into our ship data center is also decluttered. There is certain amount of decluttering of the data that is carried out, and so that we can, have a more sanitized data that can be used. That is normally we have various stakeholders in our data centers. We have the solution providers. We have the, one is the data owners, data buyers, and also we have solution providers. So the solution providers are doing this kind of a function by sanitizing the data which can be used. It is not that the entire data may be usable. So that way, I think you would be able to take care of the user experience, that the data that is finally being used will be a much more, appropriate data, and you don't have unnecessary data which is not, interfering with your results. Did that answer your question?
Yes, sir. And also about the decentralized solution of data sharing in ships. I think that instead of having a centralized ship offshore, or can we have something like communication in between the ships? I think Tesla is doing something like that. And can we have something on board on ships also, something like that?
I suppose you are mentioning communication between the ships.
Yeah, communication between ships and also data sharing between the ships. Instead of having a centralized server, can we have a communication between
Yes, I think that's for the future. That's a roadmap for the future. Okay. At present, what we are looking at is automating individual processes on the ships and working towards a fully autonomous ships. Obviously, when you go towards automating processes on the ships, you would have two automated ships automatically sharing information when they are crossing each other, maybe. It is something which we foresee in the future. Not exactly, as of now we are working on individual ships, but definitely in the future there would be ships, autonomous ships talking to themselves or sharing data with themselves. I see that in the future. But as of now we are trying to automate only certain processes in the ships on an individual basis. At present, jumping ahead may be a very difficult task for us. We need to validate individual ship operations in automated mode, and then go ahead with, of the ships sharing the information between themselves.
Thank you, sir. So, okay. And also, in every slide, we have mentioned about the digital twin. And how far do you think we can actually rely upon solely on the digital twin instead of having a physical experimental room and just like towing tank or anything? So without that, wholly depending on the digital twin, how far do you think we are? It's open to the for.
Yeah, a digital twin is not just a one-time model. A digital twin obviously has, it's refining. It continues to get refined based on the data that it keeps getting. And so it's kind of a self-learning or artificial intelligence. So over the period of time, a digital twin will keep refining its model. So I suppose it will encompass various situations, various parameters and various conditions, and it can be a machine learning process overall. So I think we can rely on digital twin to a large extent as for prediction, for maybe monitoring. But yes, whether it can be, replace a human being, yes, that is something which we have to take this next step, go ahead after we validate this part, this present situation.
Okay, thank you.
But I think in the future, we think that a digital twin will be as reliable as a human being.
Okay, yes. Thank you.
We'll take one more question, two more questions, and with that, two more questions.
Good afternoon. First of all, I will thank all the speakers for the very informative session. So my question is to Dr. Abdul. So when we talk of digitization, so you have a large number of sensors on board the ship, and then you shift this data toward ship's data center. So my own experience we have on naval ships IPMS. So many of these, see one end of the spectrum is sensor. Sensor technology is actually developed. So you have sensors of any type and all capabilities. Other end you have a data center where data is stored. It can be processed. So we have got a lot of platforms. But what about the network? Right now, what problems that you are facing is many of these network between the sensor to your data center is wired. So actually within the ship's environment, it can get really messy. So the first question is, are there successful non-contact networks between your sensor and your data center? The second option is, the second question of course is a continuation. When you're talking of autonomous ships, when you are at sea, many of these data will have to be seamlessly probably loaded to the cloud, dumped into the cloud. So what are the, we have got satellite communication agreed, but how financially and how economic are they to dump all this data in what is the bandwidth that you're looking at to dump this ship's data onto a cloud from where they can be meaningfully processed. So this is my question.
Okay, thank you. About acquisition of data from sensors, if it is within a small area, like in the engine room, it can be wired. That will be much faster. In other locations, it can be linked via Wi-Fi or whatever means is possible. And once the data is processed, it is sent ashore using satellite communication like VSAT, which is that is very low aperture satellite system, which is very cheap, and that is or Inmarsat, which is slightly more expensive. So then that is sent to the data center. Then again, when the data comes from the ship, there can be some useless data. The sensor, suppose there are 10 sensors, and one sensor is malfunctioning and it is sending 0 result. So there are systems within this. So for example, one of the systems that we use is called Anaconda by IBM. So they have developed a system. There is relationship among the sensors, and if one sensor is showing some faulty data, the system automatically omits that. So it maintains the data accuracy. So that is within the ship. Then it is sent to shore, to the shore-based ship data center. Does that answer? Does that answer? Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. My question is to Mr. Prashant of Elcom. So this is related to the HIL testing and simulation. So recently, even an offshore construction vessel, this kind of requirement is coming up. So my question is, like in an offshore construction or a survey vessel, there will be multiple equipments related to the mission. There will be multiple equipment and system related to the marine. And there is a shipyard who is constructing the whole vessel. We as a designer, we are designing the overall system. So in a HIL simulation or testing, who takes the center pivotal role to assemble all the philosophies together and take a pivotal role in this kind of thing?
Yeah, this needs to be done through the regulations or classification societies, because what I am mentioning is that this particular protocol needs to be built into the system when they develop itself. For example, for a dynamic positioning manufacturer, they need to consider the HIL requirements and develop a port. That means you will assign a port specific to that where the data will be dumped onto the system. So when you have multiple systems, for example, you have a thruster manufacturer, when you have a radar manufacturer, everybody need to assign a port specific for the HIL fulfillment, where the simulator can be simulated through that specific port. So once it is done, then the life will be much more easier. So then with the shipyard, or whether it is a commissioning company or if it's a manufacturer, everybody will be using the same port. For example, when NK want to use that data, the same port will be connected to a master port which is sending the data ashore or will be dumping into a local server. So the responsibility of data creation or a port creation then become manufacturers. They will just follow the regulations what is going to say.
The last question, sir.
Thank you very much. Chris Boyd from the Royal Institution of Naval Architects. My question is for Dr. Rahim and Mr. Sampath.
And the question is, how do you manage culture and shift changing culture? I declare I am a digital migrant, started analog, moving through to digital. And as we look at cyber and autonomy, and we look at the resolution from IMO, I think it's 428, in which ship owners have to look at risk mitigation plan. What does that actually mean? So within the institution, we looked at a baseline survey for cyber to know where we're starting from, and then to develop the program. But many ship owners, employ traditional systems. And what's your sort of experience with your clients? Because they've had an IT manager that many years has managed the IT and the safety management of the IT systems. But there's a cultural shift change for cyber here. That's the first question, how you manage that expectation. And the second one with autonomy is, as we get rid of people, there's certain industries, say defense, that have got 1,000 years of culture. How do you manage that shift change when you move the sort of people power to the beach and you have to increase the number of engineers? And do you see a shift change in the type of engineers that will be required in the future? There's two questions there, but really is at NK, so how are you managing the shift-changing culture with the attitude of industry?
Okay, can you take the question? Cultural aspects, to be frank, is very complicated. Say, for example, one ship. Some of the shipping companies, they have, say, for example, a shipping company called PIL in Singapore. In one ship, there are 20 crew of 15 nationalities. So even within the ship, they don't speak a common language. So the system is very complicated. And when they are developing, say for example, the communication between the ship and shore, that they use one common language, possibly English. That is kind of de facto language everywhere. And one recent example, one of the ship was detained in Europe, and their ISM system was in Chinese. And the Belgian government asked us to do an audit, but the auditors know only English. So they had to fly in someone from China to do the audit. So these are kind of things that the shipping companies has to take care of, rather than pushing it towards class. So within class, it is okay because our common language is English and we are managing pretty well. And coming to autonomous ships, autonomous systems, it is again, we have to have a common language and we have to work on the common language. We cannot let many languages play around within the same system. I don't know whether I am touching your... Happy? Thank you.
Okay. That brings us to the end of the question and answer session. And I would like to thank all the speakers for taking time out for their wonderful presentations and for taking all the questions. I would also like to thank those stars for giving me an opportunity to chair this session. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your valuable time. Being in the audience, we only get to see the 20-odd minutes of presentation that you give here. But we all know and we would like to appreciate the research and effort that goes in behind the screens. So I personally now have a very clear understanding of the topic now. Now, may I like to request Captain P. Jayashankar onto the stage, who is the founder and Dostas president and the man behind the DIMS 2018. He is the 15th batch alumnus of Department of Ship Technology, QSAT, and officer in charge of Submarine Design Groups in Indian Navy. I would like to request sir to hand over the mementos. I would like to request sir to hand over the mementos to Dr. M. Abdul Rahim and Mr. Sumitran Sampath from class NK. Lieutenant Commander Naveen Nair. Ms. Geeta Das. Mr. Prasant Gopal Krishnan. And to our session chair, Srimati Anjana KR. I would like to request all the speakers to gather for the group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to take up this opportunity to convey my sincere thanks to all our sponsors for the event. You all are the silent stakeholders behind the success of this event. I would now like to request Mr. Gurvinderjeet Singh from ABB, who is currently the Automation and Control Sales Manager in Singapore, to take over the mic for the presentation.
Thank you, DIMS 2022, to give me this opportunity to present autonomous solution on behalf of ABB. I have 10 minutes and I hope I can do justice on the topic. First question which arises is, what is ABB doing with the autonomous solution? And the answer to that is our job to make this dream a reality. We are the technology providers which will make autonomous solutions which can be used by our seafarers. And the second question is, are we ready? We have been talking about autonomous solution for
global leaders in shipping and maritime activities. With its strategic location, sophisticated.
So, the question is, are we ready with this? Because we have been talking this for almost few years. And the answer is yes, we are. And to demonstrate that, I have a video of a couple of minutes where it shows what ABB has done in terms of preparing this autonomous solution and how we have demonstrated that. Please.
Singapore is Asia's gateway for global leaders in shipping and maritime activities. With its strategic location, sophisticated port facilities, and shipyards, Singapore is advancing digitalization in the maritime industry. It was the first country in South Asia to conduct remote joystick control of a tugboat in 2021, led by ABB and Keppel Offshore and Marine, and supported by the Maritime and Port Authority of Singapore. This was followed with the achievement of full autonomous navigation and receiving the autonomous notation from the American Bureau of Shipping Classification Society.
As a system developer and integrator for the remote control and autonomous solution, Keppel Offshore and Marine is working with our partners, ABB and TCOM, to jointly develop various technologies. This includes a digital twin of the tug to simulate vessel behavior in multiple scenarios using computational fluid dynamics, as well as data analytics tools to achieve efficient control and response of the tug. The nearshore environment for harbour tug operation is well suited for the use of remote control. This requires a full, reliable and secure Wi-Fi connection. And we are using M1 high-speed network to establish ship-to-shore communication links.
Fitted with cutting-edge technologies, the tug was geared to handle a range of risk scenarios which included facing multiple ships with changing speeds and courses at once, even one sailing erratically. The tug is able to handle head-on, crossing, and overtaking scenarios by itself. Through ABB Ability Marine Pilot Vision and Marine Pilot Control, it uses artificial intelligence to automate navigational observations, fusion of data from different sources, risk assessment, decision-making, and vessel control. The vessel's comprehensive testing included autonomous collision avoidance, following a previous remote-controlled test. Separately, supported by MPA, Keppel Offshore & Marine developed novel in-house algorithms for improved navigation, such as AI-powered and deep learning ship type classification, as well as obstacle identification.
When we say autonomous, we do not mean unmanned. The intent of our technology is to relieve the crew of tasks that can be automated, enabling them to perform at their best during critical periods.
Owned by Keppel Smith Towage, the tug is the world's first vessel to receive the autonomous and remote connotation from the American Bureau of Shipping, and the first in Singapore to receive the Singapore Registry of Ships Autonomous Notation by the Maritime and Port Authority of Singapore. ABB, Keppel Offshore & Marine, and the Maritime Port Authority of Singapore are committed to improve the maritime industry in Singapore and beyond. Keppel Offshore & Marine and ABB are fostering innovations that increase optimal and complete all-speed vessel control from one operator position. Together, these innovations are enabling easier, safer, and more efficient ship operations.
Looking ahead, we will explore the potential to transform future types of operations in Singapore to be completely autonomous with autonomous tugging and pulling operations.
Okay, so that was an interesting video, and we have demonstrated this technology in Singapore. In today's operation, we have a lot of sensors on board, and we are probably spending millions of dollars on the bridge, but still the operations of navigations are interrupted by human beings. They are still making important decisions. They are still doing the data fusion, they are doing the risk assessment, and of course they do the control. So in a way, we are dependent on human beings to make necessary decisions, and that is also leading to sometimes accidents and increase the risk on the vessel itself. So what we think in ABB is that there should be some of these functions can be taken out of humans, but we do not want to replace humans on the vessel itself, because we want to have human and machine working together on a vessel. And we take the strength of humans, and we also take the strength of technology or machines. So when we talk about human strength, we are talking about handling of uncertainties, applying knowledge and experiences. We are talking about creative problem solving, and we are talking about human judgment. Machines can't do that. Whereas on the machines, we can use their continuity, objectivity, their repeatability, their consistencies, very slow and very fast occurring event handlings, and most important, machine doesn't get tired and they do not forget. So the point is that we came in ABB and decided that we combine together and make a technology which can be used for autonomous vessel operations. We do not say a vessel as an autonomous, but we say that some of the operations or some of the functions on the vessel will be autonomous. And to implement that, we came with this solution, which we called as Intelligent Product Family solution. So we have a very simple solution, which is similar to how a human body works. The first is to have a situational awareness, that is gathering the data from different kind of sensors, cameras, radars, LiDARs, or any other kind of sensors available on the vessel or to be installed on the vessel, and then make a data fusion and kind of give a situation awareness to the machines. Second is to make a risk assessment and decision making. And when we enter in a decision making, we give an operator, a pilot, a choice. How do they want to act on it? Do they want machines to make some critical decisions and act on it, or they want human to act on this? So in the first question, it is an advisory function, and the second one would be a control. So in a perfect case where machines are able to make important navigational decisions, they will even do the control. So in such a way, we have a fully autonomous navigation system. We get the data, machine will do a data analytic, they will do analysis of the data, and based on the AI learning, they make certain decisions, and then those decisions are then sent to a control part of the machines, which is acting and navigating the vessel. Here is a simple architecture which shows ABB system. So we have different kind of sensors and thrusters installed on the machine. And then we have this onboard system, which we called as Marine Pilot Vision and Control. So when this is onboard the vessel, and in this situation, it can work completely autonomous, or it can do certain functions as an autonomous vessel. But in certain cases, we would like to have a remote control as a backup plan, where class NK mentioned earlier. And in that case, we can establish a remote control back in office. So in a way, you have a fully autonomous functions available on board the vessel, and then you have a backup, or in certain cases, using same captain for more than one vessels to do a remote control. So that is a system back in our office. And the last thing is that when we make this technology, we are a technology provider company, and we have been in a different vessel segments, right from tugboat all the way up to the big cruises going around the world. And we wanted to make a technology which can be modular, which can be used across the vessel segment and doing a different operations, because we understand that the requirement of this vessel is different. A simple coastal vessel may have close to unmanned, whereas you cannot have an unmanned cruise vessel. So there the function could only be advisory for the captain to act. So because of that, we came with a modular approach, and we made this system which is same technology, different applications. And that helped us to mature this technology, and we are very proud to say that this product has been already installed in quite many vessels, big cruises and small tugboats. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now call upon stage Mr. Mohammad Abrar Saifuddin from Nautica to give the presentation.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. The Society of Naval Architecture students proudly present Nautica, the one-of-a-kind tech fest of maritime industry from the Department of Ship Technology, CUSAT. Nautica opens up new realms for discussion, innovation, and collaboration with distinguished personalities. With more than 5,000 people attending and public relations with numerous academic institutions, Nautica presents an unparalleled opportunity to interact and collaborate with the industry and academic experts. Nautica holds discussion from not just the maritime sector, but from diverse other areas too. Nautica indeed intends to level up your skills with the workshops and training to make you experience the work environment and build up your skills to meet the industry demands. This momentous event aspires to be enlightening for the students and ignite their minds in domains of technology, professional vocation, and aptitude development. We really hope this would be one of the technical fests where every stakeholder gains, absorbs, and share knowledge. As being the SNAS Secretary, on behalf of SNAS, it's indeed my proud privilege to invite our beloved alumnus, Dr. M. Abdul Rahim Sir, Corporate Officer at Class NK, for the release of the trailer. Please, sir.
Afternoon. Once again, I know I am the most hated person in this room because I am standing between you and lunch, but unfortunately I was asked to do this task of encouraging them. As you know, it is organized by the Society of Naval Architecture Students. It is almost 40 years as old as the Department of Ship Technology, and I know some of the founding fathers of the SNAS are sitting in the audience. So I'm from the 5th batch, so I'm a little junior to them, but still, they have asked me to do that, so I am doing it. As you know, Nautica, you have seen what it is, and in the delegate bag there's a flyer of Nautica which gives the details of what it is. It's a technical sessions, seminars, panel discussions, Marine Expo, competitions, workshops, so on and so forth. So I think it's an excellent, SNAS has been conducting similar events over a long time, and this is one of the jewels in the crown of SNAS, is Nautica, and it gives the organizers, the students, a very good experience in organizing, in man management, in handling unforeseen circumstances, just like you have seen here the glitch in the beginning. Just want to say, you are talking about cyber security and information security, but these glitches do happen. And another key point, it is not only just for naval architecture or marine engineering graduates. I think several universities and many colleges are involved. So it gives an opportunity for the students to show their talent, to hone their skills, and also to interact each other in a very healthy and competitive manner. It makes them into a kind of rounded individuals for the companies they are going to work, for the society and the nation at large. So with these few words, I wish SNAS and its organizers every success and best wishes in organizing Nautica, which is supposed to be, it seems, in next February. Thank you very much. Now you can have lunch.
Thank you, sir. I'm very sure that the audience will just wait for a bit longer. We have the last presentation before lunch. May I now call upon stage our representatives from Ares Marine for their presentation.
Yeah, thanks for waiting and apologize for the delay. I represent Aries Marine and Engineering Services, and as part of the product presentation, we would like to present one of the services that we offer for the marine industry, and that service is 3D laser scanning and digitization. Before we venture into talking about the specific service, I would like to speak about the company for a few seconds. The company Aries Marine was formed in 1998 in Sharjah with a strength of 5 people, and this is the 25th year of existence of our company. And in the last 25 years, we have grown over 50 times in terms of our manpower strength, and today we employ more than 2,000 employees worldwide. We have operations in almost all the continents except Antarctica and South America. So we have offices in all the Gulf countries, in Asia, in India, in Singapore, Malaysia, all the Far East countries, and in Europe and in the Americas. The primary areas of interest of Aries Marine is in marine design consultancy, marine inspections, and also in the movie industry, in television, in training and interior decoration, to name a few. Now, to talk about the Aries Marine division, which is a flagship division of Aries Marine, there are primarily 2 activities done by Aries Marine. The first is marine inspections, and second is the design consultancy. Marine inspections include all types of conventional and advanced non-destructive testing techniques. We happen to have the highest number of class-approved asset integrity inspectors in the world, highest number of rope access technicians in the world also. This is the bouquet of activities which is offered by the design consultancy team of Aries Marine called Aries One, One standing for Offshore Naval Architecture and Engineering. So we offer naval architecture and marine engineering solutions, offshore and subsea engineering, electrical instrumentation and telecom engineering, project management, marine warranty surveys and other surveys, marine equipment trading, green solutions, and Aries aerial and unmanned surveys, about which I talked about an hour back during my presentation. Now, coming to the specific service that I want to talk about, that is 3D laser scanning. So what is 3D laser scanning is essentially a non-contact, non-destructive technology that captures the shape of physical objects by creating point clouds of data from the surface of an object. Now, how is this done? How is this achieved? This is achieved using a 3D laser scanner. I'll invite my colleague to just keep it on stage at the center end. So this is the 3D laser scanner, which is used to capture digital data about physical objects around it. So essentially there are 2 types of scanners. One is terrestrial scanners and the other one is handheld scanners. Terrestrial scanners are used when you want to capture data over a large area, something like an engine room or a pump room or a conference room like this. When you have to digitize it, you use a terrestrial scanner. And when you want to digitize a much smaller equipment with a very high level of accuracy in terms of micrometers, then you use a handheld scanner. Say you want to, for reverse engineering, you want to digitize a bevel gear, then you would use a handheld scanner. So this is a typical laser scanner, and as you see, it is presently already operating and a scan session has started. So this scanner essentially has a rotating mirror here, and the machine generates a laser which falls on the mirror, and since the mirror is rotating, the laser gets reflected all around it. So the laser is getting reflected in this axis, it is the laser beam, and since the machine is also rotating in this axis, in a spherical orientation you are having throughout all around the machine. In a spherical orientation, you have laser beams coming out of it. Now, the laser, after impinging on the target, returns back to the machine, and it calculates the time and phase shift between the transmission and reception, and assigns a coordinate for each and every point where the laser has fallen. So essentially, that is a concept of 3D laser scanning. So each of the scan cloud is generated out of millions of points, and each of the point has a X, Y, and Z coordinate. So the 3D scanning workflow consists of 3 steps. The first is, of course, the 3D scanning itself. That is the activity what is happening now. The second is called the scan registration. Now, I'll show a sample scan that was taken in this hall yesterday. Yeah, so this is a scan that was taken yesterday. I, in fact, initially intended to do a scan and then take it in the computer and show it, but we just didn't have enough time. So we took a scan yesterday. So this, you can see, it shows all the complete information about the hall. But there are some areas which is not visible to you because the scanner can only capture data what is there in the line of sight. For example, if there is something behind this chair, that the scanner cannot capture because the chair is obstructing the view. So if you have to capture the data about what is behind the chair, you would have to place the scanner at an appropriate location so that it is within the line of sight of the scanner. So as part of the laser scanning, the skill is to place the scanner at specific strategic locations so that you are able to capture within your line of sight each and every nook and corner of the room. Once that is done, the scanning activity is done. And you go to the next step of the workflow, which is the scan registration. So when you talk about scan registration, you are cleaning the scans and then joining the scans which have been taken at various points in the compartment, and you are making it to one consolidated, integrated scan of whatever is the asset that you are trying to digitize. And the third activity is importing this into a 3D modeling software. I am assuming that you are intending to do engineering based on the data captured. So you import it into a 3D modeling software wherein you can do further engineering. For example, now I have already captured about the information about this hall. Now I want to introduce a big equipment here without, what shall I say, disturbing any of the existing, say, sofa settings and things like that. So I can always, in the 3D model, in the 3D modeling software, I can bring the new equipment and place it and check which is the most optimal location without disturbing the existing, infrastructure in the room. And in case of a marine scenario, it is you scan an engine room, and if you want to introduce a new equipment, you can introduce a new equipment and route the pipelines and cablings, etc., without tampering or modifying existing set structure. So the applications. We have inquiries typically for digitizing existing assets of owners. We have done a lot of scanning for fixed offshore platforms, manned as well as unmanned. And they generally want to have a replica of the physical asset in the digital form, which they can refer in future if required. Then, because of the accuracy that can be achieved, this can also can be used to check for misalignment, especially in the offshore offshore industry. We have done a lot of alignment checks between the crown block and the drill floor for drilling rigs, both in the onshore and offshore fields. Then rig leg deflection checks can be done. A lot of times it happens that when supply vessels go alongside, say, jacked up platforms to supply items, it's sometimes the DP fails, or there is a gust of wind or wave, and there may be some contact between the vessel and the rig legs. So in such cases, if the vessel asset owner suspects that there is a deflection or a damage that has happened on the leg, we have been invited to go and scan. So in such a scenario, it is essential to have some other fixed platform near it. So we take the scanner onto the adjacent platform and then scan, and then we are able to give a decision if there is a deflection within limits or beyond limits. I talked about the feasibility study for introduction of new equipments into existing compartments. Then of course cantilever skid beam alignment checks also can be done. Cantilever skid beams of rigs tend to get misaligned after certain repeated operations over a long period of time, so these can be measured. Another common application is the tank calibration. Say your ballast tanks, sorry, your bunker oil tanks or your cargo oil tanks. Owners see that the readings in the flow meter and are at divergence with the readings what you get from the sounding tables. So in such cases, they invite us and we do a 3D scanning of the tank, and we are able to accurately model the as-is condition of the tank and issue fresh sounding tables. So, and now I have some snaps of digitized platforms that we have done using this 3D scanning technique. This is of course an offshore platform that we have done in Saudi. So we did the 3D scanning, then took it, the scanning was done using Leica. This entire platform was scanned in about 2 weeks time, and it took about another 2 weeks for digitizing it. I have some more snapshots of other platforms which we have digitized using 3D laser scanning. This is a boat landing platform. This is a loading jetty. This is an onshore platform which was digitized. Again, most of these jobs were done in UAE region where we got inquiries for them. You can see the level of detail which can be captured and can be digitized. This is another common and interesting application which we have for 3D scanning. A lot of old vessels are present who don't have any hydrostatic tables or hull form or lines plan. So when the vessel comes to dock, if we go with a 3D scanner and once we do sufficient number of scans, we can accurately capture the shape of the hull and then generate a lines plan out of that. So this is a common application which we get for old ships. I also talked about ship retrofit application wherein you can route pipelines and introduce new equipments into engine rooms or pump rooms. We have done about close to 1,500 vessels where we have done ballast water treatment system installations and scrubber installations, and this technology was extensively used for those. This is just another photograph where we use 3D laser scanning for digitizing the main deck and compartments of FPSO. Another case where a particular compartment, the client wanted to confirm whether a new winch could be installed inside. So of course, winch model we got from the OEM of the winch, and we did a scan of the compartment where it had to go in, and after digitizing it, we could check using inside a 3D modeling software whether there are clashes. These are some of the major clients for which we have offered this service, and this is already being used in the commercial industry a lot. 3D laser scanning, there are a lot of service providers offering this service, and Aries Marine is proud to be associated with as one of the leading service providers for this service. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That brings us to the end of this session and the much awaited lunch, of course. So we'll break off for lunch. I would request the audience to carry on to the lobby. We will gather back at 2:45, and the next session will be a technical session on design and optimization of marine structures. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all back to the afternoon session of today. That will be a technical session on design and optimization of marine structures. Now, before I begin, I must tell you that being a student, it is our tendency to feel sleepy after lunch. I hope everyone agrees with that. But in this case, I'm very sure that everyone's intention to gather the knowledge is so intense that I'm sure nobody will feel sleepy. So, for this session, I would like to request onto the stage Professor Om Prakash Shah from IIT Kharagpur. Before I hand over the mic to sir, I would like to just speak a few words. This field of naval architecture and shipbuilding is constantly evolving. Within just a matter of few years, trends change globally. Our main objective is to stay in harmony with the advancements in technology. And one of the methods to achieve this is by constant design optimization. Dr. O.P. Shah is currently a professor in the Department of Ocean Engineering and Naval Architecture in IIT Kharagpur. He was the head of Department of Ocean Engineering and Naval Architecture from October 2010 to September 2013. He is currently involved in a number of sponsored research and industrial consultancy projects with the DRDO, Indian Navy, Ministry of Shipping, GRSE, Cochin Shipyard Limited, L&T Shipping, and a lot of other port trusts. So now I would like to hand over the mic to Dr. O.P. Shah to carry on with the proceedings.
First of all, thank you very much for the nice introduction. I take this opportunity to thank DIMS and Dostas for giving me this opportunity and honor to chair this technical session on design and optimization of marine structures, something which has been close to my heart. In the morning I was told that I must speak a few words before the technical session starts. So let me just share some of my thoughts which I jotted down in the morning. We all know marine or ship design in the past was more of an art than science. It was highly dependent on experienced naval architects who had knowledge and experience of the different engineering disciplines. When we were young, we were referred as jack of all trades, but master of none. Okay, and that's what naval architect was all about. The design space was explored through heuristic methods, the knowledge gained through trial and error over decades. In this design process, the optimization was inherently coupled, because inherently coupled with this design was also a process of optimization, which was the selection of the best solution out of the many feasible ones. But the naval architect relied on his heuristics and the knowledge gained to come up and pick up the best solution. In the last few decades, there has been an exponential advancement, both in terms of computer hardware and marine software tools, some of which we will see in the presentations which will follow. And along with this, there has been a strong integration of this hardware and software tools into one integrated platform. I started learning my engineering with a slide rule. And I have now come to a stage where you can do a parametric hull form design, including a RAN solver on a laptop. Okay, I do not know where the next 20 years or 30 years will take us. The present day shipping industry, as through the last sessions we have seen, is a much more complex and works in a much more complex environment. There are economic, environmental, and even social restrictions. Long back, as a student, I remember Dr. Buxton from Newcastle had come to give a lecture, and that's the first time I heard about techno-economic design. We knew of techno-design, it was techno-economic. Then with the new rules of environmental coming in, it became environmental protection. And now with Paris Accord and COP26, a lot of emphasis has come on how do you ensure that there are no greenhouse gases. So energy efficiency, safety, and environmental protection are now the key requirements for the sustainable shipping and the marine industry. And the transportation sector, which is the marine transportation sector, must adapt to this accordingly. And this calls for a significant changes in the way we had approached design as a young student and the way we are approaching now. It has become complex. It is multidisciplinary. The objective functions are multi-objective, and they require both knowledge of technical and non-technical in nature. So you need to have a systematic approach to marine design and optimization by considering the ship or the marine structure as a complex object with various subsystems. And these subsystems can be looked as spokes like safety, energy, power, propulsion, and so on. Any state of art of ship or marine process inherently involves optimization, namely selection of the best solution which fulfills a target objective function. In the present day, we have to do a trade-off, or what we call formalized optimization is increasingly becoming common, but not for a specific portion. This trade-off is now looking at the entire life cycle of the marine product. So we have moved on from a narrow band to a much broader objective, which is we are trying to look at the entire life cycle of the ship. It is important that the designers combine all these concepts, and there will be papers on this. Challenges have been thrown to us through various IMO resolutions like EEXI, EEDI, and CII. But to do this in a proper way, we need a platform, and a platform where we can integrate the CAD tools, the CFD tools, and the other tools in a seamlessly, or integrate them in a seamless manner. And finally, I think the design and optimization should be carried in a holistic manner. That is now, I'm sure, is being done. There are projects in Europe. One of them, which is very famous, is the Holy Ship, which has been very seriously looking into this particular aspect. We now have what we call fully parametric models, and I can assure you with fully parametric models, within a session or an afternoon, we can generate typically a few hundred variants of the hull form and also examine the complexity or the aerodynamic properties of this particular hull form. So there is a lot that is going to happen in the future, and the young naval architects who are sitting at the background, I think for them it's a very, very challenging task. Finally, I, as a naval architect and as a faculty in the Department of Naval Architecture, have worked very closely with the industry, and I think it is very important that the academia, the research establishments work very closely with the industry to provide solutions. That is the only way forward. And therefore, I would like to quote Leonardo da Vinci before I end. There is a reason why I am quoting Leonardo da Vinci out here. You will be quite surprised that this man, this polymath, in the 1500s, he had written, and even in those days, there was a problem of predicting the power of ships. It is Da Vinci who had written that you could predict the power of a ship by doing model tests. This word is written in the document that you can do powering of a ship by doing model test. It took nearly 300 years for William Froude to come up with the law of extrapolating from the model test to the full scale. And Da Vinci writes, "He who loves practice without theory is like a sailor who boards the ship without a rudder and never knows where he may be cast." So with this brief introduction, let me tell you, we have got 6 papers today from experts all around. There will be 3 papers followed by a short tea break and another 3 papers. I would request the speakers to limit to their time. The first speaker today is none other than my friend, Dr. V. Anand Subramaniam. To this particular audience, I have not got his biodata with me. So to this particular audience, he needs no introduction. We have been graduated in naval architecture at the same time from different universities, and we have been colleagues in this entire journey of teaching naval architecture. Professor Anand Subramaniam has been a professor at IIT Kharagpur, recently retired. IIT Madras. Please excuse me, sir. Okay. He was head of the department, and he has extensively worked with the industry. The surprising part is that the co-author of the paper is also a naval architect, Dr. Rahul Subramaniam, who is the son of Professor Anand Subramaniam. So this is perhaps the first paper I am facing, maybe after William Froude and Robert Froude, where a father and son, both naval architects, unfortunately Rahul is not here today with us, where a paper is now being presented by 2 naval architects of 2 generations. So I request Dr. Anand Subramaniam, please come up to the stage.
Am I in charge?
Yes, yes.
Oh, they are supposed to be there. So you start there. Yeah, you can. Then I do this. So, did he give you that one? Yes. Or I use this one?
If you want to move around, use this one.
Hello, yeah. Good afternoon, my dear friends. It was so heartening to hear from Professor O.P. Shah, my good old friend, my dear friend, such wonderful words. And his introduction to the subject, to the history, to the evolution of naval architecture and shipbuilding has made it easy for me to glide into my topic now. And you can see the title of it here. The most important thing is that I'm just going to talk to the industry experts who are gathered here, that if anybody expects equations, you will be disappointed. My friend NR told me that I will not understand anything. He's a naval architect, of course, that he wouldn't understand anything of what I'm saying. But I want to make sure that all of you understand everything of what I'm saying. So with that feeling in my mind, I'll just give a start to this. Okay. Let me see how it goes. Maybe this is better. It's okay. You can hear on this also. Yeah. Numerical simulation for powering prediction of ships. OPG has already introduced that my son is involved in this. He has done the bulk of the work in this, the simulations, sitting there in Houston in USA. And of course, this has been spread over several months. And these results are also based on several projects that we have been handling for the industry, where it was necessary to validate. But when I say validate, in the strict rigorous sense, it takes you into the depths of the subject in many ways. But what I'm going to present here is essentially to try to clear a kind of feeling that the people in the industry or in the research have with regard to the tools that we use for evaluating the powering of a ship. Okay. The scope of the presentation is that I give you an introduction to the area of computational fluid dynamics and experimental fluid dynamics. It's a style to call them CFD and EFD. Okay? EFD essentially stands for the tank testing that we do, which is a part of naval architecture. So I try to give some very general ideas on CFD, the basic tool. Then I go to the methodology, again in a very superficial way, and then I try to present the 3 test cases that we have taken up for investigation, which we will explain in the course of this presentation. 3 ships, 3 different kinds. One is a slow-speed container ship, another is a high-speed catamaran, and the third one is what is called a general prismatic planing hull, which goes to very high Froude numbers. And we show you the results and then try to draw some conclusions which would be support for, which is gaining ground, and the transition or the need for transition in our approach to evaluation for powering. Okay? Yeah. Yeah. So, I don't know from where to look. Yeah, I can look here. Thank you. Yeah. So, in practical ship design, the most important thing, as every owner, builder, designer knows, is to have a reliable estimation of the drag or resistance and therefore the powering, because there is always a stipulation that you get a guaranteed speed for the given engine that you have chosen. So, in order to ensure this, Professor Opisha has already said that the classical way of doing tank testing, which has been taken as the standard for evaluating the performance, EFD, has been the traditional method. As against this, over the last few decades, we have had the emergence and the development of a robust tool in the form of computational fluid dynamics, CFD. Okay. Now, while we traditionally accept towing tank tests as the standard for deciding the power, I must bring here to the general audience the fact that there are inherent uncertainties. Of course, people in the field, people who work in the research and development and design do know this, that there are certain inherent uncertainties. The testing conditions are different because you are doing the test on a model, and we have the classical Reynolds number and Froude number. The Reynolds number is never compatible with what it should be in the ship. It is a low value. This sets in certain differences in the dynamics around the ship. So which means that we are really doing a compromise but accepting it, and this is a worldwide acceptance. Okay. So in the meantime, we have had the development of computational power, computational fluid dynamics, and today that has become a very important tool in marine hydrodynamics. So I have highlighted the fact that you have today, because earlier it was thought that it's very costly, time consuming, the computer power and so on. Today it is not so. The turnaround time is fast, the cost is moderate, it is versatile, therefore it is a practical tool. But since we still interact with the industry, we know that there is a certain inhibition in accepting just CFD values as the values for deciding the power. Okay. So the problem here is, if you talk of the flow around the ship, it is an inherently complex flow. Okay? If you talk of a propeller, rotating propeller, there's a lot more of complexity of the flow as it passes through the propeller. So, we all know that when we look at the back of a ship, you will see a lot of turbulence. Turbulence means there's a lot of fluctuation. So, this leads to unsteady flow, and for a ship it is high Reynolds number. And the challenge in CFD, which is why I am bringing in these simple concepts to you, is that you have the problem of handling the fluctuating turbulence around the ship appropriately. And if you go back, just like OPG said now about William Froude and the method of model testing, in parallel there was the theoretical analysis by way of what is called the Navier-Stokes equation. An independent French and a British scientist way back at the end of the 19th century formulated these equations which define a flow beautifully around a body. But that equation had no solution, and that is why we had to wait for almost a century with the advent of computational fluid dynamics, that it could be handled, it could be solved numerically with certain approximations or idealizations. So this is the evolution of the CFD part, and in recent years with the power of the computers, it has been possible to simulate the reality of the flow in a much more realistic way. So there, the factors are, you have to model the flow around with very fine grid. You have to model the turbulence that is actually taking place. This is where the term RANS comes in, that is Reynolds number averaged Navier-Stokes equation, which gave a solution to the problem. Okay, so this is all the complexities I'll talk of, nothing further, because the subject really takes you into depth if you want to do it, so it's not possible to do justice in a few minutes, but I just want you to appreciate the idea that in the face of all this, today the industry actually insists, before doing a tank test, that there should be a numerical simulation with CFD, and based on that, you try to have some improvements, but finally you do a tank test to evaluate and assess the actual powering requirement, right? It is even in the Indian defense sector today, that is exactly the standards that we are also involved with many of these activities going on in the big laboratories here, the Naval Science and Technological Laboratory, etc., where we know that as a prelude to tank testing, the CFD testing is done, then they compare these with this, and I would like to present some of the results on the basis of such comparisons that we have carried out. So in that sense, what we have done here is we have taken three classes of vessels: a displacement vessel, that is a container ship, a high-speed catamaran vessel, and then the planing vessel. So here technically what differs is the Froude number. Everyone is aware of the Froude number as a definition of the speed in non-dimensional terms. So the container ship is something of the order of 0.21 Froude number. The high-speed catamaran is something of the order of a transition Froude number about 0.7. And the high-speed planing vessel has a high Froude number of about 2.7. So these are internationally benchmarked cases, which is why we have, and literature is available. And these are, and experiments have been conducted, so the test results are available. So we have done the CFD simulations of these, and we do it on model scale so that there is a direct comparison. As I told you, when we go from model to prototype, we are violating the flow conditions. The Reynolds number is small, the boundary layer is larger in the model. If you scale it up to the prototype, you will get a disproportionately large boundary layer. Therefore, what happens? Your appendages, which are actually in the boundary layer in the model, are not in the boundary layer in the prototype. So these many people are not aware of, because you believe, oh, I am doing a practical test that is far more reliable than the numerical prediction. But it is not so. So it is not that tank tests are bad, it just means that tank tests have a certain strategy, that they measure a resistance and they throw out the frictional resistance part from that, and then they calculate it separately, and then they take it to the prototype with suitable alterations by looking at only the residuary resistance part. So, having emphasized that fact that the flow dynamics are not exactly the same, we do accept that there will be scaling errors, okay? Because scaling errors. In fact, if I were to go into this subject in depth, there are many more things to be discussed, but time wouldn't permit it here. So, we will simply accept that towing tank tests today, they do not put the appendages in the model, they only calculate the resistance. Just to point out the limitations of towing tank tests. I am not saying this bad, but I am just saying that this tool which was accepted hitherto as perfect solution, today CFD is coming into the picture to give you possibly equal or better or robust solution. But, you know, traditions remain. So even now, generally we would say towing tank testing is strongly entrenched as an accepted solution to the industry. Now, so what do? We have to rigorously validate CFD in different environmental conditions, speed conditions, hull form conditions, etc. Another peculiar problem in India, because I am interacting with the industry, is the fact that unfortunately for a big country with India, with a big coastline, with shipbuilding resurging now or growing up, we have only 2 towing tanks in this country. One is at the Naval Science and Technological Lab, Vizag, and another is at IIT Kharagpur. IIT Madras, we had one, but now it is not functional, but I do hope it will be getting functional shortly. But this is a serious drawback that today we have to go all the way to Europe, maybe Netherlands or Norway or Denmark or Sweden or so on. And therefore we are really caught in a situation that we don't have the opportunity to independently grow. And let me tell you, I strongly believe in that word Atmanirbhar, that we need to do everything to see that we are able to do these things on our own and not depend strategically for these things elsewhere. Okay? Then, so the RAM solver I talked of, it has a component that while it takes care of steady velocity, and as I told you, you can see the turbulence and everything, you have to model these things. So, what is done is, the average part and the fluctuating part are taken care of in a mathematical strategy there, and a solution is formed. This is what we call the RAN solver, because it can be for steady flow conditions, it can also be for unsteady flow conditions, which they variously call it as URANS, U-R-A-N-S-E, okay, unsteady. Now, the tools have been developing continuously, and today you seek modeling the the complex flows that are taking place, the formation of braking waves, the formation of bubbles and braking and so on. So this has led to more tools like what is called the large eddy simulation, direct numerical simulation. But all this means the scales are vast. There will be huge magnitude of grid sizes going to tens of billions of cells, and if you want to really simulate the formation of bubbles and braking, etc., it is possible, but these have not reached a stage that for practical ship resistance powering they can be used. This is what I want to tell you here. Okay, so we are now talking of CFD simulation only using the RANS or URANS solver, and what it does, just to put it in a nutshell, is that once you form the equations and solve it, you get the components of local velocities and pressures, the equivalent of putting, sensors and getting it, but much more accurately there, I would say. And once you integrate them, you are able to get the drag. So in CFD, it is not only the drag. What you can get is pressure distribution, streamlines, wave patterns. So it is much beyond the drag. And therefore, you have a potential reliable tool in hand. So I am sticking to ship resistance only. I don't want to go into those bullets which describe what simple does, etc. I want to bring in another factor that the CFD codes are standardized in the form of commercial softwares. You have Star CCM, you have No, that's OpenFOAM. Sorry. You have the free sources, that is OpenFOAM, and so many other softwares which are free of license, free of constraints. Okay? So we can opt for one or the other, but there is a steep learning curve involved with those things. Now what we have done here is the analysis in OpenFOAM, and what I am going to show you here is what we did. Here I describe DTC is the medium speed vessel, a container vessel. DTC stands for Duisburg Test Container Vessel, okay, which was done in Germany. The other one is the Delft catamaran in Netherlands. As I said, the fluid number is 0.7. The next one is the general purpose prismatic hull with a high speed, which has also been tested. Now I just go to the results straight, and this is simply for the visuals here, that how we do the modeling of the hull form, and just showing you the hull form of the container ship. Okay. In this case, you can see the classical Kelvin wave pattern that we see around a ship. It is beautifully captured in this numerical modeling. And of course, these are all very standard for those who work on these areas. There is nothing new about it. But I just want to present it to you that these simulations verify that the kinematics, that is the movement of the water, the waves, etc., can be captured beautifully. And this is just an example of that. It is simulating the speed of the ship at 25 knots. You can see the red spots in the forward and the aft, which is for the pressure buildup at the bow and at the stern. I don't think I have to dwell on this, on the size of the model, etc., just for the record here. But the bottom line says that in this particular case, the drag on the model and the drag in the experiments, the variation was only to the order of 1.76% for the container ship. For the high-speed catamaran, again, because these hulls are planing, so there is a lot of change of trim and sinkage. So these are also faithfully recorded in the simulations. And you can see that the numbers are pretty good. That is about 70.6 newtons versus 68.9 newtons. Okay. Now this is the high-speed catamaran. You can see the interference of the waves from one hull to the other and the wave pattern below, the classic rooster tail that happens for very high speeds. Now we have compared here experimental results over a range of speed with another software, that is CFD Iowa, and what we have done, that is by using OpenFOAM. You can see the values at the design speed are matching pretty good. Okay, this is very heartening that numbers obtained can be very good. This is the depiction of the sinkage and the trim, because any ship first it tends to squat a bit before it emerges and trims according to the fluid number. That is also shown here. And this is again showing the wave pattern typical of high-speed planing hulls with a 1% variation in the estimated drag. Again, you can see how the planing occurs in the tank test and in the numerical simulation. The underwater picture of how much of contact area of the hull happens for planing. Yeah. So with this, I would like to conclude that the test cases show evidence that CFD simulation can match, and I can tell you it is not easy, because in the wrong hands it can also give you wrong results. So there are several factors about it. It's over? Time is over? Yep. And the results presented here for the 3 categories of vessels, we are showing the results that which suggests that the RAN solver is a proven workhorse in marine hydrodynamics applications for the industry. Okay? Thank you. Yeah. I think question answers come later or
Thank you, Professor Anand Subramaniam, for an excellent presentation. He's given the whole gamut of food numbers for CFD testing. And I think it should be very educative to the younger audience who will be now tasked with this job in the near future by the industry. So thanks once again. And Dr. Anand Subramaniam, I would like all of you to give him a big hand for excellence. We'll take the question answers at the end, and I know there are a lot of questions on this. Finally, the second paper is an overview on conversion of self-elevating units to offshore installation. The presenter is Mr. Hasib Panakarthodan. Mr. Hasib is a senior engineer with American Bureau of Shipping, currently posted in Dubai. He has worked nearly 14 years as a professional in the offshore marine oil and gas industry. Mr. Hasib is currently in Dubai, as I mentioned. He graduated from QSAT as a naval architect, and he specializes in engineering plan review of structure, stability, and statutory aspects of offshore units and marine vessels. So I request Mr. Hasib to come up and give his presentation.
Good afternoon all. Thank you very much for the chair, Dr. Professor Om Prakash Shah, for the kind words. Myself, Hasib Panakarthodan. I am working with the American Bureau of Shipping, ABS, Dubai office as a senior plan approval engineer. I'm actually pretty much humbled, honored, privileged, and nervous to some extent to speak on a platform which has been chaired by one of the most eminent personality in the naval architecture industry, Dr. Professor Om Prakash Shah, and also to speak after one of the equally eminent and distinguished personality in the industry, Dr. Anand Subramanian sir, whom have both of the aforementioned personalities have devoted their lifetime for the betterment of naval architecture and marine industry. In front of them, my 15 years odd professional work, I feel like a child wondering by watching some superheroes doing something. With this humble note, I would like to, I couldn't utter a single word, or rather I couldn't start my presentation without thanking my beloved professors whom have made me as a naval architect. Some of them are present here, most of them are not present here. I would like to say them a big thank you from bottom of my heart for all the hard work they have put in for training myself and my batch and my juniors and seniors, of course. This is an opportunity
maybe a rare opportunity getting for me to speak in front of my professors. I would like to snatch that opportunity and to thank them from bottom of my heart. I feel a bit emotional when remembering Dr. Nambudiri sir, whom have passed away recently. That particular gentleman have taught us engineering, graphics and mechanics, so it's a big loss for our industry. I would like to dedicate this small attempt to Nambudiri sir. If it helps him or if it makes him happy in one way or the other, maybe he is watching from the heaven, I don't know. Without getting too much emotional, I also would like to thank all the seniors, my classmates, my juniors, from which I've learned many things in and out of the field. They've been providing guidance to me when at times when the time was hard at me. They've been helping me, so I would like to thank my seniors and juniors as well. Without eating up too much time, let's straight away get into the matter. What I'm trying to present here is an overview on conversion of self-elevating units to offshore installation from an American Bureau of Shipping ABS class review perspective. We do have a dedicated guide for the conversion of self-elevating units to offshore installation. So in short, for the next few minutes, what I'm trying to give in 40-odd slides is that without reading the complete rule, just to give an overview of an owner, potential owner, or a designer, or budding naval architects, the concept of conversion of self-elevating drilling or non-drilling units to offshore installation. I can see a lot of eminent personalities in the industry whom are doing this on a daily basis. For them, this may be an information which is already known, but however, they can treat it as a refresher memory jogger. And for the young naval architects, the budding naval architects whom are listening, please take it. My intention is to give a door open in order for you to open it and explore it yourself. So we have 8 portions of this particular seminar. We have starting from introduction to applicable rules and regulation to class notation, hull structural aspects, foundation design, jacking holding system design, machinery, marine, topside aspects, and surveys. Before we begin at ABS, we take safety as the most important aspect of our day-to-day activities. So we call it as Take 5. Take 5 applicable both at work and also at home. We used to call it as also a boring slide for us in each and every presentation. We have no way without this slide. So it is look, think, recognize, control, and begin. Look for any particular safety hazards. Think about how is it a real safety hazard. Recognize them if it is a safety hazard. Think of the remedial measures, how to control them, then begin the action. That's what we call look, think, recognize, control, and begin. These are a few pictorial representation of what we are going to discuss in the next 25 slides or so. Offshore installations installed on particular region. I'm not naming any of them. It's just taken from the Shutterstock, validated, vetted images. Okay, so why are we discussing this here? This mainly discussed here, it's identified as a cost-effective option when developing an offshore field. Cost-effective in the sense it's making the best use of mobile offshore drilling units whom have already operated for 20 years or so. It's a very good opportunity for the owners to have next 15 years how to capitalize their asset in a much more economical way. The classification of the existing self-elevating unit as a mobile offshore unit changes to a site-specific offshore installation during this activity. There is apparently a growing interest within the industry to build self-elevating units for operating as offshore installation. In response to that, ABS has published this particular guide for conversion of self-elevating units to offshore installation. This guide is applicable for converting existing self-elevating units or for newly built self-elevating units to operate as offshore installation for hydrocarbon production and for processing services. Machinery and safety systems may be included within ABS scope of classification for the intended service life if they are requested by the owner. The latest edition of the aforementioned guide comes in July 2021. This expands the guide's application to cover newly built self-elevating units intended to operate as an offshore installation. The new designation, offshore installing unit, will be added to the primary class notation of offshore installation if machinery and safety system related are also included within the scope of classification. Also, a new notation when an LNG processing facility is installed on the unit are also introduced. This guide is to be used in conjunction with already established guide for at least 30 odd years, ABS rules for building classing mobile offshore units and ABS rule for building classing offshore installation. Upon satisfactory review and survey, ABS will issue documentation to the unit for a single voyage from the conversion or fabrication yard to the installation site. After the installation is completed and the surveyor is satisfied, a report will be submitted to the class committee for requesting the issuance of a full-term classification certificate. Below mentioned are the applicable online ABS website for latest edition of rules and guides, www.eagle.org, and your valuable feedback, comments and suggestions are always welcome at rsd@eagle.org. RSD stands for Research and Development. Let's move on to the next segment. Let's see what are the applicable rules and regulations. The major rules which are defining the design or conversion of mobile offshore drilling units to offshore installation are ABS rule for building classing mobile offshore unit. We call it as MOU rule. ABS rule for building classing offshore installation. We call it as OI rule. And ABS rule for building classing facilities on offshore installation. We call it as facility rule. ABS guide for building classing gravity-based offshore LNG terminals. We call it as GBLNGT guide. We also have offshore fatigue guide and we also have offshore buckling guide for the detailed assessments. We have riser guide when the riser system is involved. We also have applicable material requirements. We also have applicable ABS guidance note on structure analysis of self-elevating unit and dynamic analysis procedure for self-elevating unit. We also have for site-specific assessment of mobile offshore units, ISO 19905 Part 1 jackups. Having said all these rules and regulations, ABS may consider at its discretion and upon the request on the owner for the application of other applicable alternative methods and recognized records of practice. Let's see what are the applicable statutory regulations. On the statutory side, offshore installation may or may not be under the requirements of flag state. The degree of offshore installation compliance with the statutory regulations for the applicable flag state or coastal state may differ from project to project depending upon the flag administration. Although the offshore installation may not be certified by ABS in compliance with the statute regulation applicable for on-site operation, it could still require a temporary certification for its journey to the installation site. For example, the load line certificate for the tow from shipyard to the installation site as required by the Coastal State Administration. Coastal State Administration may require to provide compliance with the MARPOL Annex 1 for offshore pollution, Annex 4 for sewage, and Annex 6 for air pollution. So this requirement depending upon coastal state to coastal state for which this particular offshore installation will be installed. Classification notation. This slides gives a very good, these slides give a pretty much summarized reflection of applicable class notation. For example, in an offshore installation, if you are classing only structure and stability assessment, stability for the single voyage from the construction yard or the modification yard to the intended location, if you are classing only structure and stability, the applicable class notation will be offshore installation. If you are classing structure, stability, essential safety system and machinery, then we will have offshore installation in bracket self-installing unit. Likewise, if you are classing structure, stability, essential safety system, machinery, hydrocarbon production processing, it will be offshore installation, self-elevating unit, hydrocarbon production or processing. if the import and export rises are involved in the discussion or on the classification side, it will be offshore installation, offshore risers. This is another interesting aspect. When the self-elevating unit is fitted with the process facilities, but the classification of the entire process facility is not decided, certain essential safety system and equipment for the processing facility as indicated in 2/1.1 of the guide, which I will show in the coming slides, are to be in compliance for the requirements of the ABS facility rules. Offshore fixed platform, designed, built, I think this is something related to the upcoming presentation of Mr. Abdul Ghaffur. Maybe you can relate this better than me. Offshore fixed platform, designed and built to the requirement of pre-service condition and strength criteria for the in-service site-specific condition in accordance with ABS rules for building and classing mobile offshore installation rule, and maintained in accordance with the applicable ABS requirement for site-specific environmental data for in-service condition, will be indicated by the S qualifier following the basic notation. For example, the S qualifier followed by the definition of the site is mandatory to be assigned and published in the ABS record. For example, Maltese Cross A1, offshore installation, self-installing unit, hydrocarbon protection, S qualifier in the Gulf of Mexico, which means this is actually verified, classed for installing in the Gulf of Mexico. Likewise, for newly built OI, the class notation FL stands for fatigue life, number of years. Year will be assigned to identify the design fatigue life in years and the year of maturation of fatigue life in the defined site. For an existing SEU converted to an OI, the class notation remaining fatigue life RFL will be assigned to identify the expected minimum remaining fatigue life in years and the year of maturation of fatigue life in the defined site. For life extension criteria and relocation of the unit, the reference is made to offshore installation rule. As mentioned earlier in the slide, this is the table which I was referring to 2/1.1, systems and equipment included in the self-elevating unit class notation as the essential safety system. We can just have a read like a facility layout, area classification, electrical system protection likewise, and then the applicable life-saving things and everything. So it's readily available in the rule, so I'm not spending time on this table. Okay, moving on to the hull structural aspect. So the most important analysis for conversion of self-elevating unit to offshore installation is the in-place analysis, as most of us know. Applicable rule will be offshore installation rule, mobile offshore rules, and a guidance note on structural analysis of self-elevating units, guidance note on dynamic analysis procedure of self-elevating unit, guidance note on geotechnical performance of Spudcan foundation. This slide gives pretty much summarized idea on various aspects that should be considered in the conversion process. Talking about hull structure, we are looking at it hull, legs, jack case, mat/Spudcan, living quarters, helideck, crane pedestal, and equipment foundation. On the stability side is a wind healing moment, because although one could argue that I am removing my derrick and drill floor and cantilever and I am putting a process module, so one could argue that my effective wind area is actually less, but it has to be quantitatively proven. There are cases in which, although the derrick and drill floor has been removed, but the process facilities which are being added maybe having higher vertical center of gravity and higher wind area and higher center of pressure, which will result in higher wind healing moments. So we'll have a quantitative study and see where we stand on the net applicable wind healing moment applied on the vessel. Correspondingly, a stability booklet should be prepared. A water integrity plan should be prepared if there is any subdivision changes below hull. On the statutory side, as applicable in corresponding to the flag state and coastal state, structural fire protection plan, HVAC ventilation plan, escape and egress route plan, life-saving appliances plan, fire control plan, and review of additional coastal state requirement, if any. On the supporting analysis, as I mentioned in the previous slide, this most important is the in-place analysis, geotechnical investigation report, metocean report, global hull strength, fatigue analysis, foundation analysis, leg toe analysis, corrosion control system, and inclination test, earthquake analysis if applicable. I will quickly go through this in-place analysis in the coming slide. So what are the major inputs when we are thinking about in-place analysis? The major input when you think about in-place analysis is the weight control report, center of gravity, thickness measurement and condition of primary members, wind profile, marine growth, corrosion allowance. And the results what we are getting is required preload capacity, required jacking system capacity, footing system restraints, spud can design limitation. Environmental condition. So typically we use 100 period return environmental period, but if the platforms are unmanned or if they can be easily evacuated, a shorter design life than typical design life, we can use a recurrence interval less than 100 years, but however it should be not less than 50 years. For operating conditions or operating case, for each intended major foundation, major function or operation of the installation, a set of characteristic parameters for the environmental factors which act as a limiting on the safe parameter of the operation or function is to be established. Other factors considered, I'm not going into the details, increase in the drag coefficient from 0.5 to 0.62 if the platform is designed for an earlier version of the rule. Additional environmental movements due to the risers, shallow water effect because especially in the site-specific installation, there are quite a few cases, the shallow water impact. Change in natural period. This is actually something very important because we are changing the dynamics of the unit because there is a quite significant changes in the light shift. So there's a good chance that the natural period of the unit itself may get changed, which will result in the resonance and then increased elevated movement. So this also need to be considered. Fatigue assessment. The applicable rules are ABS offshore installation rule and ABS MOU rules and ABS guide for fatigue assessment of offshore structures. On the fatigue assessment, we recommend a structural fatigue analysis, a spectral fatigue analysis, wave scatter diagram applicable for the intended site to be established, past operation profile is to be established, weld joints in the structural members in the splash zone to be identified. For the design factor for the fatigue design life factor is typically governed by the structural members that would be difficult to access or inspect and repair after the unit has been installed. SN curve, applicable SN curve, and to be established, care to be given for corrosion accelerated fatigue. For mat type units, the cylindrical leg to mat connection are to be renewed at the time of conversion unless justified by the fatigue analysis. Earthquake analysis may or may not be required depending upon the area of installation. If the installation site is seismically sensitive, then obviously an earthquake analysis is required. And if it is not sensitive, then depending upon confirmation from the owner, that particular aspect can be overlooked. Foundation design. Applicable rules are ABS offshore installation rule and mobile offshore unit rule and guidance note on geotechnical performance on spud can foundation. We can have two type of foundation, mat type foundation and spud can foundation, and applicable requirements are 3259 of OI rule and 3259 of OI rules and MODU rules. We care to be given for the punch through. Let's see jacking holding system. This is something very important aspect to be considered in the design. So we can have two scenarios. One scenario, jacking system is included as a part of the class. If the jacking system is included as a part of the class and if it is kept active, giving the ability to jack up or down the holding system, a cursory review to be carried out to make sure that the loads are less than those experienced when the platform was operated as MODU. If the jacking system for the installation is to be replaced or upgraded, and it is totally subjected to the design review. For the survey requirement, please refer to part 7 of the MOU rule. And if jacking system is not included as a part of classification, an examination to satisfy the surveyor to make sure that the unit can be raised and lowered is only required. Fixation system, I'm referring to the rack choke system, is also used to hold the unit in the elevated position to be included in the scope of class. Machinery and topside aspect, I'll quickly brush through. These are the last few two or three slides. If hydrocarbon production process systems are also included as a part of classification, what we're looking at is this particular two slides. General design consideration, design plan, hydrocarbon production system, process requirement, machinery, marine instrumentation, fire protection requirements. This aspect will also be coming into picture. For survey, we are looking at the three aspects: survey during construction, survey during installation, and survey after construction. If survey during construction, guide for converting of SEU to OI and MOU rule, and jacking system examination. hydrocarbon production process system, facility rule, and import and export system for the riser guide. With this, the technical portion of the presentation is actually completed. I just want to repeat ABS mission is to serve the public interest as well as the need of our members and clients by promoting the security of life and property and preserving the natural environment. I would also like to quote Christopher Wernicke, Chairman, President and CEO of ABS. He states, "Where technology enables, people achieve. It is the dedicated people of ABS who take firm hold of the latest technology and bring them to bear in the spirit of our mission and in service of safety." I'm the speaker. Just want to brush upon ABS have sustainability centers in 5 locations all over the world: Houston, Copenhagen, Athens, Singapore and Shanghai. This can be read in conjunction with yesterday's green shipping. We are available for contact all over, by email globaloffshore@eagle.org and www.eagle.org. You can refer to offshore protection and life extension for details. Please contact us on email globaloffshore@eagle.org with this telephone number, and this is the address of our headquarters. We are available in the social media platforms LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube and Twitter, and ABS application is also available for download in both the App Store and Google Play Store. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Haseeb, for giving a nice overview on the complexities of converting a self-elevating unit to an offshore installation. The next topic, or the next paper, is on naval survivability, impact on design and construction. There are 2 speakers, Mr. Vivek Ramanath and Mr. Jose Paul. Mr. Vivek Ramanath is a graduate from QSAT. He's also done his master's from University of Newcastle upon Tyne as a part of his Commonwealth Fellowship program. He specializes, or he manages a team of finite element analysis, CFD and acoustics, including electromagnetics for naval platforms. Mr. Jose Paul is a naval architect in Cochin Shipyard. So there is a paper where the design team and the shipyard have combined together to produce a paper. He has a dual degree in naval architecture from IIT Madras, that is what we call BTech and MTech, and he has been working in CSL in the basic design section. He has also worked for the passenger vessel, 1200 passenger vessel for the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, including the anti-submarine warfare, or what as we call it, ASW corvettes for the Indian Navy, the next generation corvettes. So I request both the speakers, I think both of you are presenting? Yeah. Request both of the speakers to come to the dais and request to keep the presentation within 20 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Professor O.P. Shah, doyens of the industry, officers from the Indian Navy, my professors, friends, ladies and gentlemen. So today's presentation is about naval survivability and its impact on design and construction of warships. Myself, Vivek Ramanath, Deputy General Manager, SETS, and along with me, Sir Jose Paul, Deputy Manager at Cochin Shipyard, will be presenting this. So, the presentations before us were all about optimization, green shipping, green technology, green fuels. So we thought, why not a contrast? Because we have people from large defense companies, officers from the Navy, so we should do some justification. So we took a topic which is unfortunately not very green, but very interesting, which is about survivability of ships, of naval ships. And when we talk about survivability, the contents are survivability and its three components: susceptibility, vulnerability, and recoverability of ships. And then we have a concluding remarks and then references. So this is the motivation why we are here. The anti-submarine warfare shallow water corvettes, which are being built for the Indian Navy under construction at Cochin Shipyard, where SETS and CSL are joining hands to design and to produce these ships. Unlike commercial vessels, where the interest or the point of optimization is to reduce fuel consumption, to maximize cargo carrying capacity, for a naval ship, the focus should be on surviving a combat mission. That's why two gentlemen, there are many definitions for survivability. I just put one by R.E. Ball and C.N. Calvano, is that the survivability is the capability of a ship to withstand a man-made hostile environment. Now, when we look at survivability, there are three basic components: susceptibility, which is basically avoidance of detection; vulnerability, which is your resilience under attack; and recoverability, which is survival post-attack. And when we look at susceptibility, the first one, it's not just, avoidance of detection means you reducing your signature in different domains, getting threat warnings in advance, using expendables and decoys, jamming and deceiving measures, as well as tactics and training. For vulnerability, you have to look at your residual strength, damage stability, your shock resistance in nuclear, biological, and chemical defense, armor and shielding, giving appropriate redundancy for the components, compartment disposition, etc. And recoverability is about battle damage control and restoration of system capabilities. This is the same thing, but we have put it in order. That green one is the susceptibility part, where you try to avoid getting detected in the first place, and you try to detect the enemy before they detect you, and you respond to that threat. In case that is not possible, you try to prevent locking on of the enemy missiles or other threats using different techniques like electronic countermeasures or expendables, etc., like decoys. Vulnerability is about the selection, disposition, as well as integration of weapons. And how you destroy a threat, for example, close-in weapon systems or missile defense systems, and also resisting the threat effects. Like if you are attacked, how you design it and build it such that the threats are within certain limits. And then recoverability is about controlling the damage and replacing, reconfiguring, and restoring the capability of the system. Susceptibility, as I mentioned, the first thing is about signatures. You have many different types of signatures which can be detected by your enemy. So you look at different aspects like your radar signature, your the high frequency communication, which can be detected, tracked by your enemy; laser signature, which can be used by the enemy for ranging; optical signature; hydrodynamic pressure, which can be detected by multi-influence mines and get activated; magnetic signature; acoustic signature, very important for the ships that we are working on, the anti-submarine warfare vessels; underwater electric potential; wake, which torpedoes could be used to home in; infrared signature from heating of your hull as well as your exhaust plume. So there are multi types of signatures. Optical signature, now mostly only for the total combat operations, where your vessel is operating against a background. For example, you see two different types of two different vessels of the same class: USS Freedom class littoral combat ships, USS Freedom and USS Fort Worth, where they have used different camouflage paintings, designed for operation in different areas. You can see that they're kind of merging the background. Radar signature, very important. These are like, if the enemy has got these radars, they will be tracking you, trying to classify you. I've just put two pictures here. One is a Thales NS200 AESA S-band radar, and a BAE Samson multifunction radar. A multifunction radar basically can be used for surveillance as well as fire control. Now, how will you control this? On the right, you see is a Singapore Navy ship, RSS Formidable, and there could be many options like using radar absorbent materials, radar opaque materials, radar suppression materials, and radar transparent materials, in addition to shaping and usage of appropriate materials. So how you use it depends on your knowledge as well as your experience. And on the left, what you see is a radar cross-section polar plot, which is a high-frequency analysis using an appropriate electromagnetic tool. And what you see is how your ship will be seen in a radar, or how much reflectivity is there in a radar perspective. Jose, can you please?
Adding on to what Vivek has just said, I'll try to touch upon some of the areas of focus for the yard. First is the construction difficulties, especially with the shaping in the hull and the superstructure. Second would be the procurement, identification and procurement of special materials and special paints. Next would be identification and procurement of radar suppression screens and closures, which are not readily available and mostly have to be custom made to suit the vessel. And lastly, we'll have to pay a lot of attention to details of the exposed fittings, which will contribute to RCS. Majority of the deck machinery are standard designs from OEMs, so we'll have much less flexibility in those.
Thank you. Next, very important one for the anti-submarine operations is your acoustic signature. And there are multiple types of sonars available. I have just put two of them, which are commonly seen on ships. Especially the hull-mounted sonars are there on many ships, which will be using acoustic sensing. And the one on the left is a towed array sonar, or a towed active/passive variable depth sonar. There are different types of it. A submarine might be using a bow array and a flanking array, which will be trying to track you. And how will you reduce your acoustic signature, or the signature which you transmit or radiate into the water? On the right bottom you see here is an approximate diagram, free body diagram of an equipment mounted resiliently to the hull structure through a seating. So the best option would be to silence the equipment, the noise source itself. So you'll have to give appropriate limits to the manufacturer, which are both practical as well as not very complacent. Then next you have to look at the resilient mounting system. You have to design it such that the dynamic stiffness, the dynamic ratios are not adding to the roll resonance of the equipment in its excitation frequencies. Like if you're going in an SUV and taking a curve, you will have that roll, body roll. Something similar to it should not happen, which will add to the attenuation. That's on the left bottom. What you see is that. And on top is an impedance analysis of the structural foundation, where impedance is the quality of the structure to attenuate the noise which is getting transmitted or which is passing through it. And on the right, what you see is an acoustic radiation analysis, which finally how the noise is radiated into the water. It's a fluid structure interaction one, and you can you can integrate the sound pressure levels and power levels and understand how much noise is getting radiated, and finally, is it within your limits. Next is the yard slide.
When it comes to URN of a vessel, yard's major point of concern comes to the procurement challenges, especially with that of the major equipment, which will have to meet specific noise values, both in terms of SBN and ABN. And also, you will have shelf life and storage requirements for the mounts and the rubber elements used to meet these targets. So you will have to be paying attention to those too. Also, additional quality control checkpoints has to be established when you compare it with the commercial vessels, to make sure that the design aspects are accurately captured in the construction phase also.
Thank you. Next is infrared signature suppression. This is the data from W.R. Davis. This is not my data. But I'm just presenting it to show you how important it is to attenuate or suppress the infrared signature. On the bottom you see are the images through an infrared camera of the same ship using 4 different infrared suppression mechanisms. The first one has no suppression. The second one is an NBC manual wash, which means the hull is cooled with certain water through something called a pre-wetting system. And the third one is a full hull structure cooling using nozzles through water. And the last one is, the third one also has an exhaust cooling mechanism, a passive cooling mechanism called an ejector diffuser. And the last one is a full cooling. And what you see is the difference in time that a missile an anti-ship missile takes to lock onto your ship after your ship detects it. So you can see that after suppressing, as you increase the suppression, you will have better or larger reaction times for you to take a counteraction on. You have different sensors here. This is a multi-sensor, electro-optical multi-sensor where you have infrared cameras, mono and stereo cameras, as well as laser ranging finders. And you have 3 different makes here: Ultra, Chess Dynamics, and Thales makes here, just to show you. Then another one, very important one, is electromagnetic signatures. You have high frequency electromagnetic issues above your hull and low frequency below your hull. And the magnetic signatures, there could be multiple reasons. When your ship moves, being a ferromagnetic material, while cutting the Earth's magnetic field, you will be causing disturbances which can be tracked using magnetic anomaly detectors. If your shaft is not properly grounded, the static current buildup can leak into the underwater rated noise. It can have extremely low frequency issues there, etc. So there are multiple ways by which you can reduce it. You can have a proper cable and wiring design. You can use a proper antenna and equipment sighting methods. Active cathodic protection and filtering. Actually, your ICCP system can be, if not properly designed, can be giving out your location. Then proper material choices. There are 2 methods which may not be very familiar to the commercial designers, are degaussing and deperming. Degaussing is about using cables run through the ship's hull to send current so that you create an opposite magnetic field and cancel out the disturbance. Deperming is something you try to cancel out permanent or induced magnetic fields by some special mechanisms or special ranges. Antenna, the high frequency part, you'll have to see how the antennas are located such that they do not interfere with each other, they are compatible with each other, and you have to look at the surface current, they are not damaging each other's range and other properties. You can see the current distribution as well as the far field gain here. You have to look at the gain. And this is a radiation hazard analysis which shows approximately whether your crew it's safe to work or not when certain antennas are working. It's important. Just to show you the magnetic anomaly detectors which I mentioned before, that one is a Lockheed P3CN Orion aircraft, and the tail, the projection what you see there is a magnetic anomaly detector kept there specifically far away from its ferromagnetic materials, and on the bottom is a Sea King naval helicopter where you see that that red, yellow, that's a Dunking type magnetic anomaly detector which can be lowered and towed through water to detect magnetic anomalies of ships and submarines. Crew comfort and habitability, not a signature per se, but very important because crew attention and is very important in sensing your enemy when you are in a very critical situation. So you have to limit your noises within, your noise, airborne noise as well as vibrations within limits. And it's also important, some sensors can malfunction if the limits are exceeded. Now on the left you see is a spectral energy approach airborne noise analysis where airborne, structure-borne and secondary structure-borne noise components are added logarithmically and checked against the limits. And on the right what you see is a frequency response analysis of the hull structure, and what you see here is the limits are not exceeded within those green and blue bands which are the eco and speed, the full speed modes. Vulnerability, what you see on the right is a mine damage by an Iraqi mine on USS Tripoli during the Operation Desert Storm in the Gulf War, and this vessel is sitting in dry dock in Bahrain. So this is also a slide to remember when I talk about recoverability, because this vessel was able to recover its battle damage during the operation and continue its operation, complete the operation. It's a minesweeper. So if you look at an overall vulnerability analysis, shielding, disposition and redundancy of equipment, weapons and sensors, shock grading, residual strength, damageability, etc. Just to show you which are the major weapons that you must be worried if you are a naval ship: an anti-ship missile, multi-influence mine, which can activate itself using acoustic, magnetic, pressure, inertial, UEP, underwater electric potential, photonic signatures, and a torpedo from this thing. And you should also know about different weapons, their parameters, like your what is the warhead type, fragmentation, warhead mass, speed, etc. So your enemy, for example, I wouldn't say enemy, but YJ-91 anti-ship missile from China and a Turkish torpedo heavyweight. And there are multiple tools which are used by navies around the world to do these kind of vulnerability analysis. I've just put them here. And on the right, what you see is the situation in a survivability or a vulnerability analysis, where you have a weapon strike, you have a primary damage because of the weapon, there's a secondary damage with the progressive flooding or progressive fire, and then you start the recoverability phase where you start the damage control, system recovery, and then system operation at a degraded phase. Vulnerability analysis for our vessel was done using a tool called Surma, and this takes care of loss of equipment, loss of personnel, loss of stability, and also analyzes the overall mission capability in an operational readiness level from 1 to 4. And you can also look at customize your weapons and ASMs, mines, shells, and your different warheads and different kinds of explosives like TNT, Combi, etc. It's a very important one which gives a lot of advanced knowledge to the operators, to the designers, etc. And part of it is an underwater explosion analysis. So we validated this against this tool which I explained before. And you have to capture the shock wave and the bubble physics, or basically the bubble from an explosion which will be pulsating up and down and which will cause ripping of your hull structure. So what you see here is a small video of that explicit dynamic analysis of an underwater explosion, and how that is captured, how it will, and the one on the left is a slightly zoomed in view, and you like to define the material appropriately. The material theory has to be appropriately defined so that you understand how the failure happens. Then next is shock transmissibility, where you will, once the shock happens, how it is transmitted into the structure or to the equipment. You like to look at how it is transmitted through the mounts. You like to look at your stress and deflection plots. So the important thing is how to define the mounts, what is the material, for example, hyperelastic or viscoelastic kind of materials, not like steel. What you see here is an acceleration plot during a shock event. Then next is, once the transmissibility is done, next is resistance of shock by, for example, foundations. Here I have shown a foundation without a mount, rigidly mounted, and you see how shock response, velocity response is shown here against shock velocity input pulse. This is again another similar case, but what is shown is a normal stress time history plot. Weapon integration, another very important thing. You like to look at different types of recoil forces, shock loading, missile blast, vibration, fatigue, etc. And then the firing accuracy checks could be on the right. What you see is the vessel motion power spectral density curves against the limits, which is basically looks at the vessel motions. Then external vibration and the dynamic amplification factor due to that external vibration, how vibration is affecting. And then last one on the left is weapon firing dynamic stiffness or dynamic rotation. So that your it's considered. Sensor integration is similar. You like to also look at the electromagnetic interference.
As Vivek mentioned earlier, recoverability is the ability of the platform to restore its capabilities after sustaining a damage. There are multidisciplinary aspects in this, along with a lot of human intervention and decision making. The vulnerability analysis Vivek talked about earlier provides a lot of inputs towards this and optimizing the vessel towards recoverability point of view. Another important aspect is to have a plan of action on how to control the damage, and there are already specific systems like battle damage control systems shown here, already employed by navies around the world. Another important aspect is to have designated parties with sufficient training, designated teams with sufficient training to undertake the damage control. There are several techniques and tools employed by these parties to control the damage. The aim is to restore the vessel at the earliest, reassess the situation, and complete the mission if the degradability is within the acceptable limits. Next.
Thank you. So we have reached the concluding remarks. So we discussed today about the survivability, the concept of survivability in a naval ship. We discussed about the advanced design and building methods which are employed, and it's a proud thing to say that SETS and CSL together had a lot of things indigenized in this process starting from 2014. We worked on this project. 2018 we won the contract, and from that point we've indigenized a lot of these advanced analytics which otherwise we were giving to foreign consultants. These are the references. And thank you. Jai Hind. I would like to end with a quote from Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. A small aim is a crime. Have a great aim. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vivek Ramanath and Mr. Joseph Paul, for a very interesting presentation on important aspects of naval ship design. Something which I am not very comfortable with, but what they have brought out very clearly is that the stealth features that are essential for naval ship design, and these must be considered now at the concept or the basic design stage. If you make a mistake at the basic or the concept design stage, then I'm sure the problem will magnify at the later stages. So once again, I would request the audience to give a big round of applause to a paper which has been jointly produced by a design house and the shipyard. So once again, a good collaborative work. I understand we take a small tea break now. Am I right? For a few minutes or 10 minutes? 10 minutes. We'll assemble it back here again. We have 3 more papers, and we should come back on time if you like to finish on time. Right? Thank you. We start? Okay. I think people will join us shortly. We have 3 more papers. The first, the title of the paper to be presented now is Application of CFD for Investigating Effectiveness of Energy Saving Devices, something which has now become very important with the EEXI and the CII measures that have been put in place by IMO. This particular paper is authored by 5 authors from Indian Register of Shipping, Mumbai, Research and Development Division. The authors are Himanshu Uppal, Dr. Joseph Prabhu, Shanmukh Srinivas, J. Ramkumar, and Mr. S. Dhavilkar. We have in the audience today 2 of the authors, Dr. Joseph Prabhu, who will make the presentation, and Mr. J. Ramkumar, who will take the question answers at a later stage. Now, Joseph Prabhu is a student from IIT Kharagpur. He holds a degree in BE in Civil Engineering and an ME in Structural Engineering, and then a PhD under Professor Vishwanath Nagarajan from IIT Kharagpur. He is right now looking after the Department of Hydrodynamics and Multiphysics in the Research and Development Division of Indian Register of Shipping, and he is into CFD along with the computation using OpenFOAM software. So I request Dr. Joseph Prabhu to please come up and make his presentation, and let us again a request to stick to the time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, good evening to all. It's a great privilege to deliver a talk under my Professor Shah. So I thank Dostas for giving such an opportunity. So actually yesterday few speakers have given few glimpses about the EXA and EDA. That almost around 30,000 vessels need to be undergo this EXA criteria need to be implemented. So in order to that MBPC have given set of guidelines how we need to calculate this EXA compliance guidelines. So we need to either we need to have a sea trials supported with a model test of the parent hull. Else in case many old ships might have not have the model test of the parent hull. So in that case we can go for CFD calibrated with the sea trials of the comparable ships. So in case the comparable ships, the definitions means it will be either the ship should be of the same type and the sizes like LPP, CB, the criteria should be within the 10% variations. And else we can, if we are able to find the similar ships of the same length or that, then we need to go a set of comparable ships. Almost 10 ships we need to compare, then we need to can attain this EXA values. So for that purpose, we need to evaluate the speed power curve of the hull characteristics. So in failing to achieve this EXA value, so they need to opt for power reductions. So that will come up with the loss to the ship owners. So in that case, in order to improve the EXA compliance, we can add some energy saving devices or some energy saving technology to improve the speed power curve, and we can maintain the same power retention. So in this paper, I will be detailedly discussing on how we can put on ESD and we can calculate the effectiveness of the ESD, how it will be improve the performance and how we can maintain this EXA value. So this it will take to extend up to, if they are near to we are around 5 to 10% we are away from the EXA criteria, then we can go for these options and we can achieve this. So my next slide, yeah. So this is my content of my presentation. So first I will be talk about the energy saving devices what are currently available in the market and frequently used things. Then I will be talking something about the computational fluid dynamics and the methodology followed. Then I will be doing the barrel resistance calculations. Then I will be doing open water characteristics with and without PBCF. So in this paper, I will be using energy saving devices as the PBCF. And after that, once the propeller open water characteristics available to me, I will go for set propulsion, and finally we can conclude it. Okay, fine. So this is the few energy saving devices listed here. So this first one is Grimvane wheels. So that will improve the efficiency up to 2 to 3%. So it will make use of the rotational fed from the propeller, and it will give some additional thrust, and the wake equalizing that will improve the flow to the propeller, and similarly the rudder bulb that will make use of the vortex shed from the hub. And the pre-vertical and maybe state are similar, that will both are work on the same principle that will improve the flow to the propeller. So our main concentration today is the propeller boss cap fin. So that we used JVC propeller. In that we fitted this PBCF fins and we done the CFD analysis, and we can see how it has improved the propeller efficiency. So before going into this, let's basic comparisons between EFD and CFD. So the steps involved in CFD is, we all know about, it's the time consumption and cost expensive. So CFD we can hardly within 2 to 3 years we can get a resistance test, and open water self propulsion can be done maximum up to 4 to 5 hours if based on our computer resources available. So still CFD has more advantages like we can get the entire, the parameters over the entire hull, and the various parameters can be measured throughout the hull. But in experiment, it should be, we can get it particular where we place the sensors and where the load cells. Based on that, we will get limited to data. But still, we need to, using CFD, we should be careful how to using the numerical model, which model we need to be used, and finally we need to validate our results with the model test experimental results available. Then we need to proceed. So the basic structure of fluid dynamics. So in our case, our problem is the multi-phase flow problem, so air and water interface. So finally the governing equations we need to solve using the RANS model. So we need to, as per MPPC circular guidelines, we need to use the two equation models like K omega, K epsilon, or K omega SSTs. So each model has its own advantages, and these three models what I mentioned here are most commonly used in the computational domain. So that K omega model, that will be very good in capturing the laminar near the boundary layer. It will be good in capturing the boundary layer effect. And the K epsilon model is good in capturing the turbulence flow around the hull. And making the combination of these two, actually the K omega SST model is developed. It will be near the boundary layer, it will be solving K omega, and the turbulence away from the boundary layer, it will be using K epsilon. So that will be the most efficiently used for the resistant production and cell propulsion characteristics. We will be using K omega SST model. So then we'll be discretizing the domain. So finally we'll left with a set of PDAs. So we need to solve it by making a domain, and we need to make a grid and refinement study. That is the important one. So that will be increase our accuracy and reduce the computational time. Then how we'll solve these models? We can use commercially available softwares like StarCCM, ANSYS Fluent, etc. And we can use some open source available like OpenFOAM. So we will be using both StarCCM and OpenFOAM for the computation of these simulations. And then we'll do the post-processing, and we can draw out the results, and we can compare with our model test anything available, and we can calibrate it. Now, in this study, we have taken JBC hull as our benchmark vessel. So we made the computational domain as per ITTC guidelines followed for the CFD. So forward we have taken 2.5L, and aft we have taken 2.5L, and depth we get is 2L. And above the draft line we have taken as 1L, and along the sides it will be 2L. And we are given the inlet boundary condition as velocity and pressure outlet. Then side, bottom, and top are the velocity inlet. The hull particulars and details are given here. So the reason for the lesson, this is the data as model test is available, so we can compare easily with our CFD results. So refinement zones is an important thing to get the convergence and the quicker solutions. So if you, wherever fine grid is required, we can go with fine, and it is not required throughout the domain. So we can reduce the cell count, and our computational expense will be reduced. So some refinement zones like bow refinement is required in order to capture the wave part, and the prism layer need to be made around the hull in order to capture the boundary layer. So that you can see from the bow refinement, and the stern pattern also refined very fine in order to capture the wake part. Then in the plan view, we can see these things should be in the Kelvin wake pattern, as in order to catch the wave forces created by the waves. And this refinement should be made according to the ITTC guidelines and according to our hull shapes. Then after doing this, we need to go for a grid convergence study and time independent study. This is the most crucial part. We need to, if you go for more finer also, sometime our solution will not converge. So based on our boundary Y plus value, and that criteria comes into play. So if you see, we done by L by 38, L by 50. L by 38 is quite coarse, and L by 50, and again we are moving towards finer. So we find L by 50 is the optimized size, we can go for it. And similarly for time step, we are while integrating the PDAs, we need to march with the time step. So L by 100, we are optimized as the time step. So these two time steps and the grid dimensions we are used for the upcoming simulations. So you can see the resistance what we obtained here. So the final solution is shown in the right hand part. Left hand side we can see how the solution starts and how finally we'll get a converged solution. So we run the simulation at 1.17 meter per second, and with a course of with the grid dimensions of 1.7 million. So the resistance value, we are little away from the experiments. It's 4.5% error. That is quite tolerable as per the ITTC norms. So in order to do the simulations, it took around 2 hours. Based on our computer research, we used 100 core simulations. Then once we are done with the resistance, we'll move to the propeller, open water, in order to learn the propeller characteristics. So we made a circular domain as propeller is rotating radially. So the domain is prepared 5D forward and 10D behind in order to capture the wake, and the 3D in the radial directions. And similar patternly, we need to make a grid refinement near the propeller. We need a very fine grid to capture the turbulence. And we got various stages of refinements is done here. 2-3 stages refinements is done here. And the propeller characteristics, you can get it from this table. Okay, fine. So then we can do this propeller open water in 2 techniques, moving reference frame and rigid body motions. So in moving reference frame, we'll be making the propeller fixed and we'll be rotating the fluid particles around it. And in RBM, we'll actually rotate the propeller and its actual physics. So, but what is the advantages of MRF? It will be giving a quicker solutions than the RBM, as in RBM, in order to regularize the fold, minimum 5 rotation of the propeller rotation is required. That will take a huge time. So if you use MRF, it will give a good, quicker solution. So similarly, we compared with it, MRF and RBM, which one is better. So almost it is following in the same phase. So we used MRF here in order to get the open water characteristics. So here you can see the right one are with PBCF. So left one is the without PBCF. So we can see while fitting the PBCF, we can see the intensity of the right part. We can see the intensity of vertex is minimal compared to the left hand one that is without PBCF. So that is the energy gain we can get in using the PBCF. So the vertex loss of energy in the vertex can be gained in the form of and we can get a better efficiency. So almost 2.3% we got a better efficiency in this using this PBCF. Then once this is done, we have gone for, once we obtain this self-propelled, we can from using the open water, we can get the self-propelled RPS. So then we can go for the self-propulsion. So here we can have 3 techniques. We can use virtual disk method, that is most quicker one. Just form the propeller domain as a virtual disk and give the input parameters of the open water characteristics of the propeller, and we're ready to go. And we can similarly, we can use moving reference frame. As I mentioned earlier, we can rotate, we can keep the propeller fixed and we can rotate the fluid particles around it and we can achieve that. Similarly, that third one is the rigid body motion. There we can actually rotating the propeller, other things remains normal, and the RBM, as I said, it will take a more computationally most expensive than MRF. So finally, I am coming to where I started, that MPPC regulation, how we can achieve this, attain this power retainment. So we can see the dotted lines are without the power speed per car without PVCF, and the bottom one, thicker ones are with PVCF. So in the left graph, you can see the power gain. In the green portion is the power gain we have obtained using the PVCF. And in case, in terms of VREF, we will see the velocity gain. If you are moving, we are maintaining it in the same power, but if we can move at higher speeds. So these are my key conclusions. So we can use the MRF for open water, that is computationally less cost expensive and fast. And rigid body motion, we need to be useful for fine high speed where turbulence is heavy. The high speed vessels, we can go with rigid body motion. Then self-propulsions based on virtual disk always gives, it's a quicker solution, but it will be estimate higher, that we have learned from our previous studies. But we can rely a little bit as per the guidelines given by the ITTC. Then for ESD such as PVCF, open water simulations, we no need to do the self-propulsion with PVC. We can, once we done the comparison with in open water with and without PVCF, we can get the efficiency improvement, and we can, from there we can get the overall efficiency improved. Then we can combine the ESDs like PVCF, wake equivalence duct, or PVCF with MUS duct. That combined effect can be also studied in the future. So almost, if you use these ESDs, we can able to achieve 5 to maximum at the max. We can achieve 5 to 6% of improvement. That will increase. That we can go close to the. If we are very close to the EXA, then we can look into these options. Okay, these are the few references. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Prabhu, for not only giving a very excellent presentation, but also finishing right dot on time. Both the first paper of this particular session 5 and this particular, and one given by Professor Anandasubramaniam and Dr. Joseph Prabhu, I hope the audience realizes the difficulty one faces while doing CFD simulations. People approach us, could you do a CFD simulation? And they think that within a day or two we could give them the results. Getting the model ready itself is a very difficult task, and some of them were highlighted by both the authors in this regard. So thank you once again, Dr. Prabhu, for an excellent presentation, and I wish the audience give him a big round of applause. The second last paper of this particular session, just one second, is on advancement in structural qualification of existing fixed offshore platform. The speaker is Mr. Abdul Ghafoor Varikodam. He has 25 years of experience, postgraduate experience in the area of offshore petrochemical and oil and gas industry. He's been working as a project manager. Currently, he's working as a company technical authority in structural engineering. His areas of expertise and positions of responsibility include company technical authority for structural engineering, project manager. He is also the lead structural engineer, team leader, and senior structural engineer. So I request Mr. Abdul Ghafoor Varikodam to please come up and give his talk. You look different from this.
You look different from this. That's right. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Shah, giving such a nice introduction. Actually, I feel very honored and privileged to present such a distinguished audience, especially Professor Ananda Subramanian sir is there. He was my teacher, my guide, my mentor when I was doing my master's in Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. Thank you, sir. So, as Professor Shah said, my topic is a little different than the marine moving vessels or floating vessels. It is actually the topic of fixed offshore platforms. Here, there is no movement of the structure. Movement is there, but there is no floating movement, or there is no buoyancy is involved here. So also, I'm presenting only on the existing reanalysis of the offshore platform, not for the new design. The offshore platforms not moving. Yeah. See, jacket platforms, basically, it is used in various environmental conditions. And basically, it is not for the deep water, it is for shallower water depth. And it is used for various mid-ocean conditions and various purposes such as drilling, production, processing, living quarters, etc. The main components of the jacket platform involves like jacket, deck, and piles. It is widely used in Arabian Gulf, Gulf of Mexico, Nigeria, India, Malaysia, Vietnam, and California waters. See, generally when we design a platform, we design for a service life of 20 to 30 years. But in various offshore fields all over the world, including in Arabian Gulf and all, there are various platforms which has crossed 50 to 60 years of design life. And also, during this service life, various facilities such as deck extensions, equipments are added onto the platform, and also reported various damages, corrosions, etc. on these platforms. In order to extend the life from the original design life, to extend the platform, there are various design life extension programs are already in place. But here we discuss basically what will happen when we do a reanalysis, the platform fails to qualify or fails to pass the code requirements, what will happen? So, as we know, the main in-service analysis, once the platform is in service, it is mainly in-service analysis. Or in-place analysis, there what we do is, as per code, we have to do an 100-year extreme case and a 1-year storm case. Then fatigue analysis. Then we do an earthquake analysis, also boat impact analysis. See, when we do reanalysis of all this analysis, we have two scenarios. One is the analysis meet the code requirements, or the above do not meet the code requirements. So what if the code is met, code requirement is met, then we have no problem. We are qualifying the platforms. But what will happen if the classic methods of analysis is not meeting the code requirements? What we will do? Generally, the classic method is by elastic design requirements. If the code requirement is not met, what will be the case? We have basically only very few options, either repair or strengthen the platform, or decommission or abandon the platform and go for the new platform. As we know, both of these options are very expensive because underwater strengthening or repair is very, very cost prohibitive. And also abandoning a platform, it's very, very high, costly affair. So when our classic method of elastic design fails, what we'll do? See, the simplest case is, okay, if we are getting that all the UC ratios or the stress ratio, UC means unity check ratio, if it is less than 1.0, and the fatigue lives have sufficient factor of safety, and also the foundation case, the pile capacity meets the safety requirements, the safety factors, okay, we have no problem. We qualify the platform for continued service. But what will happen if all of the above or some of the above is not meeting the code requirements? What we'll do? So why I written dilemma of a structural engineer means we have various cases of like this, that we do the structural analysis, in-place analysis, fatigue analysis, seismic analysis, and what we find that structure is failing. The member stresses are very high, or that means the member stresses is very higher than the allowable stress, and fatigue life sometimes we get like 1 year. And seismic criteria, like when we apply high seismic criteria like category 5 to 8 earthquake, or 0.3 or 0.25 G of accelerations applied on the structure, it doesn't meet the code requirements. And also, while we have seen that various cases of pile capacity, the foundation failures. The foundation failure, we have seen that when we go and measure the displacement at the foundation, we find there is no displacement. That means there is virtually no problem. But the calculation shows that there is no capacity. It is not meeting the code requirements. So, and what is the real case? When we go to the site and measure or inspect the platform, or take the history of the platform, what we find is that the platform is surviving all the environmental cases or storm cases every last 50 years. There is no problem. When we do the underwater inspections, there is no damage. There is no fatigue cracks. Even though we get fatigue lives is very small. And pile displacement, as I said, we measure the pile displacement on the foundation. There is no displacement. Like when we measure the displacement at various intervals, zero displacement. That means there is no pile failure, but calculation shows that there is a pile insufficiency. And on top of all that, the platform is producing last 50 years, there is no problem. But the structural engineer is doing the calculation and finding that it is not meeting the code requirements. What will do? And it is not so easy. That is why written dilemma. This is not easy for a structural engineer to tell the shareholder or the owner that your platform is failing, so you have to strengthen it or you have to abandon the platform. It's, as I said, it's like a multi-million-dollar decision. In this case, what structural engineer has the option is that it has to prove FFP, fit for purpose. The platform is fit for the service, or it is fit for the producing the oil or living quarter or process, whatever it is. And on top of that, sometimes the owners want to add additional facilities like deck extensions or additional equipment they want to plan it. So whether it is possible, because our classic method of elasticity design shows the platform is failing and it is not passing the code requirements. And most of the time we have to ensure the platform, the field. The insurance companies say that you have to prove analytically that your platform is okay and it is fit for purpose. In this case, the structural engineers, we have developed various advanced tools to qualify the platforms other than the classic method of elastic design. So what are the advancements in requalification? When I say requalification, means a platform is already in service and we have to requalify it. What we do is we have to do an inelastic analysis or an ultimate structure analysis that is called pushover analysis as well. And also apply the fatigue analysis, fracture mechanic techniques introduced into the fatigue analysis. And also we have, there is a ratio called RSR, reserve strength ratio, that I'll be explaining a little more in the coming slide. That based on the region where our platform is there, we have to develop an RSR, reserve strength ratio, that will be a measure of acceptance of the platform. And also when there is a severe fatigue failure, like the platform life is less than 1 year, like when the intention was that it should be like 40 years or 50 years, analytic calculation shows that it is like 1 year or 10 year, what we'll do. So in this case, there are ways to do inspections based on a risk-based inspections are carried out both qualitatively and quantitatively. Then we will develop a risk-based inspection plan. And also when there is a pile failure, the foundation is very, very complicated scenario. When there is a failure, you can't go and strengthen the platform, or there is no repair solutions. So if there is no foundation, then there are only very few ways that maybe we have to abandon the platform. And also making additional piles or repair, it is also not very, very economically viable or even technically viable. So there is a new tool that, soil has got a consolidation called setup. When it is in, for many years, soil consolidate and the capacity increases. So we reassess the pile capacity based on the soil aging, a phenomenon called soil aging. Suppose if all other above criteria is not possible, then it is not that we just abandon the platform or go for a costly repair solutions. We develop a shutdown criteria that, like what we do is for 100-year criteria is like maybe 10-year wave or 8-meter wave. What I said is 10-meter wave or 8-meter wave. And the seismic criteria, what we use maybe like a 0.3 G or 0.25 G, like a category 5 to 8. It's like a very, very high seismic criteria. So in this case, what we do is we do a cost-benefit analysis that if the platform is shut down during a storm prediction, like that there is a prediction that the storm is going to be 10 meter. Then in this case, what we do, we put a criteria that when the wave is exceeded 7 meter, we develop a shutdown criteria and the platform is shut down and wait for the storm to pass. If the platform survives, yes, if it is not surviving. But what I'm saying is a 10-meter wave, like what we use for a 100-year case, is very, very rare scenario. Even last 50 years, I can say that a 10-meter wave in the Arabian Gulf has never happened. So I will just explain what is the inelastic method what we use in structural requalification. It is called the pushover analysis or ultimate strength analysis. In this case, what we do is that we calculate the 100-year environmental loading and apply incrementally to the structure in a way that the structure collapses. So on the right side, what the picture shows that it is the platform just before collapse. So we note this value. How much is the loading, the environmental loading at which the platform collapses? So once we get this value, what we do is we develop a ratio called RSR. It is a resource strength ratio. This is nothing but whatever we got from the pushover analysis, the ultimate lateral loading, divided by 100-year maximum environmental loading. So once we get this RSR value, then we compare against a value which is put in the code. Like codes like APR, P2A and all, given a value which is, if RSR is more than a particular number, then platform is considered to be the in-place criteria has been considered to be satisfied, even though the classic elastic method is, the platform is not passing. Similar way, the pushover analysis for earthquake also. So what we do is strength level earthquake analysis loads are calculated and incrementally applied to the structure till the structure collapses inelastically. This word inelastically, so that the ultimate loading, what is the ultimate load at which the platform collapses, can be determined. Once these values we obtain, then what we can do, this value can be taken into, again, an RSR, resource strength ratio. That is that whatever we note the ultimate strength ratio value divided by the SLE, strength level earthquake seismic loading. This RSR, again, as we said in the environmental case, this is also a measure of the capacity of platform to resist seismic loading. If the RSR is again above a particular number, we can consider, the code accepts that we can consider the platform is past the strength criteria for seismic case. See, when I said RSR, this RSR is not like a unique number. This number varies region to region. Like Gulf of Mexico or Arabian Gulf or in India, this number has to be varied because, see, we can't simply take a number from here and say that the RSR is this number and we qualify the platforms. No, this is not acceptable. So there should be some basis. We are engineers, we should have some basis for this number. So this number is based on reliability analysis method and based on the regional probability of failure and consequence of failure. For developing this RSR, regional meteorological data is also considered. So this RSR is used to qualification of 1 year and 100-year environmental in place analysis, as I discussed earlier, including earthquake. So risk-based inspection plan is nothing but when we have very low fatigue life, what do we do? We just, nobody will go and strengthen the platform for a fatigue life. What we do? We go do a periodical inspection at which we look for a fatigue cracks. If there's a fatigue crack, yes, there is a problem for the fatigue. If we don't find any fatigue crack, that is what we experienced last 50 years, there is no crack. Even though fatigue analytical result shows that fatigue life is like 1 year, 10 years. Even after 50 years, we cannot see any cracks. So what we do, we make an interval at which we measure the fatigue life, inspect the joints for fatigue cracks, and if there is no cracks, we qualify the platform for next inspection interval. So as I said, the inspection plan can be developed for qualitative and quantitative. In the quantitative is a little more advanced. There what we do, we take we calculate the reliability index. This reliability index is calculated in a sophisticated way using probability method. Once we get this reliability index, then which is a measure of confidence of the platform, whether it can survive its life. So the last one is what will happen when the pile is failing. Pile failing is as I said, is a very complicated phenomena. We cannot go and test a pile which is a live platform. There nobody can go and do the testing and pile what is the present capacity. As I said, we don't see any failure, but what is the capacity now? But the analytical solution using the geotechnical report shows failure. In this case, what we do is that we do a test pile near the platform, restrike the platform after 3 days and calculate the SRD, soil resistance to driving. And after some intervals, calculate this pile, then extrapolate for 50 years. So this is a classic example, like at the end of driving, you calculate the SRD, then after some intervals, like 3 days, 1 year, 2 years, then extrapolate to the 50 years. So from this test pile, we can get what is the capacity of a live structure which is 50 years old. So we have carried out a lot of case studies, and we had a lot of platforms which was not meeting the requirement, and these are the platforms which passed the criteria, like in-place analysis was very high and we could pass, and all these platforms qualified. So what I said is like 20 to 30 years of service life, and 50 to 60 years is in service, and many damages are reported, but there is no issue. Then the elastic method is not qualifying the platform. Then we went for advanced instruments or calculation techniques by which we qualify the platforms. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Abdul Ghafoor, for a very interesting paper on how to extend the lifespan of these fixed offshore platforms from 20, 30 years to well over 50 years. And you have highlighted some very interesting ways of how to reanalyze these structures and qualify them whether they are safe for the next 10, 15 or 20 years. So I would like once again to thank Mr. Abdul Ghafoor for a very interesting talk. And I'd like the audience to give him a round of applause. The last paper of the day, perhaps, is the most important paper of this particular session. The reason is this particular paper, titled Towards Modeling a Self-Propelled Surface Ship with a Rudder and Appendages, is a work done by the students of CUSAT. The future technology leaders. So I would like to first name the authors of this paper. There are a number of students who have worked together. MS Rakesh, Shruti S. Pillai, Josna John, Anjali Krishna, Shija, Hari, Shruti Raj, Rahul Krishna, Manoj, and I think Professor Ebenezer has been guiding them for all this work that they have been doing. So thank you, Professor Ebenezer, for helping the students out. I request MS Rakesh, Josna John, and Rahul Krishna, three of them, to come up to the dais and make your presentation. And we all look forward to hearing this particular work that you have done. So please come.
Good evening all. Welcome to the presentation on the paper titled Towards Modeling a Self-Propelled Surface Ship with a Rudder and Appendages. This work is a combined effort of a few graduate students at Department of Ship Technology to individually study all aspects of the modeling of estimation of the total resistance of a self-propelled ship. The work is done at Computational Hydrodynamics and Structural Engineering Laboratory, which is called Chase Laboratory of Department of Ship Technology, CUSAT. We have carried out CFD studies on the main components of a ship, such as hull, propeller, and rudder, and also did CFD studies on free surface flows. We know that drag of a self-propelled ship depends on the drag of its components and their interaction. So this work leads to the modeling of an entire self-propelled ship. Our work contains the drag estimation of KVL CC2 ship hull without free surface, open water characteristics of DTMB 4119 propeller, drag estimation of NACA 0020 spade rudder, and drag estimation of SPR at a free surface. CFD packages such as Star CCM Plus and ANSYS Fluent are used in this study. RANS equations are solved with K omega SST turbulence model. Low wall Y plus treatment is ensured in all the simulations, and verification and validation of the results are done to ensure the CFD results. It is important to note here that the level of rigor in the studies reported here is rarely seen in the recent literatures. These photographs are from the Chase Laboratory of Department of Ship Technology. We have 9 workstations and the specification is shown here. The softwares available with Chase Laboratory is also listed here. So I will start with the CFD studies on the hull. The hull which has been taken for study is that of Crusoe Very Large Crude Carrier 2, abbreviated as KVLCC2, which is a representative ship from Korea Research Institute of Ships and Ocean Engineering. The geometry which is studied is 1:100 scale down model with a length between perpendiculars of 3.2 meters and draft of 0.208 meters. CFD studies on this hull is carried out at Reynolds number of 4.6 E6. The hull is cut from baseline to draft line and is placed in a three-dimensional domain. Upstream, downstream, width and height of the domain are taken in terms of the length between perpendiculars of the ship. Only half of the ship, hull of the ship is model, making use of the port-starboard symmetry. Hence, the symmetry boundary condition that is applied in that plane. On the top boundary, still water plane is replaced with a symmetry boundary condition, hence there is no wave-making resistance. The ship hull is considered as a no-slip wall. Commercial package ANSYS Fluent is used. RAND's governing equations are solved considering steady flow conditions with the K omega SST turbulence model. Coming to the meshing details, Fluent meshing is used to mesh the CFD domain. Meshing starts with the surface meshing where the local sizing and global sizing are applied. Local sizing is applied on the ship hull surface and global sizing is applied to the rest of the domain. Prism layers are grown on the ship's hull surface using the boundary layer settings, and poly hex core cells are used for volume mesh. This table shows the mesh details and wall Y plus of different simulations on this hull. Three meshes are used, such as coarse, medium, and fine. Mesh qualities of these three meshes are found, mesh qualities such as maximum skewness and minimum orthogonal quality are found well within the limit. It is also found that the maximum wall Y plus for these three meshes are less than 1. Hence, the use of K omega SST is justified. Figure on the left bottom shows the contours of wall Y plus on the ship hull surface, and the plot on the right bottom shows the wall Y plus along the length of the ship. These are the simulations of the CFD simulations, results of the CFD simulations. The resistance coefficients such as viscous pressure resistance coefficient, frictional resistance coefficient, and there some viscous resistance coefficient is listed for the three different measures. We can see that the frictional resistance is approximately 80.4% of the total viscous resistance. As part of the verification, discretization error is estimated using Richardson extrapolation method. Here, the thickness of the wall adjacent layer is taken as the representative cell length. Grid refinement factor of 1.4 is applied for these three measures, and the CV is considered as the variable for Richardson extrapolation. Order of convergence is obtained as 1.62 and grid convergence index is found as 0.29%. As part of the validation, CFD results are compared with the experimental results of Kim et al., and it is found that CFD results are only 0.9% higher than the experimental result. In summary, viscous resistance coefficient of KVLCC2 hull at Reynolds number 4.6 E6 is estimated and validated. As part of the future scope, the ship hull with the free surface flow is to be studied.
Thank you, Rakesh. Now moving on over to DTMP 4119 propeller. So this is actually David Taylor's model based in propeller, and we use the SimCenter StarSystem Plus academic bundle, which is a well-known CFD package for marine application. So this was one of the challenging geometry which we got many problems while we were doing simulations on this particular DTMP 4119 propeller. So we are actually using moving reference frame method. So we did not directly jump into the problem. Rather, we used a three-level CFD analysis to reach the final simulation. So initial studies were done on flat plate airfoil, then buoy motion, 2D rotating cylinder, free disc handle. And we established good CFD practices, and we bolstered our confidence level to finally take up the DTMB 4119 propeller simulation. So this is the geometry details of the domain that we have used. There is two regions. One is the inner region is there and an outer region is there. In the inner region, we have housed the propeller, and on the outer region, it represents the fluid motion. The various boundary conditions that we have used in the software are shown there. The domain sizes are as per ITTC norms. And on the left-hand side, you can see the geometrical characteristics of the propeller and various input parameters that we have given to the StarSystem Plus software. And we are thankful to IIT Madras who have shared this geometry with us. Then these are the various CFD simulation settings that we have applied on the DTMB 4119 propeller. So we have considered a 3D model, and we have used the liquid as water with a constant density of 25 degrees Celsius. And the property values of water was taken from ITTC. Then we have used a segregated flow approach to solve the RANS solver. And the turbulence model used was K omega SST with a very low Y plus treatment. So this is a very important prerequisite that is required when you want to solve the eddy viscosity models like K omega SST. And we have used an implicit unsteady analysis with the inner iteration of 20. So we have used moving reference frame method, and I think Dr. Joseph Prabhu from IRS, they also have mentioned the advantage of using this moving reference frame method. And the same technique has been also used by Chase Laboratory to solve this problem. Now moving over to the mesh details, there are two regions as I told. One is an inner region and outer region. In the outer region, we have used a coarse mesh, and in the inner region, we have used a fine mesh. And near to the surface of the propeller, we have used prism layers, and there we have applied a geometrical progression. The number of prism layers used is 10, and prism layer near wall thickness is approximately 0.1 micron. So you can imagine how small is the first cell that is adjacent to the tip of the propeller. And we have used a prism layer total thickness of approximately 5 mm. Now we have also given some additional surface refinements at locations near the edge tip of the propeller and in the interface between propeller blades and hub. Now this is some cross-sectional views. On the left-hand side, it is the cross-sectional view at a constant exposition. And on the right-hand side, it's a cylindrical sectional view. So you can see there how the prism layers are being generated adjacent to the surface of the propeller blades. So we got a uniform boundary layer thickness everywhere near to the surface of propeller blade. And a constant first cell thickness was also obtained. And that led us to a Y plus value less than 1. And of course, we have used a very fine mesh, but we have to confirm whether we have used the right and a good mesh. So StarSystem Plus has its own mesh quality indices, and we have done investigations on skewness angle, chevron quality, cell aspect ratio, and we found that all these values were within the standard limits and ranges that has been specified by StarSystem Plus. And also one more parameter that we have to focus for good mesh is that the volume change should not be less than 0.01 according to StarSystem Plus. And the value that we got is between 0.01 and 0.1, only 2% of the total cells are present. And between 0.1 and 0, 98% of our total cells are present. Now moving over to the results. We got a high tangential velocity, especially at the blade tip, and a high wall shear stress. And all these were possible because we got Y plus value less than 1 at 98% of the total area of the propeller in the present simulation. Which means that is because we have used a very fine mesh on the surface of the propeller. So on the right hand side, you can see the contour maps of wall shear stress and the tangential velocity components. Now moving over to the validation part. So this is the open water characteristics. On y-axis, we have the KT and KQ, that is coefficient of thrust and torque. And on the x-axis, we have the advance ratio. The dashed blue color line represents the KQ value obtained from StarSystem Plus, and the red color line represents the KT value obtained from StarSystem Plus. So we can see that the StarSystem Plus results are in excellent agreement with the experimental results. The total cell count is 5.6 million approximately, with a runtime of 10 hours, and we have used up to 3 cores for completing the simulation in parallel computing. We also found that Y plus value is highly dependent on velocity and rotational rate. So we have varied the velocity and also investigated on KT and KQ value. And surprisingly, it was found that the KT and KQ values are constant when we are varying the velocity. Now moving over to summary, the CFD results from star system, especially for the coefficient of torque and thrust, are in excellent agreement with the experimental results. We used a fine mesh with low Y plus treatment, and that led us to capture the high wall shear stress and the tangential velocity components accurately. The good CFD practices that we have established here will be used to bolster the confidence level and ability to model a propeller for the fully assembled ship. Now from here onwards, Josta will take the presentation.
So the next part of analysis is the rudder. The spade rudders with a symmetric modified NACA profiles of thickness to chord ratio of 0.2 or 0.25 are often used in large merchant ships and even warships. Thus, to numerically model a 3D flow over a rudder, we have an experimental result that is being available for a NACA 0020 spade rudder at a Reynolds number of 45. It is a rectangular in plan form and the tail is having a square end. Further details are provided in the slide. So the boundary conditions considered are of two types. One is where the rudder is freely submerged and no near walls are being considered. And type 2 is where the root of the rudder is attached to the wall. The generation of a high quality mesh is a difficult task because of the edges. Prism meshing with many controls have been used to ensure that a very good cells has been formed. The mesh with the high density E, where the flow, especially where the flow gradients are high, and near the boundaries are having a very good quality mesh. High density is maintained, and so that the error should be low to reduce the reflections. The mesh quality analysis has also been analyzed where all are within the limits of recommended star CCM plus results. So moving to the validation part where we have analyzed the drag coefficient and we have seen the drag coefficient and the iteration is monitored where we have three iteration is monitored until the three significant figures is converged for 1000 iteration, and it is seen that the drag coefficient comes around, the mean drag comes around 0.2 with a plus 0.019, in fact with a plus or minus 0.2% of tolerance. Here the velocity contour and the pressure-wise distribution across the span has been analyzed. So in practice, the rudder has been subjected to very high speeds, high flow conditions that is corresponding to a 85 and 1E6 has been analyzed. After which we can see that the pressure coefficient is nearly the same while the shear stress coefficient has a difference. A domain independent study and a mesh independent study is being carried out as part of verification. And I can see that as we have increased the domain size, the number of cells is having a slight number of increase. However, the major contribution is by the prism cells. In mesh study, we have followed the Richardson extrapolation method where we can see the grid convergence index is less than 1%. I can see when the fine mesh is used, and hence the good quality mesh generated can be used to study for various angles of attack. The estimation and reduction of waymaking resistance are important parts of the ship hull form analysis and design. However, the runtime for the analysis is estimated to be several days. Henceforth, as a first effort to model the free surface, we have used a free surface flow over a sphere instead of a hull where it is fixed at an air-water interface. And the physics condition is we are following the volume of fluid method for this inter-capturing flow, and the pressure and the velocity are initialized to the hydrostatic pressure and velocity of flat waves respectively. Also, good quality mesh practices has been followed, where prism layer meshing is given and local refinements are made on the specified blocks, especially near the free surface and around the sphere. So the numerical simulation result says that we have analyzed the convergence of drag for a free surface case and the pressure drag, shear drag, and the total drag estimated for various speeds have shown in the slide. Also, we have monitored the drag for a deeply submerged sphere, the highest Reynolds number, and it is found that the drag of sphere fixed at the free surface is 1.8 times higher than the deeply submerged case. So after following a good practices in CFD, I can say that the free surface effect is very significant for sphere, while it is less significant for ship-shaped bodies. However, the study of flow over a sphere floating at the free surface is to be done next, followed by the studies on ships that are fixed or floating at the interface. O2 conclusions. The drag of bare hull rudder and the free surface effect of sphere and the open water characteristics of propeller are individually computed that aid towards the modeling of a self-propelled ship with rudder and other appendages. Verification and validation of CFD is carried out in each case, and the level of rigor in these studies reported here are rarely seen in other literatures. The good CFD practices used in each case will give us the confidence and the ability to model the entire self-propelled ship. And the studies performed done by a group of students at DOST who work together as a team to learn and teach each other in a very short time the nuance of CFD modeling. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thanks to Mr. Rakesh, Josna John and Rahul Krishna for a very interesting presentation on CFD modeling of ships, appendages and rudder, including propellers. I thank them for the hard work that they have put in to understand the flow physics. And I can also very happy to know that such good work has been done by these students, and the future of CFD and ship design, I am sure, are in safe hands. So a big round of applause to all the people who have worked. And it also tells me that it is time that I should now retire slowly, because it is these young people who should take over as the future of ship design and CFD analysis. So thanks to all the speakers for their presentation. We now have a short question and answer session. So I request the authors to come up to the dais to take the questions. Professor Anand Subramaniam, of course, please come up, sir. Mr. Hasib, Mr. Ramnath and Mr. Joseph Paul. I request Dr. Joseph Prabhu and also Mr. Ram Kumar, who is there in the audience, to come up. Mr. Abdul Ghafoor and the students who made the presentation. Yeah, please come. We'll find the space. Come. Can you please raise your hands and introduce yourself and let us know what the question is? I think There should be some questions coming up from the audience. Yes, sir. Commodore Sali.
Thank you, sir. To Professor Ananda Subramaniam, I wanted to ask, you have presented the analysis for the resistance prediction, and it is of the accuracy of about 2%. Now, equally important, especially for underwater domain, for underwater crafts, is the maneuverability, which is actually experimental. Fluid dynamics is much more costlier than the resistance test, because you have to do several, for the three-dimensional hydrospace, several runs and maybe more than one model. So to do this prediction using CFD, that is to get the hydrodynamic coefficients or the derivatives for putting in the equations of motion to predict the trajectory and other maneuvering characteristics. How accurate it is. Obviously, it is less accurate than this resistance prediction, but to what is the order of magnitude difference? This is one question. Sir, I have one more question. And sir, when you're thinking of your answer, to Vivek, it was a great presentation. I'm very glad to see that the first time I'm seeing somebody from the private industry speaking so authoritatively of naval or warship design. You are very precise in your terminologies, in your understanding. Of course, you have not gone deep into each of those. It's a very vast domain, but you're very precise. I'm very, very glad to see that. I'm sure that it's a good sign that this business of warship design does not remain only with the Indian Navy or Ministry of Defense. I wish you all the best. Only one question I had, what was the software you used specifically for predicting the signatures, especially magnetic signature, then the underwater radiated noise, then the shock resistance or the underwater explosion? There are various softwares like Radios or LS Dyna. I just wanted you to name the software which you have used for this. Thank you.
So 1 minute. We'll take the question one by one. I think the first honor should go to Anand Subramaniam.
Thank you, Commodore Sali. The question was a good one, but you have deflected it from resistance to maneuvering. So although I have presented the case study for resistance and I have given you a very rosy picture of very close tolerances, and of course those comparisons are put in a simplest way, because anybody will pull me up by asking for verification, validation, and once you go into these things you get lost and you wonder what are you comparing. But prima facie, what I can say is that generally CFD simulation, at least as far as resistance goes, it's a good bet. Okay, very encouraging signs as we have seen. But coming to the maneuvering, it's not that I have not worked on this maneuvering directly myself, but my co-author, Dr. Rahul, has worked on this, and I know that in the linear range these numbers do give a good match. But what would happen for larger angles and so on, especially since your interest is more in the maneuvering aspects, isn't it? I hope I have got your question right. And I will diplomatically pass this to Professor O.P. Shah, because he also has some experience in this, if he can enlighten you better. But this is what I would like to say. Okay.
Thank you very much. Commodore Sali, the answer is like this. No, it's okay. But don't worry about that. It's like this. My colleague in the department, Professor Vishnath Nagarajan, has worked in this area of maneuvering and CFD simulations. What we have seen is that one way to validate maneuvering is to do a PMM simulation in CFD and validate the results. Now for conventional ships, the validations are coming close and close. But I'm sure for the underwater vehicles that you are talking about, they are much more stiffer maneuvers. They start breaking into non-linear domain. Now, what do we compare with? That's the basic question that keeps coming up. So the results that are available to compare it are the basically planar motion mechanism tests, or the turning circle, or the zigzag tests. And these, I think, are slowly becoming closer and closer. There was recently a PhD student from Osaka who was our student earlier. She presented a paper, I remember. It is very time consuming. Even at Osaka University, using the Iowa supercomputing facility, she told me that it was taking weeks to get converged results. So this is a problem, but yes, there is a slow and steady movement towards that range. The second thing I just want to add to what Dr. Ranasubramanian has said. Yes, there are good comparisons with resistance results. But what is more important here, that's what I feel, and I would just like to add to this, is that the CFD should be used as a tool for ship design, not as a tool for only validation. The reason being that I have personally seen with a lot of work done with the industry, that if you use the CFD's tool at early stage of design, then you can come up with innovative and come up with better designs. At that stage, there is nothing to compare with. You are only comparing design A, B, C, D, E. And with that assurance I can give you that if the CFD tells you that design B is better than design C, then if you do a model test, you will also get design B better than design C. So the effort of CFD should be at the early stage of design. How much should be the bulb area? What should be the bilge radius? Is my flow to the propeller more uniform or non-uniform? And small changes in the stern, in the forward region, can make appreciable changes in the design variant from one to another. And this is perhaps where I would request the young naval architects here to perhaps concentrate, because you can come up with good initial design at the concept stage itself. Okay, and can vary various parameters out there. Thanks a lot. I would now, you want to add something? I think he wants to add.
No, Professor Opisha inspired me to just bring in a timely reminder, because very recently, and this is something Ashik Subhani was also involved, we started with the ship design variation and we went through 5 variants, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And there was wonderful improvement, which just indicates what Professor Opisha said, that you can use it for the purpose of design. And just 3 weeks ago, we did the test in NSTL, and it was beautiful comparisons. The ship is being built by our colleague Mohanlal in Africa. Yeah, thank you.
I will now request Ramnath.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thanks for your comments. So this also happens to be, I think, if not the first, one among the first projects, which is a Directorate of Ship Production project, which was given to the private industry, where we were involved in the basic design as well as signature management. So we were kind of in that way lucky to be part of it. Now, coming to the tools, we actually tried different tools which worked for us. For example, underwater shock, as you mentioned, we had Dytran, which is kind of the parent of LS Dyna. And the last simulations which I saw is using radios. The big problem here is to get the data for validation, because unless there is validation, all these nonlinear analysis, this is an explicit dynamics, really makes no sense. So how we did that was to compare. We got one data from the Finnish Navy, and we tried out whether we could get very similar results. So we had some at least strength matching of those values. So that was for the underwater shock. And for the shock grading aspects of, for example, equipment, or for example, rigidly mounted foundations, we used transient analysis in a normal, any FE package can do that. You can do an ANSYS or an Astran or any other Siemens tools, or any of the commercial packages can do transient analysis. The explicit dynamics, as you mentioned, the full fluid structure interaction, there are only like LS Dyna or Dytran or radios. We tried with a couple of tools. Now for example, magnetic signature, we again used Altair packages, because we had taken an entire suite of tools. So we used Flux for the low frequency and FICO for the high frequency. FICO was earlier a South African tool which was acquired by Altair. Now you have similar tools in ANSYS called like Maxwell for the low frequency and high frequency HFSS. So there are different packages which are available, and I think many of these suites have different tools. But the point here, the crux point which we felt was getting data for validation, which obviously navies will be reluctant.
In that regard, if my understanding is right, GRSC project is the same, shallow water crafts.
It's a shallow water.
Was given to IRS, and they were also doing the same analysis underwater explosions, if I'm right.
Yeah,
from
so
IRS.
He is from the Mr. Ramkumar. Yeah.
Yes, sir. I am from IRS, and we are doing for ASW, SWC.
So then, can't you compare between yourselves?
We had a long chat on that.
Sir, actually, these are two different designs, so completely different designs. And we were doing it parallelly. So I was actually discussing with him, why don't we, join forces and do something so that at least, because there's a lot of expense from the.
So they are also using radios and all.
Yes.
Diatribe.
They were also using diatribe very early.
Professor Shah wants.
I can tell you the background of this. When the contract was awarded, 4 went to Cochin Shipyard and 4 went to GRSC. So since I was working closely with GRSC, they said that most probably they will work jointly, which is the right thing to do, as you have seen in the last paper. But for some reason, GRSC called us and told us that we are going to do our independent design. So the hull form that is there with GRSC, the basic hull form was developed again by the methods I told you, iteration in CFD, given to GRSC and model tested only for the resistance to validate. Other tests were done in marine. The hull form itself is now, at least the underwater and the up to deck is completely different from what Cochin Shipyard is making and what we have given them. Now there lies the problem. He was talking about hydrodynamics is not important. I have developed the hull form underwater based on hydrodynamics, and we have a bulbous bow. They don't have a bulbous bow. So let's see. When the results are put in water, okay, who should be put to the guillotine, okay? We will see that, okay? So this is the background, so there is a problem there, okay? Anybody else, I think?
Good evening, everyone.
Please introduce yourself.
My name is Prakash. I'm from Conceptia Software Technologies Private Limited. And once again, good evening to all the eminent speakers and we're all gathered here. And it was a very it was a very wonderful presentation about the various aspects of the design using CFD and model test and all that. And this is not a question but an advice that I am expecting from Anand Subramaniam sir, that you have beautifully presented the difference of 1.7% and 1% between the experiment and the CFD results. And you have also mentioned that conventionally we demand model test for coming to a conclusion on the powering. And it's there in every designer's mind. Okay, model test is the the superior solution for everything. But you have clearly explained what are all the shortcomings of that and how does it compare with CFD and the model test. So I would like your advice on how does it compare with the trials, ship trials, when it is put in the water. And how much % that we can expect. I understand the challenges with the environmental forces other than what is there in the model test or in the CFD. What could be the figure or what could be the advice that we can give it to our customers by stating a convincing answer towards that CFD will also be a good solution towards the practicality of it?
Okay. I hope I have understood your question right. The question is finally the crux is how dependable is CFD as a basis for evaluating the resistance and therefore the estimation of powering against tank test, right?
Right, sir.
That was the question. So, as I have pointed out,
sorry for the interruption. Also, when the ship is used for trial, when we trial this particular, the outcome on the sea, what is how we can trust on model test and CFD?
okay, if you are talking of final proof in the sea trials, then we get into another dimension of problems. That is, because there is a question of engine performance, the correctness of the engine data, okay, and of course external sea conditions. Supposing we say sea condition is an extraneous factor, you take it a calm water test you are doing, still these factors will come into the play as to how close you can get, right? All that I can say, because I have not directly interacted with sea trial tests and their interpretation. We generally have customers, meaning when we do the tank tests and these simulations and give the results, very rarely we get somebody coming and telling us, oh, we had a wonderful match, so to say. So, all that I can say is, based on what I have presented, CFD is a strong candidate for vetting the performance. Yes. If you go to sea trials, it means the performance of the propeller, the estimation of the open water performance of the propeller, the hull interaction effects. So many more factors will come into it. But finally, I think it is only a question of persevering in the same way and verifying and seeing. Because another thing I will tell you, CFD could have handled the big ship itself. But we go by doing tank tests and then extrapolating. Extrapolation itself could be prone to errors, as I said, because of the Reynolds number inequality. So, supposing we have established CFD in stages, such as the wonderful work done by the undergraduates here, if we are performing or verifying the performance of a propeller accurately, getting the wake fraction, thrust fraction accurately, that means in stages, we can reach a level that CFD could possibly do the entire thing for the prototype. This is my take. I do not know whether Professor O.P. Shah will have another point of view on this. Feel free, because this is not a small question, finally.
I'm more conservative than most of you. So whatever CFD is done, I always tell that for the final design, I need a tank test so that I can sleep peacefully. Let me put it this way. The old school thought is whatever iterations, yes, you do your simulations through CFD, iterate all the designs, but the final selection that you have done, please do a tank test on that. That is both resistance and propulsion, self-propulsion test. That's my take up till now, because the implications of going wrong is very, very large. Okay. So, but what Professor Subramaniam is saying is absolutely right. There will perhaps be a time when people will ask, do you really need a tank test for this? I'm quite surprised, because I still see new model towing tanks being built all over the world. Okay, so why are they doing it? Okay, we are building one in our department, a new one. So the question will come. Yes, maybe in the future tank tests will be less and less. But I still think an experiment is necessary at the end of the day to validate whatever be the shortcomings of the Reynolds number effect and other things. One tank test puts you at rest, because anyway, that's my opinion, but let's see what the future takes us to.
Thank you, sir.
See, the sea trials, I'll tell you in a different manner. If you do model test and if you do simulation at the model scale, you are getting similar results, let's say. Then the extrapolation method is the same IATC procedure, okay, to get it to the full scale. And therefore, whether you have done CFD or whether you have done model test at the model scale, okay, at the same model scale, the extrapolation will lead you to the same thing. And what I know is the trial results, some of the tanks like the Marine tank and all, they take back the trial results and incorporate in their what we call, if you look at the extrapolation method, there is some term called CA or the correlation allowance. And each of these leading towing tanks have their own correlation allowance based on the actual full-scale test. This is something we had told NSTL to build it up. They have a full-scale trial testing team, and results from the full-scale trial, when coupled with the model test, the way you can adjust it is through the correlation allowance. And that is a standard practice followed by leading towing tanks across the world.
Understood.
I hope we can both have answered your question.
Yes, sir. It's clear. And one more, it's not a question again, it's a proposal this is the last session that I would like to propose it to DIMS 2022 committee. That, we have a very beautiful information sharing session here, and experts and companies, and they have all beautifully presented the latest technologies, and then there has been a lot of knowledge sharing here. And in the first session, how Madhu S. Nair sir told about how we all come together to bring out a sign. How do we utilize all these potentials? We see a lot of potentials here, and just to not stop it with the seminar or the conference or the knowledge sharing session wise. How do we put all these things into a system? If the DIMS itself can have a system in place which is going to coordinate all these things together, and in fact maybe a very latest technology ship and the design that even it can be built by the huge committee or the community here. So if we put all of them together, so I just would like to propose this as an idea. For example, we have Chris Boyd from Royal Institution of Naval Architects, and he's being an expert in coordinating all these potentials of naval architects into bigger view in the world. So like this, with a theme of DIMS, and we would be able to bring out something, not as a company or not as but as a human being and the naval architect in the world. How do we get out this as a product and serve the earth? That is one thing that I would like to put here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for it's more of an advice or a request, I think.
It was best.
But I think I leave this to Professor Anand Subramaniam to answer, because these are policy things. These are things which have to be coordinated by the industry, the academia, the research institutions, the class societies, the design houses. So I don't want to step into all this. Okay. I'll request a brief answer from Professor Anand Subramaniam.
I absolutely agree with what OPG said now, that there are several disciplines and people with different lateral expertise required to come up with a policy and to be able to implement. I absolutely agree with what you said. You put it beautifully, because I would not have known how to answer this question otherwise. It's a fact. It goes across different disciplines, different managers, specialities, and it has to evolve.
I think any last question?
Hi, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Myself is Dr. Fawaz Tikka, Assistant Professor of CUSAT. My question is to our Rahul Krishna, basically. You were explaining about a computational fluid dynamics based design of a self-propelled ship. And you were emphasizing the resistance or drag prediction of space rudder, hull, and different surface parts of the ship. Now, other than in between, it was mentioning about the engine also. So the engine performance is also another important parameter. And is it possible for you to dream a design completely based on the computational works or computational fluid dynamics for the resistance prediction, engine performance, alternative design
maybe a nuclear powered ship, and also HVAC system design. And that means and in all the components of the ship completely by a computational perspective. And is it possible to dream such a design of the ship at the end?
Thank you, sir. That was really a good question. So the software package that we are using in SimCenter StarCCM Plus. StarCCM Plus do have some capabilities of simulating these combustion models, then resistance tests, maneuvering trials and all. So I believe if we have a good computational facility, right now we don't have at our department, but if in future if we have a computational facility like high power computing systems and all, of course that dream will come true, sir. Like we can dream of a computational fluid dynamics simulation that can do all the simulation as you just mentioned. So we are looking forward. I hope in future it will happen. So.
Aircraft companies are already on that job, and they say that they will not build any prototypes, that they will do CFD and build the actual aircraft. And there's a humor piece which I've seen on internet, where some 50 or 80 years from now, somebody says that a new tunnel is going to be built. They don't specify whether it's a wind tunnel or a towing tank. And that tunnel is going to be built because nobody has been using these things for the past many years. And they want to know what one looks like and have a feel for it. Being CFD has replaced TFD, implying that.
Can we conclude? Okay. Just 1 second. First of all, I think I would like to thank all the speakers. Okay. Dr. Anand Subramaniam has a question the last question for Mr. Abdul Ghafoor.
Yep, you gave a beautiful presentation, very impressive. But you are saying that studies suggest a smaller fatigue life, whereas when it goes into actual testing in the field, you find that it has not deteriorated, that the life extends from what was predicted as 10 years to 50 years. Now, okay, it is something is much better than what you thought, it's called good. But how do you interpret in an engineering sense, is there something at flaw in the fatigue study, and therefore, I mean, what is the missing link there? I was very curious because in 1 or 2 cases you raised this issue. It is not supposed to be so good, but it was turning out to be very good. So, you know, what is the mystery of it?
See, do the analytical calculation for fatigue analysis basically involve Matossian data, the SN data, and other factors. But all these factors basically have a lot of errors. You can say 100% error can have. See, it is like a statistical data, like what is the wave is going to come in 20 years or 30 years. Like we calculate the environmental data for 1 year and extrapolate it for the 30 years of life. Like SN data is also based on an experiment, and there could be a lot of errors. Basically, the fatigue what we give us is like a fatigue critical joints. Basically, at the very best, what we can say that, well, let's say we are getting a fatigue like 1 year in or 2 years in a platform where all other joints are like more than that value. So what we can say that is at the best, the first fatigue crack. See, a crack is a result of a fatigue loads, fatigue damage. So what we can best say that at this particular joint, the crack will occur initially. Then only all other joints will be started cracking. So that is the very idea of inspection. So we go and inspect these joints for the fatigue critical joints, and if you don't find a crack at that particular joint, that means all other joints are safe. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
So, before I pass it on to Mr. Panda, I would like to thank once again TIMS 2022 for giving me the opportunity to chair this session. Thanks to all the authors for taking the trouble of making this presentation. Thanks to the delegates for patiently going through the 6 papers and asking questions. So thanks again, all of you. And I now request Mr. Pandaruru.
Thank you, gentlemen, once again for taking the effort to enlighten us with your knowledge. I would now like to request Mr. Simon Pulokaran, second batch alumnus of Department of Ship Technology, who has served in various organizations like Masgard Docks Limited, Larsen and Toubro Shipyard, and organizations outside of India, to please come upon the dais and hand over the mementos to our speakers. I would like to request, sir, to hand over the mementos to Dr. V. Ananta Subramanian. Mr. Hasib P. Mr. Vivek Ramnath. Mr. Jose Paul. Our speakers from Indian Register of Shipping, Dr. Joseph Prabhu and Mr. J. Ram Kumar. Mr. Abdul Ghafoor. Mr. Rahul Krishna H. Mr. M.S. Rakesh. Ms. Joshna John. And to our session chair, Professor Om Prakash Shah. I would now like to request everyone to come together for a group photograph. So ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the final session of the Dostas International Maritime Seminar. Over the last 2 days, we got to understand and appreciate some really important topics like green shipping, logistics, automation, and design optimization. As we say, all good things come to end. I refuse to agree to this statement, as the end of this seminar marks a new beginning in each one of our lives, as we carry forward with a new resolve, with new experience that we have gathered and the knowledge that we gathered in this seminar. So I would now like to hand over the mic to the Dostas office bearers, Mr. Ashik Subhani, President, Mr. Girish Menon, Convener, and Mr. Vijay S, Co-Convener, to carry on with the conclusion.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Let us start with a brief summary on what happened. That's getting presented by our co-convener, Mr. Vijay. Vijay is.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure and my honor to present the concluding remarks of a satisfying event like the one we had over these 2 days, DIMS 2022 second edition International Maritime Seminar. Honestly, I feel the events and programs which were presented here, I feel it has been more than a seminar. We had a panel discussion yesterday in which we saw the different stakeholders from the industry and government come together and explore the future possibilities of how to further the potential and role which Kochi can have as the center of maritime excellence in India. And in today's panel discussion, we saw how the logistics part also plays an important role. It has been a special panel discussion for us because mostly we tend to focus on the technical and operational aspects and forget the logistics part. We saw how improving and optimizing the logistics and supply chain helps in contributing to the nation's GDP growth and security. And I feel ours is a very close-knit and well-networked community. Almost everyone knows everyone or knows someone who knows the other. But still DIMS, I feel, helped to make the bonds and ties stronger and forge new ones. About the technical sessions, we had 3 of them. We saw that our industry, we are at the cusp of a ever evolving set of requirements, regulations, and which is driven by the IMO goals and the technology advances required to meet them. As you may have noted in yesterday's one of the paper, it was said that marine design is not rocket science yet, but it requires the highest degree of coordination. I'm sure DIMS has been the platform for us to boost this coordination which is required, and for us to share what kind of inputs we require and what kind of services which we can provide to meet these goals. Okay, I would hand over the mic to Dostas President, Mr. Ashik Subhani.
Thank you, Vijay. That's an excellent 2 days and so many sessions. I'm sure all of our knowledge has gone up. In fact, one of the point which we like to take forward, because in fact one of the delegate has raised some points. What's the next plan of DOSTAS? What we are going to do based on the discussions and the sessions we have conducted. DIMS is going to brighten up Kochi. That's the first decision we took. We had an excellent session about the Kochi, how to take up Kochi forward, especially Kochi, the Maritime Center of Excellence of India. So that topic and all the support required for that, we are going to take it forward. We had a discussion with the minister after the session yesterday. We discussed with the mayor, and we also had some discussions with the member of parliament. So Cochin Shipyard already said they will do the investment, and we are going to conduct another one-day event. We could call it, it's a business conclave, and we are planning to conduct that probably in November or December to take this aspect forward and how we can plan, what we can do to brighten up Kochi. That's one of the point which I wanted to highlight. DIMS is going to brighten up Kochi on the maritime sector. And there are so many discussions happen on the technical side which we are going to share, and whatever support is required on the maritime side as a alumni organization. And we are also, as we said, as an alumni, our aim is to share knowledge and incorporate that. A lot of technical innovations are getting presented. We wanted to utilize, we have to make sure these technical advancements are getting utilized in the maritime field, and our alumni, we will stand for that, and we will try whatever we can do to support the maritime industry in an environmental friendly way. That's what I wanted to highlight, that in an environmental friendly way, whatever is possible, that we will do that, we will support that. Again, back to the sponsors and a thanking note. Words are really not enough for me to express the gratitude and moral support which the sponsors, which all of you, like even the delegates or the presenters, my friends and all the sponsors, everyone was supporting us in the best possible way. That's the success of DIMS. So I don't have words for that, but I express my sincere thanks to all of you to making DIMS 22 a grand success. And we'll have DIMS 2024, that will be after 2 years, and DIMS 2024 will come back with in a better way. And I know that if you have any comments, again, before I conclude, I wanted to say that the seminar was good. If you have any comments, if there is a scope for improvisation, if scope for advancement, please send an email to us stating this is what you feel, this is your reviews or this is your comments. Please do that, and you all know our email ID. DIMS email ID is there, or you can send it to any of our personal email IDs, okay. So that enables us to conduct the next event in a more better way. And I take this opportunity again. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Thank you so much. So let us close the DIMS 2022 with the national anthem. And I invite our Girish. Anything you wanted to add? It's okay. I invite the students to take us to the national anthem. They will sing these songs for us. We can also sing together. That's okay.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जाहे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता।